all in the day's work, my start in life. If it had not been for the Panic of 1857 and the long depression which followed it, I should have been born in Taylor County, Iowa. That was what my father and mother had planned. In fact, however, I was born in a log house in Erie County, Pennsylvania, on November 5, 1857. It was the home of my pioneering maternal grandfather, Walter Raleigh McCullough. No home in which I have ever lived has left me with pleasanter memories of itself. It was a Cape Cod house, a story and a half high, built of matched hewn logs, its floors of narrow fitted oak planks, its walls sealed, its upstairs finished, a big fireplace in its living room. There were spreading frame outbuildings to accommodate the multiple activities of a farm which was in my time a going concern. I remember best the big, cool milk room with its dozens of filled pans on the racks, its huge wooden bowl heaped with yellow butter on its way to the firkin, its baskets piled with eggs, its plump dressed poultry ready for market. Like all young married people of pioneer ancestry and experience having their way to make, my parents wanted land. Land of their own, combined with what my father could earn at his profession as a teacher and his trade as a joiner, meant future security. It was the proved way of the early American. After much looking about in northwestern Pennsylvania, where the families of both were settled, they had decided that the West offered greater opportunity, and so in the spring of 1857, a year after his marriage, my father, Franklin Sumner Tarbell by name, started out to find a farm. He had but little money in his pocket, and the last 150 miles of his search were made on foot. How enthusiastic he was over the claim he at last secured. His letters tell of the splendid dome of sky which covered it, of the far view over the prairie, of marvelous flowers and birds, of the daily passing along the horizon of a stream of covered wagons, settlers bound for California, Pikes Peak, Kansas, Nebraska. And some of them, he found, were earlier Iowa settlers, leaving the very state which for the moment seemed to him the gate to paradise. He set himself gaily at breaking land, building the house for mother, working in a sawmill to pay for the lumber. He did it alone, even to the making of window frames and doors. I know how he did it, whistling from morning till night, mischief and tenderness chasing each other across his blue eyes as he thought of my mother's coming, their future together. The plan they had made provided for her going west with their household goods in August. The money was arranged for, so they thought, but before it was taken from the bank, the panic came, and every county bank in Pennsylvania was closed. There was no money anywhere. Nothing for my mother to do but stay where she was while my father struggled to earn by teaching and carpenter work the money which would bring us on. But the panic reached Iowa, dried up its money supply. People were living by barter, my father reported. What a heartbreaking waiting it was for them, coming as it did after an engagement of 6 years, every week of which they had both found long. The fall and winter of 1857, the spring and summer of 1858 passed. Still, there was no money to be had, and then in the fall of 1858, father started out to teach his way to us. Before he found a school, he had walked 180 miles, walked until his shoes and clothes were worn and tattered. It was shabby and broke, as he had written it would be, that he finally, in the spring of 1859, when I was a year and a half old, made his way back to my mother still living in the log house in Erie County. According to the family annals, I deeply resented the intimacy between the strange man and my mother, so far my exclusive possession. Flinging my arms about my mother, so the story went, I cried, "Go away, bad man." Illustration: Esther Ann McCullough Tarbell and Ida Minerva Tarbell, November 5. The problem for my father now was to earn money to take us back to Iowa, for my mother to continue her patient waiting. For a dozen years before her marriage, she had taught in district schools in Erie County, as well as in a private school of an aunt in Poughkeepsie, New York. She was a good teacher, but she was married. She must stay with her family then until her husband had a home ready for her. So ruled my grandmother, chock-full as she was of the best and severest New England rules for training girls to be ladies. You might live in a log house. You were reminded loftily that many of the best families had done that while settling the country. But you must never forget who you are. Remember that your father is a McCullough of an ancient and honored Scotch clan, his mother a Raleigh of Sir Walter's family, that I am a Seabury, my great-uncle the first Episcopal bishop in the United States, my mother a Wells, her father on Washington's staff. It was a litany her 4 daughters all had to learn. Exciting employment waited my father. For 6 or 7 years before his marriage, when he was earning his way through the Academy of Jamestown, New York, he spent his summers running a fleet of 3 or more flatboats of merchandise to be delivered at trading points on the Allegheny and the Ohio River, always as far south as Louisville, sometimes even up the Mississippi. Captain Tarbell, his small and jolly crew called him. The river was the chief highway of a great country. To its waters came the pioneer and trader, the teacher, the preacher, the scientist, the prophet, as well as every species of gambler, charlatan, speculator, swindler, cutthroat. My father's stories of what he saw were among the joys of my childhood. A great fleet of steamboats burning at Pittsburgh, a hanging river, churches and preachers and showboats, children who never knew other homes than a boat, towns, cities, and what he loved best of all, nights floating quietly down the great Ohio, the moon above. Not strange that, after those cruel months of working his way back to us, he should have seized this opportunity again to take charge of his Jamestown Friends River enterprise. The trip went well, and at the end of August, 1859, he turned back, money in his pocket to take us to Iowa. But as he journeyed eastward, he was met everywhere by excitement. A man had drilled a well near a lumber settlement in northwestern Pennsylvania. Titusville, it was called, drilled for oil and found it, quantities of it. My father, like most men who traveled up and down the Allegheny and Ohio in those days, was familiar with crude petroleum. He had used it to grease creaking machinery, and too, as a medicine, a general cure-all, Seneca oil, used it for the colds, the fever and ague, the weak lungs which had afflicted him from boyhood. He knew, too, that there were those who believed that if rock oil, as it was called, could be found in sufficient quantities, it would make a better light than the coal and whale oils then in common use. The well near Titusville producing 25 to 100 barrels a day. Nobody knew how much. Proved that if other reservoirs or veins could be opened by such drilling, there would be oil to light the world. Rumors were exciting and grew in the telling. The nearer he came to Erie County, the bigger the well. He met men on foot and horseback making their way in, something to look into before he started back to Iowa. He looked into it, not merely at Titusville with its first well, but down the stream on which the first well stood and where other wells were already drilling. Oil Creek, it was called. What if they continued to get oil? My father asked himself. Where would they put it? They would need tanks in numbers. He believed he could build one that would hold 500 or more barrels. He said as much to the owner of a well drilling down the creek near the mouth of a tributary called Cherry Run. "Show me a model that won't leak, and I'll give you an order." He lost no time in making his model and got his order. Here was a chance for a business if oil continued to be found, a business with more money in it than he had ever dreamed of making. Moreover, he knew all the elements of that business, had had experience in handling them. Tank building called for his trade, that of the joiner. Iowa could wait. By the summer of 1860, he had his shop going at the mouth of Cherry Run near the well for which he had received his first order. The shop running, he built what was to be my mother's first home of her own, the one for which with infinite confidence and infinite pain she had been waiting since her marriage 4 years and a half before. It was in October of 1860 that my father drove his little family over the Allegheny foothills some 40 miles. There were 2 of us children now, for in July of 1860, my brother William Walter Tarbell, named from his 2 grandfathers, had been born. Close beside his shop father had built a shanty. It had a living room with an alcove, a family bedroom with trundle beds for us children, and a kitchen. A covered passage led into the shop, which was soon to be the joy of my life, for here were great piles of long, odorous, curly pine shavings into which to roll, to take naps, to trim my gown, and in which to search day in and day out for the longest, the curliest. But these shavings and my delight in them were a later discovery. My first reaction to my new surroundings was one of acute dislike. It aroused me to a revolt, which is the first thing I am sure I remember about my life, the birth in me of conscious experience. This revolt did not come from natural depravity. On the contrary, it was a natural and righteous protest against having the life and home I had known, and which I loved, taken away without explanation, and a new scene, a new set of rules which I did not like, suddenly imposed. My life in the log house had been full of joyous interests. There were turkeys and ducks and chickens, lambs and colts and calves, kittens and puppies. Never could I be without playmates. There were trees and woods and flowers in summer, a great fireplace with popcorn and maple candy in winter, and I, an only grandchild, the center of it all. But what had I come to? As Mother realized, a place of perils, a creek rushing wildly at the side of the house, great oil pits sunken in the earth not far away, a derrick inviting to adventurous climbing at the door. No wonder that warnings and scoldings and occasional switchings dogged my steps. Moreover, I was no longer the center of the circle. A baby filled her arms, my arms. A man still strange gave me orders and claimed her, my mother. It was not to be endured, and so one November day just after my 3rd birthday, I announced I was going to leave. Going back to Grandma. Very well, my mother said. I knew the way the men went when they walked away from the shop, and I followed it, but not far. Across the valley in which we lived ran an embankment. To my young eyes it was as high as a mountain, and the nearer I came the higher it looked, the higher and blacker. And then suddenly, as I came to its foot, I realized that I had never been on the other side, that I did not know the way to Grandma's. I knew I was beaten, and sat down to think it over. Never in all these years since have I faced defeat, known that I must retreat, that I have not been again that little figure with the black mountain in front of it, a little figure looking longingly at a shanty dim in the growing night, but showing a light in the window. Finally, I turned slowly back to the house and sat down on the steps. It seemed a long time before the door opened, and my mother in a surprised voice said, "Why, Ida, I thought you had gone to Grandma's." "I don't know the way," I said humbly. "Very well, come in and get your supper." Respect for my mother, her wisdom in dealing with hard situations, was born then. I was not to be punished. I was not to be laughed at. I was to be accepted. Years later, she told me of the unhappy hour she spent watching me go off so sturdily, to come back so droopingly, watching with tears running down her cheeks, but determined I must learn my lesson. It was a bit of wisdom she never ceased to practice. My mother always let me carry out my revolts, return when I would, and no questions asked. In the 3 years we spent in the shanty on the flats, there was but one other episode that had for me the same self-revealing quality as this revolt. It was my first attempt to test by experiment. The brook which ran beside the house was rapid, noisy, in times of high water dangerous for children. Watching it, fascinated, I observed that some things floated on the surface, others dropped to the bottom. It set me to wondering what would happen to my little brother, then in dresses, if dropped in. I had to find out. There was a footbridge near the house, and one day when I supposed I was unobserved, I led him onto it and dropped him in. His little skirts spread out and held him up. Fortunately, at that moment, his screams brought a nearby workman, and he was rescued. I suppose I was spanked. Of that I remember nothing, only the piece of satisfied curiosity in the certainty that my brother belonged to the category of things which floated. What I really remember of these early days concerns only my personal discoveries of the kind of person I was, of the nature of things around me which stirred my curiosity. Whether a childish experience was deep enough to etch itself on my memory, or I only know of it from hearing it told and retold, I always decide by this test. If I really remember it, the happening is set in a scene with a background, exits, entrances, and properties. I know I remember my revolt and defeat because I always see it as an act on a stage, every detail, every line clear. Of the pregnant, bizarre, and often tragic development going on about me, I remember nothing. Yet the uncertainties and dangers of it were part of our daily fare. Whether there was oil in the ground in sufficient quantities to justify the prodigious effort being made to find it, nobody could know. If not, the shop and shanty were a dead loss, another long delay on the road to Iowa. All that winter of 1860 and 1861, my father was asking himself that question. But in 1861, it was answered when up and down Oil Creek a succession of flowing wells came in, wells producing from 300 to 3,000 barrels a day. Fountain wells, gushers, spouters, they called them from the great streams which rose straight into the air 1 to 200 feet, to fall in an oily green-black spray over the surrounding landscape. Deadly, dangerous, too, as the oil region learned to its sorrow by a disaster almost at the doorsteps of our Cherry Run home. It was the evening of April 17, 1861. The news of the fall of Sumter had just reached the settlement, remote as it was from rail and telegraph connections, and all the men of the town had gathered after supper at one place or another to discuss the situation. What did it mean? What would the president do? My father was sitting on a Cracker Barrel in the one general store. As he and his friends talked, a man ran in to tell the company that a fresh vein of oil had been struck in a well on the edge of the town. Its owner, Henry Rouse, had been drilling it deeper. The oil was spouting over the derrick. Great news for the community, still uncertain as to the extent of its field. Great news for my father. It meant tanks. Everybody jumped to run to the well when the earth was rocked by a mighty explosion. A careless light had ignited the gas which had spread from the flowing oil until it had enveloped everything in the vicinity. Before my father reached the place, 19 men, among them his friend the well owner Henry Rouse, had been burned to death. How many had escaped, and in what condition, nobody knew. Late that night, as my father and mother grieved, they heard outside their door a stumbling something. Looking out, they saw before them a terrible sight, a man burned and swollen beyond recognition, and yet alive enough to give his name, one of their friends. My mother took him in. The alcove became a hospital. For weeks she nursed him, the task of the woman in a pioneer community, a task which she accepted as her part. Thanks to her care, the man lived. The relics of that tragedy were long about our household. Comforts and bedquilts she had pieced and quilted for Iowa, stained with linseed oil, but too precious to be thrown away. But all this is as something read in a book, something which has become more poignant as the years have gone by, and I am able to feel what those long weeks of care over that broken man meant to my mother. The business prospered, the shop grew. Little do I remember of all this, or the increased comforts of life, or moving into the new home on the hillside above the town, by this time known as Rouseville. But the change in the outlook on the world about me, I do remember. We had lived on the edge of an active oil farm and oil town. No industry of man in its early days has ever been more destructive of beauty, order, decency than the production of petroleum. All about us rose derricks, squatted engine houses and tanks. The earth about them was streaked and damp with the dumpings of the pumps, which brought up regularly the sand and clay and rock through which the drill had made its way. If oil was found, if the well flowed, every tree, every shrub, every bit of grass in the vicinity was coated with black grease and left to die. Tar and oil stained everything. If the well was dry, a rickety derrick, piles of debris, oily holes were left, for nobody ever cleaned up in those days. But we left the center of this disorder, went to the hillside, looked down on it. And as for me, I no longer saw it, for opposite us was a hillside so steep it had never been drilled. It was clothed with the always changing beauty of trees and shrubs, the white shadflowers and the red maples, the long garlands of laurel and azalea in the spring, the green of every shade through the summer, the crimson and gold, russets and tans of the fall, the frost and snow-draped trees of the winter. I did not see the derricks for the trees. The hillside above our house and the paths which led around it became a playground in which I reveled. I was not the only one about to forget the ugliness of the valley and remember through life the beauty of those hillsides. Years later, I was to know fairly well one of the great figures in the development of oil, Henry H. Rogers, then the active head of the Standard Oil Company. We discovered in talking over the early days of the industry that at the very moment I was beginning to run the hills above Rouseville, he was running a small refinery on the creek and living on a hillside just below ours, separated only by a narrow ravine along each side of which ran a path. Up that path, Mr. Rogers told me, I used to carry our washing every Monday morning, go for it every Saturday night. Probably I've seen you hunting flowers on your side of the ravine. How beautiful it was. I was never happier. That reminiscence of Henry H. Rogers is only one of several reasons I have for heartily liking as fine a pirate as ever flew his flag in Wall Street. Soon after we went to the home on the hill, the oil country, at that moment suffering a depression, was stirred by the news that a great well had been struck 10 miles from Rouseville at Pithole, an isolated territory to which the veterans in the business had never given a thought. The news caused a wild scramble. A motley procession of men with and without money, with and without decency, seeking leases, jobs, opportunity for adventure, excitement, and swindling, traveled on foot or horseback up the valley of Cherry Run in full view from our house. Father was one of the first to take advantage of the Pithole discovery, putting up his tank shops there and doing a smashing business during the short life of the field. Its bottom fell out in 1869. He rode back and forth from his shop on a little saddle horse, Flora, beautiful creature, usually with considerable sums of money in his pocket. The country was full of ruffians, and stories of robbery were common. When he was very late in returning, Mother would walk the floor wringing her hands. I could never go to bed those nights until he had returned, not because I felt her anxiety, but because of the excitement and mystery of it. I carried a dramatic picture of him in mind, a kind of Paul Revere dashing along the lonely road, the rein on Flora's neck, his pistol in hand. But he always came home, always brought the money he had collected, which he must keep in the tiny iron safe in his office annexed to the house until he could carry it to Oil City where he banked. My life became rapidly more conscious now that I had left the flats behind, experience deeper. Here was my first realization of tragedy. It was the spring of 1865. Father was coming up the hill, Mother and I were watching for him. Usually he walked with a brisk step, head up, but now his step was slow, his head dropped. Mother ran to meet him crying, "Frank, Frank, what is it?" I did not hear the answer, but I shall always see my mother turning at his words, burying her face in her apron, running into her room sobbing as if her heart would break. And then the house was shut up, and crepe was put on all the doors, and I was told that Lincoln was dead. From that time the name spelt tragedy and mystery. Why all this sorrow over a man we had never seen, who did not belong to our world, my world? Was there something beyond the circle of hills within which I lived that concerned me? Why, and in what way, did this mysterious outside concern me? I was soon to learn that tragedy did not come always from a mysterious beyond. What a chain of catastrophes it took to teach the men and women who were developing the new industry the constant risk they ran in handling either crude or refined oil. They came to our very door, when a neighboring woman hurrying to build a fire in her cookstove poured oil on the wood before she had made sure there were no live coals in the firebox. An awful explosion occurred, and she and two women who ran to her assistance were burned to a crisp. I heard horrified whisperings about me. The refusal to tell me what had happened aroused a terrible curiosity. I gathered that the bodies were laid out in a house not far away, and when nobody was looking, stole in to look at them. Broken sleep for me for nights. The mystery of death finally came into our household. There had been a fourth child born in the house on the hill, little Frankie, we always called him, blue-eyed like my father, the sunniest of us all. For weeks one season he lay in the parlor fighting for life, scarlet fever, a disease more dreaded by mothers in those days than even smallpox. Daily I stood helpless, agonized, outside the door behind which little Frankie lay screaming and fighting the doctor. I remember even today how long the white marks lasted on the knuckles of my hands after the agony behind the closed door had died down and my clenched fists relaxed. Little Frankie died, became a pathetic and beloved tradition in the household. My little sister, who had made a terrible and successful fight against the disease, told me how she could not understand why Father and Mother cried when they talked of Frankie. If they want to see him, she thought, why do they not put a ladder from the top of the hill up to the sky into heaven and climb up? If Frankie is their God would let them see him. I have said that my first recollection of Lincoln was the impression made by the tragedy of his death. That this was so was not for the lack of material on him in our household. My father was an ardent Republican. Back in '56 he had written from his river trip, "Hurrah for Fremont and Dayton." As soon as he had had more money than the actual needs of the family required, he had subscribed to Harper's Weekly, Harper's Monthly, the New York Tribune, began to buy books. Of all of these I remember only the Weekly and Monthly. My brother and I used to lie by the hour flat on our stomachs, heels in the air, turning over the exciting pages of the war numbers, but none of it went behind my eyes, none concerned me. Only now when I go back to the files of those old papers, there is a whispering of something once familiar. Of the Monthly, I have more distinct recollections. It was in these that I first began to read freely. Many a private picnic did I have with the Monthly under the thorn bushes on the hillside above Oil Creek, a lunch basket at my side. There are still in the family storeroom copies of Harper's Monthly stained with lemon pie dropped when I was too deep into a story to be careful. Here I read my first Dickens, my first Thackeray, my first Marian Evans, as George Eliot then signed herself. My first Wilkie Collins came to me in the Weekly. Great literature, all pirated, I was to learn much later. My friend Viola Roseborough tells me that at this time she was reading Harper's pirated paper-bound copies of Dickens. It was much later that they came my way. However, all the reading I was doing was not so respectable. On the sly I was devouring a sheet forbidden to the household, the Police Gazette, the property of the men around the house, for we had men around the house, men of various degrees of acceptability to my mother, but all necessary to my father's enterprises. The business had grown. It meant a clerk, bosses, workmen. In a pioneer community like ours, it was hard to find comfortable living quarters for single men. My father and mother, both brought up on farms, accepted as a matter of course the housing and feeding of hired men. So it was in line with their experience as well as with the necessities of the case that our household was arranged to take care of a certain number of men connected with my father's business. For sleeping quarters, a bunkhouse was built on the hillside. Mornings and evenings, they sat at the family table. This accepting men of whose manners and ways she often heartily disapproved was distasteful to my mother. But she had not been a schoolteacher for nothing, and she applied her notions of discipline. She would not have swearing, drinking, rough manners, and certainly she would not have had the Police Gazette in the house. But the men had it, and now and then when my brother and I played about the bunkhouse, it was easy for me to pick up a copy and slip it away where my dearest girl friend and I looked unashamed and entirely unknowing on its rough and brutal pictures. If they were obscene, we certainly never knew it. There was a wanton gaiety about the women, a violent rakishness about the men. Wicked, we supposed, but not the less interesting for that. One reason the Police Gazette fascinated me was that it pictured a kind of life I knew to be flourishing in a neighboring settlement. A settlement where my father had shops run by a boss who, as well as his sister, was a family friend, and where I was often allowed to visit. This settlement, Petroleum Center, had by something like general consent become Oil Creek's sink of iniquity. The discovery of oil, the growing certainty that it was the beginning of a new industry, that money was flowing into the oil region, quickly brought an invading host of men and women seeking fortunes. It was a new and rich field for tricksters, swindlers, exploiters of vice in every known form. They were soon setting up shops in every settlement, and to the credit of the manhood of the oil region, usually being driven out by self-directed vigilantes. At Rouseville, a joy boat, which made its way up the creek that first winter and tied up near my father's shop, was cut loose in the middle of the night after its arrival. Its visitors found themselves floating down the Allegheny River the next morning and obliged to walk back. From that time, open vice shunned the town. But when wealth poured out of the ground at Petroleum Center, there was too great excitement to think of order, decency. Before it was realized, the town was alive with every known form of wantonness and wickedness. By the time I was allowed to visit our friends there, I saw from the corner of my eye as I walked sedately the length of the street saloons, dance halls, brothels, and I noted many curious things. The house where I visited stood on a slope overlooking one of the most notorious dance halls of the oil region, Gus Riles. Often I left my bed at night and watched that long, low building from which rose loud laughter, ribald songs, shouts, curses. Later horror was added to Gus Riles' fascination, for here a Rouseville boy was shot one night. If Petroleum Center was giving me an opportunity to feed my curiosity about things in the world of which I was not supposed to know, it happened also to be the indirect means of awaking my interest in the stars, one of the most beautiful interests of my youth. My father had seen the early passing of the wooden oil tank, the coming of the iron tank, and had used his capital to become an oil producer. One of his first investments had been in an oil farm on the hills above the wicked town, which so excited my curiosity. His partner in this venture, M.E. Hess, lived on this farm with his family. In that family was a daughter about my age and bearing my name, Ida. We became friends and visited back and forth as chance offered. My chance came often when Mr. Hess, riding with a companion over the hills to Rouseville to consult with father, dropped his companion and took me back with him, usually at night. A fine pair of saddle horses he had, High Fly and Shoe Fly. My first experience in horseback riding was following him on Shoe Fly over the hills after dark. Mr. Hess was an altogether unusual man, educated, with a vein of poetry in him. As we rode, he would stop every now and then to name the stars, trace the constellations, repeat the legends. My first consciousness of space, its beauty, it's something more than beauty, came then. Not a bad counterbalance for what I was gathering in the town below the farm on the hill and seeing reproduced in the Police Gazette, which so perfectly pictured its activities. But there were other correcting forces at work on me. The men who formed the vigilante committee to make Rouseville difficult for commercialized vice, my father one of them, set themselves early to establishing civilizing agencies, first a church. It was decided by the men and women who were to build and support this church that it should be of the denomination of which there were the largest number in the community. The Methodists had the numbers, and so my father and mother, who were Presbyterians, became and remained Methodists. Their support was active. We did not merely go to church. We stayed to class meeting. We went to Sunday school, where both father and mother had classes. We went to Wednesday night, or was it Thursday night, prayer meeting. And when there was a revival, we went every night. In my 10th or 11th year, I went forward, not from a sense of guilt, but because everybody else was doing it. My sense of sin came after it was all over, and I was tucked away in bed at night. I had been keenly conscious, as I knelt at the mourner's bench, that the long crimson ribbons which hung from my hat must look beautiful on my cream-colored coat. The realization of that hypocrisy cut me to the heart. I knew myself a sinner then, and the relief I sought in prayer was genuine. I never confessed. It wasn't the kind of sin other converts talked about, but it aroused self-observation. I learned that often when I was saying the polite or proper thing, I was thinking quite differently. For a long time, it made me secretly unhappy thinking that in me alone ran an underground river of thought. Later I began to suspect that other people were like this, that always there flowed a stream of unspoken thought under the spoken thought. It made me wary of strangers. A side of my life which moves me deeply now, as I think back, was the continuous effort of my father and mother to give me what were called advantages, to use their increasing income to awaken and develop in me a taste for things which they had always been denied. They wanted music in the household, and our grandest possession became a splendid Bradbury Square piano, a really noble instrument, with one of the finest, mellowest tones that I have ever heard in a piano. A music teacher turned up in the community, and I was at once set at 5-finger exercises, and I was kept at them and all that follows them for many years. But I found no joy in what I was doing. It is possible that with different teachers from those available, there might have been a spring touched, for untrained as I am not without a certain appreciation of music. I mastered the mechanics of piano playing well enough, however, to become later one of the regular performers in the high school in the town to which we were to move, Titusville, Pennsylvania. I remembered nothing of this until 2 of my old friends in Titusville, school chums, told me that I was one of the 3 or 4 who played the piano for the morning exercises, that I sometimes played my show pieces, and that on one occasion I was an actor in a scene which they recalled with glee. They told me I was playing a duet with a classmate. We either lost our place or did not agree as to time, stopped entirely, argued the matter out, began over, and this time went through without dissension. But I have only this second-hand memory of my contribution to the musical life of the Titusville High School. I remember the efforts of my father and mother to show me something of the outside world much more clearly than I do those to awaken my interest in books and music. There were little trips, once as far as Cleveland, the whole family, the marvel of the best hotel, of new hats and coats and armfuls of toys. There were summers at the farm, only 30 miles away. Best remembered and most enjoyed were the all-day excursion picnics. No one can understand the social life of a great body of the American people in the latter part of the 19th century without understanding the hold the picnic had on them. The Tarbell household took the picnic so seriously that it had a special equipment of stout market baskets, tin cups and plates, steel knives and forks, tin spoons, worn napkins. The paper ones were then unheard of. The menus were as fixed as that for a Thanksgiving dinner. Veal loaf, cold tongue, hard-boiled eggs, 2 apiece, buttered rusks, spiced peaches, jelly, cucumber pickles, chow-chow, cookies, donuts. We called them fried cakes, and a special family cake. And you ate until you were full. Our grandest picnic excursions in those days were to Chautauqua Lake, a charming sheet of water only some 50 miles from home. Near the head of the lake lay an old Chautauqua County town, Mayville. At its foot, Jamestown, where my father for several years had been a student in the academy, and from which in vacations he had gone on his annual trips down the Ohio. Loaded with big baskets of lunch, we took an early train to Mayville, changed there to a little white steamer, zigzagged the length of the lake, 20 or so miles, stopping at point after point. We ate our lunch en route, and at Jamestown went uptown to drink a bottle of pop. And then came the slow return home, where we arrived after dark, exhausted by pleasure. 3 or 4 miles from Mayville on the west side of the lake jutted a wooded promontory, Fair Point, the site in those days of a Methodist camp meeting, and here we sometimes stopped for the day. We never liked it so well as going to Jamestown, neither did Father. I decided to be a biologist. 5 years went by in the house on the hill, and then in 1870, when I was 13, I found myself in Titusville, Pennsylvania, in a new house my father had built. How characteristic of the instability of the oil towns of that day, as well as of the frugality of my father, was this house. From the beginning of the pithole excitement, he had, as I have said, made money, more than he could ever have dreamed, I fancy. And then about 1869, practically without warning, the bottom fell out, as the vernacular of the region put it. The end shut up my father's shops there, but it also gave us the makings of a home. In that rapid development, only 4 years long, a town of some 20,000 had grown up with several big hotels, among them, one called the Bonta House. It had features which delighted my father: long French windows, really fine iron brackets supporting its verandas, handsome woodwork. The Bonta House was said to have cost $60,000, but its owners were glad to take the $600 father offered when the town blew up. He paid the money, tore down the building, loaded its iron brackets and fine doors and windows, moldings and all, and I suppose much of its timber, onto wagons, and carted it 10 miles away to Titusville, where, out of it, he built the house which was our home for many years. Titusville was not like Rowsville, which had suddenly sprung from the mud as uncertain as a mushroom of the future. It had been a substantial settlement 20 years before oil was found there, small but sturdy, with a few families who had made money chiefly in lumber, owning good homes, carefully guarding the order and decency of the place. The discovery of oil overran the settlement with hundreds of fortune seekers. They came from far and near, on foot, horseback, wagon. The nearest railroad connection was 16 miles away, and the roads and fields leading in were soon cut beyond recognition by the heavy hauling, its streets at times impassable with mud. The new industry demanded machinery, tools, lumber, and the bigger it grew, the greater the demand. Titusville, the birthplace of all this activity, as well as the gateway down the creek, must furnish food and shelter for caravans of strangers, shops for their trades, offices for speculators and brokers, dealers in oil lands and leases, for oil producers, surveyors, and draftsmen, all the factors of the big business organization necessary to develop the industry. In 1862, the overflow was doubled by the arrival of a railroad with a connection 16 miles away with the east and west. The disbanding of the army in June of 1865 brought a new rush, men still in uniform, their rifles and knapsacks on their backs. Most of this fresh inflow was bound to the scene of the latest excitement, pithole. Stampeded though she was, Titusville refused to give up her idea of what a town should be. She kept a kind of order, waged a steady fight on pickpockets, drunkards, wantons, and in this she was backed by the growing number of men and women who, having found their chance for fortune in oil, wanted a town fit for their families. After churches, the schools were receiving the most attention. It was the Titusville schools which had determined my father and mother to make the town their permanent home. But school did not play a serious part in my scheme of things at the start. I went because I was sent and had no interest in what went on. I was 13, but I had never been in a crowded room before. In a small private school, the teacher had been my friend. Here I was not conscious my teacher recognized my existence. I soon became a truant, but the competent ruler of that schoolroom knew more than I realized. She was able to spot a truant, and one day when I turned up after an unexplainable absence, she suddenly turned on me and read me a scathing lecture. I cannot remember that I was ashamed or humiliated, only amazed, but something in me asserted itself. I suppose that here a decent respect for the opinions of mankind was born. At least I became on the instant a model pupil. A few months later, I passed into high school, and when at the end of the year the grades were averaged at a ceremony where everybody was present, I stood at the head of the honor roll. Nobody could have been more surprised. I had not been working for the honor roll. I had simply been doing what they expected me to do as I understood it, and here I was at the top. I remember I felt very serious about it. Having made the top once, I knew what would be expected of me. I couldn't let my father and mother or my teachers down, so I continued to learn my lessons. It was a good deal like being good at a game. I liked to work out the mathematics and translations, good puzzles, but that they had any relation to my life I was unconscious. And then suddenly, among these puzzles I was set to solve, I found in certain textbooks the sesame which was to free my curiosity, stir desires to know, set me working on my own to find out more than these books had to offer. The texts which did all this for me were a series I suspect a modern teacher might laugh at. Steele's 14 weeks in zoology, geology, botany, natural philosophy, chemistry. Here I was suddenly on a ground which meant something to me. From childhood, plants, insects, stones were what I saw when I went abroad, what I brought home to press, to put into bottles, to litter up the house. The hills about Rouseville were rich in treasures for such a collector, but nobody had ever taught me more than their common names. Had never realized that they were subjects for study, like Latin and geometry and rhetoric and other such unmeaning tasks. They were too fascinating. But here my pleasure became my duty. School suddenly became exciting. Now I could justify my tramps before breakfast on the hills, justify my collections, and soon I knew what I was to be, a scientist. Life was beginning to be very good, for what I liked best to do had a reason. No doubt this uplift was helped by the general cheerfulness of the family under our new conditions of life. Things were going well in Father's business. There was ease such as we had never known, luxuries we had never heard of. Our first Christmas in the new home was celebrated lavishly. Far away was that first Christmas in the shanty on the flats when there was nothing but nuts and candy and my mother and father promising, just wait, the day will come." The day had come, a gorgeous Christmas tree, a velvet cloak, and a fur coat for my mother. I haven't the least idea what there was for the rest of us, but those coats were an epoch in my life, my first notion of elegance. This family blossoming was characteristic of the town. Titusville was gay, confident of its future. It was spending money on schools and churches, was building an opera house where Janosch soon was to play, Christine Nilsson to sing. More and more fine homes were going up. Its main street had been graded and worked until fine afternoons, winter and summer. It was cleared by 4 o'clock for the trotting of the fast horses the rich were importing. When New Year's Day came, every woman received wine, cakes, salads, cold meats on the table. Every man went calling. That is, Titusville was taking on metropolitan airs, led by a few citizens who knew New York and its ways, even spoke familiarly of Jay Goode and Jim Fisk, both of whom naturally enough had their eye on us. Did not the Erie Road from which they at the moment were filling their pockets regard oil as one of its most profitable freights? We were grain for their mill. There was reason for confidence. In the dozen years since the first well was drilled, the Oil Creek Valley had yielded nearly 33 million barrels of crude oil. Producing, transporting, refining, marketing, exporting, and byproducts had been developed into an organized industry, which was now believed to have a splendid future. Then suddenly, this gay, prosperous town received a blow between the eyes. Self-dependent in all but transportation, and locally in that through the pipelines it was rapidly laying to shipping points, it was dependent on the railroads for the carrying of its crude oil to outside refining points, and for a shipping of both crude and refined to the seaboard. A rich and steady traffic for which the oil region felt the railroads ought to be grateful. But it was the railroads that struck the blow. A few refiners outside the region, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, concocted a marvelous scheme which they had the persuasive power to put over with the railroads, a big scheme by which those in the ring would be able to ship crude and refined oil more cheaply than anybody outside. And then, marvelous invention, they would receive in addition to their advantage a drawback on every barrel of oil shipped by anyone not in the group. Those in the South Improvement Company, as the masterpiece was called, were to be rewarded for shipping, and those not in to be doubly penalized. Of course, it was a secret scheme. The oil region did not learn of it until it had actually been put into operation in Cleveland, Ohio, and leaked out. What did it mean to the oil region? It meant that the man who produced the oil and all outside refiners were entirely at the mercy of this group who, if they would, could make the price of crude oil as well as refined. But it was a plan which could not survive daylight. As soon as the oil region learned of it, a wonderful row followed. There were nightly anti-monopoly meetings, violent speeches, processions, trains of oil cars loaded for members of the offending corporation were raided, the oil run on the ground, their buyers turned out of the oil exchanges. Appeals were made to the state legislature, to Congress for an interstate commerce bill, producers and refiners uniting for protection. I remember a night when my father came home with a grim look on his face and told how he with scores of other producers had signed a pledge not to sell to the Cleveland ogre that alone had profited from the scheme. A new name, that of the Standard Oil Company, replacing the name South Improvement Company in popular contempt. There were long days of excitement. Father coming home at night, silent and stern, a sternness even unchanged by his after-dinner cigar, which had come to stand in my mind as the sign of his relaxation after a hard day. He no longer told of the funny things he had seen and heard during the day. He no longer played his Jew's harp, nor sang to my little sister on the arm of his chair the verses we had all been brought up on. Augusta, Maine on the Kennebec River, Concord, New Hampshire on the Merrimack, etc. The commotion spread. The leaders of the New York Petroleum Association left out of the original conspiracy, and in a number of cases, as was soon to be shown, outraged chiefly for that reason, sent a committee to the oil region to see what was doing. The committee was joyfully welcomed, partly because its chairman was well known to them all. It was my Rouseville neighbor, Henry H. Rogers. Mr. Rogers had left the creek in 1867 and become a partner in the Pratt firm of refiners and exporters of Brooklyn, New York. He and his associates saw as clearly as his old friends in the oil region that, let the South Improvement Company succeed in its plan for a monopoly, everybody not in the ring would be forced to go out of business. The New York men seemed to have been convinced that the plans for saving themselves, which the organized producers and refiners were laying, stood a good chance of success, for back in New York Mr. Rogers gave a long interview to the Herald. He did not mince words. Cleveland and Pittsburgh were straining every nerve to create a monopoly. They would succeed if their control of the railroads continued. He and his fellows felt, as the men in the oil region did, that the breaking up of the South Improvement Company was a necessity for self-existence. They were as bold in action as in words, for when a little later the president of the Standard Oil Company of Cleveland, John D. Rockefeller, to date, the only beneficiary of the South Improvement Company, sought an interview in New York with Mr. Rogers, and his committee he was treated cavalierly and, according to the newspapers, retreated after a brief reception, looking badly crestfallen. Thus was the Henry H. Rogers of 1872. Out of the long struggle begun as a scrimmage came finally a well-developed cooperative movement guaranteeing fair play all around. It was signed by the Standard Oil Company's representative and all the oil-carrying railroads. The railroads indeed were the first to succumb, knowing as they did that what they were doing was contrary to the common law of the land, and being thundered at as they were by the press and politicians of all the country. "I told Willie not to go into that scheme," said old Commodore Vanderbilt, "and Jay Goodwind, I didn't sign until everybody else had." Out of the alarm and bitterness and confusion, I gathered from my father's talk a conviction to which I still hold, that what had been undertaken was wrong. My father told me it was as if somebody had tried to crowd me off the road. Now I knew very well that, on this road where our little white horse trotted up and down, we had our side, there were rules, you couldn't use the road unless you obeyed those rules. It was not only bad manners, but dangerous to attempt to disobey them. The railroads, so said my father, ran through the valley by the consent of the people. They had given them a right-of-way. The road on which I trotted was a right-of-way. One man had the same right as another, but the railroads had given to one something they would not give to another. It was wrong. I sometimes hear learned people arguing that in the days of this historic quarrel everybody took rebates, it was the accepted way. If they had lived in the oil region through those days in 1872, they would have realized that, far from being accepted, it was fought tooth and nail. Everybody did not do it. In the nature of the offense, everybody could not do it. The strong wrested from the railroads the privilege of preying upon the weak, and the railroads never dared give the privilege save under promise of secrecy. In walking through the world, there is a choice for a man to make. He can choose the fair and open path, the path which sound ethics, sound democracy, and the common law prescribe, or choose the secret way by which he can get the better of his fellow man. It was that choice made by powerful men that suddenly confronted the oil region. The sly, secret, greedy way won in the end, and bitterness and unhappiness and incalculable ethical deterioration for the country at large came out of that struggle and others like it which were going on all over the country. An old struggle with old defeats, but never without men willing to make stiff fights for their rights, even if it cost them all they ever hoped to possess. At all events, uncomprehending as I was in that fine fight, there was born in me a hatred of privilege of any sort. It was all pretty hazy to be sure, but still it was well, at 15, to have one definite plank based on things seen and heard, ready for a future platform of social and economic justice if I should ever awake to my need of one. At the moment, however, my reflection did not carry me beyond the wrongness of the privilege which had so upset our world, contradicting as it did the principle of consideration for others which had always been basic in our family and religious teaching. I could not think further in this direction, for now my whole mind was absorbed by the overwhelming discovery that the world was not made in 6 days of 24 hours each. My interest in science, which meant for me simply larger familiarity with plants and animals and rocks, had set me looking over my father's books. Among them, I found Hugh Miller's Testimony of the Rocks, and sat down to read it. Gradually, I grasped with a combination of horror and amazement that, instead of a creation, the earth was a growth, that the creative days I had so clearly visualized were periods, eons long, not to be visualized. It was all too clear to deny, backed as it was by a wealth of geological facts. If this were true, why did the Bible describe so particularly the work of each day, describe it and declare, and the evening and the morning were the first day, etc., and end, and he rested on the seventh day? Hugh Miller labored to prove that there was no necessary contradiction between Genesis and geology, but I was too startled to accept what he said. A Bible that needed reconciling, that did not mean what it said, was not the rock I had supposed my feet were on. That words could have other meaning than that I had always given them, I had not yet grasped. I was soon to find that the biblical day was disturbing a great part of the Christian world, was a chief point of controversy in the church. Had hardly made my discovery when Genesis and geology appeared in the pulpit of the Methodist Church of Titusville, Pennsylvania. Filling this pulpit at that time was a remarkable and brilliant man, Amos Norton Craft. Dr. Craft was an indefatigable student. It was told of him to the wonder of the church that he laid aside yearly $200 of his meager salary to buy books. Like all the ministers of those days, he was obliged to face the challenges of science. Many of his fellows, most of them, so far as my knowledge went, took refuge in heated declarations that the conclusions that science was making were profane, godless, and affront to divinity. Not so Dr. Craft. He accepted them, strove to fit them into the Christian system. He startled his congregation and interested the town profoundly by announcing an evening course of lectures on the reconciliation of Genesis and geology. The first of the series dealt with the universe. I had never known there was one. The stars, yes. I could name planets and constellations and liked nothing better than to lie on my back and watch them, but a universe with figures of its size was staggering. I went away from those Sunday night lectures fascinated, horror-stricken, confused, a most miserable child, for not only was my idea of the world shattered, not only was I left dizzily gyrating in a space to which there was no end, but the whole Christian system I had been taught was falling in a general ruin. I began to feel that I ought to leave the church. I did not believe what I was supposed to believe. I did not have the consolation of pride in emancipation, which I find youth frequently has when it finds itself obliged to desert the views it has been taught. Indeed, I doubted greatly whether it was an emancipation. What troubled me most was that if I gave up the church, I had nothing to put in place of something it had given me which seemed to me of supreme importance. Summed up, that something was in the commandment, "Do as you would be done by." Certainly nothing which Hugh Miller or Herbert Spencer, whom I began to read in 1872 in the Popular Science Monthly, helped me here. They gave me nothing to take the place of what had always been the unwritten law of the Tarbell household, based as I knew upon the teachings of the Bible. The gist of the Bible, as it had come to me, was what I later came to call the brotherhood of man. Practically, it was that we should do nothing, say nothing, that injured another. That was a catastrophe, and when it happened in our household, an inarticulate household on the whole, though one extraordinarily conscious of the minds and hearts of one another. When it happened, the whole household was shadowed for hours, and it was not until by sensitive, unspoken efforts the injured one had been consoled that we went on about our usual ways. This was something too precious to give up, and something for which I did not find a substitute in the scientific thinking and arguing in which I was floundering. The scientists offered me nothing to guide me in human relations, and they did not satisfy a craving from which I could not escape. That was the need of direction, the need of that which I called God and which I still call God. Perhaps I was a calculating person, a cautious one. At all events, I made up my mind to wait and find out something which better took the place of those things which I so valued. It cost me curious little compromises that I had to argue myself into. The chief came in repeating the creed. I could repeat, conceived of the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, because for many years I did not know what that meant. It was the resurrection that disturbed me. I could not accept it, nor could I accept the promise of personal immortality. That had become a grave doubt with me when I first grew dizzy with the consciousness of the vastness of the universe. Why should I expect to exist forever as a conscious mind in that vast emptiness? What would become of me? I did not want to think about it, and I came then to a conviction that has never left me. That as far as I am concerned, immortality is not my business, that there is too much for me to attend to in this mortal life without over-speculation on the immortal, that it is not necessary to my peace of mind or to my effort to be a decent and useful person, to have a definite assurance about the affairs of the next world. I say this with humility, for I believe that some such assurance is necessary to the peace and usefulness of many persons, and I am the last to scoff at the revelations they claim. And yet it was hard to give up heaven. Among the books on our shelves, many of them orthodox religious books, was one that had a frontispiece which I had accepted as a definite picture of the heaven to which I was to go. Jehovah sat on a throne, cherubim and seraphim around him, rank upon rank of angels filling the great amphitheater below. I always wondered where my place would be, and whether there would be any chance to work up in heaven as there seemed to be on earth, to become a cherub. But giving up this heaven was by no means the greatest tragedy in my discovery that the world was not made in 6 days of 24 hours each. The real tragedy was the birth in me of doubt and uncertainty. Nothing was ever again to be final. Always I was to ask myself when confronted with a problem, a system, a scheme, a code, a leader, how can I accept without knowing more? The quest of the truth had been born in me, the most tragic and incomplete, as well as the most essential, of man's quests. It was while groping my way, frightened like a lost child, I found a word to hold to evolution. Things grew. What did they grow from? They all started somewhere. I was soon applying the idea. Nothing seemed to matter now except to find the starting point of things and having that see why and how they grew into something else. How were you to go to work to find the start of life? With a microscope. And I soon was in the heat of my first intellectual passion, my first and greatest, that for the microscope. With a microscope, I could perhaps get an answer to my mystification about the beginning of life, where it started. And then, I believed, I should find God again. I was a practical person, apparently, for I at once began to save my money and soon had enough to put into a small instrument. The house in Titulesville, like many of its period, had a tower room, a steep staircase running up to it. This room was surrounded on 3 sides with big double windows. I begged to have it for my own. Here I was allowed to set up shop. Here I had my desk, my papers, and my microscope. Here I was alone with my problems. That little microscope had a good deal to do with my determination to go to college. If I was to become a microscopist, I had already adopted that word. I must study, get an education. This determination of mine to get an education, go to college, was chiefly due, no doubt, to the active crusade going on in those days for what we called woman's rights. Ours was a yeasty time, the ferment reaching into every relation of life, attacking and remodeling every tradition, every philosophy. As my father was hard hit by the attack on his conception of individualism in a democracy, freedom with strictest consideration for the rights and needs of others, as I was struggling with all the handicaps of my ignorance, with the nature of life, a search for God. So my mother was facing a little reluctantly a readjustment of her status in the home and in society. She had grown up with the women's rights movement. Had she never married, I feel sure she would have sought to vindicate her sex by seeking a higher education, possibly a profession. The fight would have delighted her. If she had gone to Iowa, she surely would have soon joined the agitation led there in the late 50s by Amelia Bloomer, the inventor of the practical and ugly costume which still carries her name, the real founder of dress reform. We owe it to Amelia Bloomer that we can, without public ridicule, wear short skirts and stout boots, be as sensible as our feminine natures permit, which is not saying much for us when it comes to fashions. But my mother found herself a pioneer in the oil region, confronted by the sternest of problems, which were to be settled only by immediate individual effort and goodwill. The move to Titusville, however, soon put my mother in touch with the crusade for equal political rights, which was taking the place of the earlier movement for women's rights. The Civil War had slowed up that agitation. Indeed, many of its best talking points had been conceded and were slowly going into practice. Most of the militants had thrown themselves into war work and, after the war, into the campaign for Negro suffrage. But the passing of the 14th Amendment in 1868, for the first time introducing the word male into the Constitution, aroused a sense of outrage, not only in the advocates of equal rights, but in many women who had not approved of previous agitations. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, the greatest of the early leaders, failing to keep the humiliating distinction out of the amendment, began a tremendous national crusade for women's suffrage. They marshaled a group of splendid women and undertook an intensive campaign meant to reach every woman in the country. It reached us in Titusville, even reached our home where my father and mother, always hospitable to crusaders, opened their doors to them. I remember best Mary Livermore and Frances Willard. Not that either touched me, saw me. Of this neglect I was acutely conscious. I noted, too, that the men we entertained did notice me, talked to me as a person, not merely as a possible member of a society they were promoting. There was Neil Dow, father by this time was a prohibitionist, who let me show him our Dante with Gustave Doré's pictures. Men were nicer than women to me, I mentally noted. As the struggle for equal rights grew in heat, I became aware that it was far from a united struggle, that as a matter of fact leaders and followers were spending almost as much time disapproving of one another's methods as fighting for their cause. The friction came largely from the propensity of Mrs. Stanton and Miss Anthony to form alliances shocking to many of their oldest and wisest friends. Before the war they had, rather recklessly from a political point of view, supported easier divorce. As one of their friends wrote them, they had in so doing broken the heart of the portly Evening Post and nearly driven the Tribune to the grave. Time had not cooled their ardor for strange bedfellows. They made an alliance now of which I heard no little talk by my mother and her friends. It was with the two most notorious women in the eye of the public at the moment. Husses, conservative circles in Titusville, Pennsylvania, called them Victoria Woodhull and Tennessee Claflin. It was not difficult for even a girl of 15 to pick up some idea of what these women were. So well did they advertise themselves, and so delightedly did the press back them up in their doings. Beginning their careers as clairvoyants, they had developed professionally their undoubted powers until they were in the 60s, the two best-known and best-paid transphysicians of their day. Victoria claimed to have raised a child from the dead, and Tennessee, the harder worker of the two, made enough money to keep 35 relations in comfort. "If I am a humbug sometimes, look at the deadbeats I have to support," was her answer to those who accused her of abusing her talents. Both women frankly advocated free love, and so it was believed quite as frankly practiced it. With this equipment, they entered Wall Street in the 1860s as consultants. The lady brokers, they were called. They quickly built up a profitable business. Old Commodore Vanderbilt was so tickled by their combination of beauty and effrontery, talents and ambitions, that he is said to have proposed marriage to Victoria. He was more valuable as a friend. She kept his picture on the wall of the salon where she received her clients, and under it the framed motto, "Simply to thy cross I cling." In 1870, Victoria Woodhull announced herself as a candidate for president in 1872. So successful was she in attracting and holding big audiences, and so brilliantly did she present the arguments for equal rights, that Mrs. Stanton and Miss Anthony threw scruples to the wind and took her into their camp, from which promptly there was a considerable exodus of scandalized ladies. Not only did Victoria win the countenance of these two great leaders, but she involved them in the Beecher-Tilton scandal, which for months she worked steadily to force before the public. The reverberations of the conflict inside the suffrage party, together with what I picked up about the Beecher trial, I read the testimony word by word in our newspapers, did not increase my regard for my sex. They did not seem to substantiate what I heard about the subjection of women, nor did what I observed nearer home convince me. Subjection seemed to me fairly divided. That is all. I saw there were henpecked men, as well as downtrodden women. The chief unfairness which I recognized was in the handling of household expenses. Women who must do the spending were obliged to ask for money or depend on charging. My mother had not been trained to live on as generous a scale as was now possible, but my father never said, "We have so much and no more to spend." They worked often at cross purposes. So I gathered as I listened to intimate talks between women, listened to suffrage speakers, read the literature. So did many American husbands and wives. I felt no restraint myself, for I always had at least a little money, and I, too, could charge. This foolish practice led me into funny expenditures. I had no sense of the appropriate in clothes. Often I had an ardent desire for something fitted only for grown-ups, and I always had a keen ambition to fit myself out for occasions. Sometime in the early 70s, Clara Louise Kellogg came to town. My father and mother were in the West, but they had arranged that I was to hear her. It seemed as if some kind of regalia was necessary, so I charged a wide pink sash and a pair of yellow kid gloves. Out of the agitation for rights as it came to me, two rights that were worth going after quite definitely segregated themselves: the right to an education and the right to earn my living, education, and economic independence. The older I grew, the more determined I became to be independent. I saw only one way teach, but if I was to teach, I must fit myself, go to college. My father and mother agreed. I had a clear notion of what I wanted to teach, natural science, particularly the microscope, for I was to be a biologist. I made my choice, Cornell, first open to women in 1872. But at the moment when the steps to enter Cornell were to be taken, there appeared in the household as an over-Sunday guest the president of a small college in our neighborhood, only 30 miles away, Allegheny. Among the patrons of that college was the Methodist organization known as the Erie Conference, to which the Titusville Church belonged. I had heard of it annually when a representative appeared in our pulpit, told its story, and asked for support. The president, Dr. Lucius Bugby, was a delightful and entertaining guest, and learning that I was headed Cornellward, adroitly painted the advantages of Allegheny. It was near home. It was a ward of our church. It had responded to the cry of women for educational opportunity and had opened its doors before the institution I had chosen. Was not here an opportunity for a serious young woman interested in the advancement of her sex? Had I not a responsibility in the matter? If the few colleges that had opened their doors were to keep them open, if others were to imitate their example, two things were essential. Women must prove they wanted a college education by supporting those in their vicinity, and they must prove by their scholarship what many doubted, that they had minds as capable of development as young men. Allegheny had not a large territory to draw from. I must be a pioneer. As a matter of fact, the only responsibility I had felt and assumed in going to college was entirely selfish and personal. But the sense of responsibility was not lacking nor dormant in me. It was one of the few things I had found out about myself in the shanty on the flats when I was 6 years old and there was a new baby in the family. The woman looking after my mother had said, "Now you are old enough to make a cup of tea and take it to her." I think, in all my life since, nothing has seemed more important, more wonderful to me than this being called upon by an elder to do something for mother, be responsible for it. I can feel that cup in my hand as I cautiously took it to the bed, and can see my mother's touching smile as she thanked me. Perhaps there came to her a realization that this rebelling, experimenting child might one day become a partner in the struggle for life so serious for her at the moment, always to be more or less serious. But to return to Dr. Bugbee and his argument, before he left the house, I had agreed to enter Allegheny in the fall of 1876. And that I did. What did I take with me? Well, I took what from my earliest years I had been told was necessary to everyone, a purpose, always spelled with a capital. I had an outline of the route which would lead to its realization. Making outlines of what was in my mind was the one and only fruit that I had gathered so far from long terms of struggle over grammar, rhetoric, composition. Outlines which held together, I had discovered, cleared my mind, gave it something to follow. I outlined all my plans as I had diagrammed sentences. It was not a poor beginning for one who eventually, and by accident rather than by intention, was to earn her living by writing, the core of which must be sound structure. One thing by choice left out of the plan I carried from high school was marriage. I would never marry. It would interfere with my plan, it would fetter my freedom. I didn't quite know what freedom meant. Certainly I was far from realizing that it exists only in the spirit, never in human relations, never in human activities, that the road to it is as often as not what men call bondage. But above all I must be free, and to be free I must be a spinster. When I was 14 I was praying God on my knees to keep me from marriage. I suspect that it was only an echo of the strident feminine cry filling the air at that moment, the cry that woman was a slave in a man-made world. By the time I was ready to go to college, I had changed my prayer for freedom to a will to freedom. Such was the baggage I carried to college, where I was soon to find several things I had not counted on. A coeducational college of the 80s. When I entered Allegheny College in the fall of 1876, I made my first contact with the past. I had been born and reared a pioneer. I knew only the beginning of things, the making of a home in a wilderness, the making of an industry from the ground up. I had seen the hardships of beginnings, the joy of realization, the attacks that success must expect. But of things with a past, things that had made themselves permanent, I knew nothing. It struck me full in the face now, for this was an old college as things west of the Alleghenies were reckoned, an old college in an old town. Here was history, and I had never met it before to recognize it. The town lay in the valley of a tributary of the Allegheny River, French Creek. Its oldest tradition after the tales of Indians was that George Washington once drank from a spring on the edge of the campus. Certainly, he passed that way in 1753 when he came up the river valley from Fort Duquesne, Pittsburgh, following the route which led to Fort Leboeuf near Lake Erie. He comments in his diary, published the year after his trip, on the extensive rich meadows through which he had passed, one of which, I believe, was nearly 4 miles in length and considerable wider in some places. To this particular, rich meadow, a few years later came one David Meade and laid out a town and sold land. Here soon after came the representative of the Holland Land Company, colonizers of first quality. Good men came, distinguished names in Pennsylvania's history, and they wanted a college. The answer to their wish came in 1815 when one of the most scholarly men of that day, Timothy Alden of Massachusetts, heard their call and, picking up all his worldly possessions, made the 2 months' trip by coach and boat to the settlement called Meadville. Timothy Alden, like many of his fellows, was fired by a deep belief that through Christian democracy alone could men arrive at the better world towards which he, scholar that he was, knew they had been groping from their earliest beginnings. But men could only come to an understanding of their individual and collective responsibilities to democracy through education. Therefore, as men spread westward, he and others like him must follow them with education. But once in Meadville, how little he found with which to carry out his project, a log courthouse for a schoolhouse, and little or no money, though of what they had men gave freely. Now Timothy Alden knew that throughout the East were men of scholarly traditions convinced, as was he, that democracy would work only if men were trained to understanding and sacrifice. He believed that they would help his Western venture. In 1816, he went east to find out. He was not wrong in thinking there would be sympathy for the young college. Out of their meager store men gave, this one 50 cents, that one $5, few more, and men gave books, 1, 2, 5. The list of donors now in the college archives shows many of the best-known names of the day: Lowell, Adams, Tucker, Parkman, Channing in Boston, and 29 fine New York names. Friends were made for Allegheny in every town and city where its brave story was told. Timothy Alden came back with $361 in money, and with books, more needed than money, estimated to be worth $1,642.26. From that time, he kept the undertaking steadily before the East, promoted it by every method known to the times. A great response to his passionate effort came in 1819, when the college world of the East was shocked by learning that William Bentley of Salem, Massachusetts, had left his famous collection of classical and theological books, dictionaries, lexicons, and Bibles to a college in the wilderness of northwestern Pennsylvania. A college without a home, still doing its work in a log courthouse. That gift, long a bitter drop in the cup of Harvard, it is said, made a home of its own necessity for Allegheny, and in 1820 the cornerstone of Bentley Hall, named for the donor, was laid. It took many years to complete it. But, when done on the lines Timothy Alden had himself laid down, it was one of the most beautiful buildings in the country. Today it easily stands after Independence Hall as the most perfect piece of colonial architecture in the state of Pennsylvania. For me, Bentley Hall was an extraordinary experience. It was the first really beautiful building I had seen, a revelation, something I had never dreamed of. 56 years had passed since the cornerstone of Bentley Hall was laid, and not one of them without disappointments and sacrifices. More than once it had seemed as if the brave attempt must fail. 2 buildings only had been added in these years: Culver Hall, a frame boarding house for men; Reuter Hall, a grim, uncompromising 3-story rectangular brick structure, 50 by 90 feet in size, a perfect reflection of the straitened period to which it belonged. The factory was our slighting name for Reuter Hall, but in this stern structure I was to find a second deep satisfaction: the library. In a room on the top floor, 90 feet long and at least 16 in height, was housed not only the splendid Bentley collection, but one even more valuable, that of Judge James Winthrop of Cambridge, Massachusetts, rare volumes from the great presses of Europe, 3 tons of books brought overland in wagons by Boston teamsters in 1822. They lined the great unbroken inside wall, as well as every space between openings. From the window seats one looked out on the town in the valley, its roofs and towers half hidden by a wealth of trees, and beyond to a circle of round-breasted hills. Before I left Allegheny, I had found a very precious thing in that severe room. The companionship there is in the silent presence of books. Allegheny did not, of course, admit women at the start, but the ferment caused by the passing of the 14th Amendment, making it clear that only men were to be regarded as citizens, stirred the Allegheny constituents mightily. Its chief patron, as I have said, was the Methodist Church. Now the Methodist Church was a militant reformer. The greatest of its bishops, Matthew Simpson, had backed Mrs. Stanton and Miss Anthony and their colleagues at every step. Leaders among Methodist women had been abolitionists, aggressive temperance advocates, and now they became militant suffragists. Their influence began to tell. In 1870, with misgivings in not a few minds, the admission of women was voted. This was the same year that the University of Michigan opened its doors to women, and 2 years before Cornell. In the 6 years before I entered, 10 women had graduated. When I came, there were but 2 seniors, 2 juniors, no sophomores. I was a lone freshman in a class of 40 hostile or indifferent boys. The friendly and facetious professor charged with the care of the young ladies put it that I was lost in the wilderness of boy. From the first I was dimly conscious that I was an invader, that there was abroad a spirit of masculinity challenging my right to be there, and there were taboos not to be disregarded. My first experience was that of which Virginia Woolf speaks so bitterly in A Room of One's Own, the closing of the college green to her at Oxbridge. Nearly 50 years before her book was written, I was having at Allegheny the same experience. The sloping green of the campus below Bentley Hall was inviting. Between classes, I made my way one day to a seat under a tree only to hear a horrified call from the walk above, come back, quick." An imperative summons from an upper-class woman. You mustn't go on that side of the walk, only men go there. It was not so simple to find a spot where you could go and be comfortable. If Bentley Hall, where all the classes were held, was a beautiful piece of architecture, its interior could hardly have been more severe. The rooms were heated with pot-bellied cast-iron stoves, seated with the hardest wooden chairs, lighted by kerosene lamps. In winter, and the winters were long, the snow tracked in kept the floors wet and cold. Often one wore a muffler in chapel. but of all that I was unheeding. My pioneer childhood served me well. Moreover, I realized at the start that I had found what I had come to college for, direction in the only field in which I was interested, science. I found it in a way that I doubt if Cornell could have given me at the moment, shy and immature as I was. The warming and contagious enthusiasm of a great natural teacher, one who had an ardent passion for those things which had stirred me and a wide knowledge which he fed by constant study and travel. Jeremiah Tingley, the head of Allegheny's Department of Natural Science. Professor Tingley was then a man of 50, sparkling, alive, informal. 3 years before, he had been one of the 50 chosen from many hundred applicants to spend the summer with Louis Agassiz on the island of Penicees in Buzzards Bay. Agassiz had planned with enthusiasm for the Penicees summer school, and for those privileged to enter who could understand and appreciate it was an unforgettable experience. Certainly, it was for Jeremiah Tingley. He carried their Agassiz's faith in observation and classification, as well as his reverence for nature and all her ways. For both men, the material world was but the cover of the spirit. Professor Tingley would quote Agassiz sometimes. Nature always brings us back to absolute truth whenever we wander. This fervent faith had a profound and quieting effect on my religious tumult. I learned a new word, pantheism. Being still in that early stage of development where there must be a definite word by which to classify oneself, I began to call myself a pantheist, and I had a creed which I repeated more often than the creed I had learned in childhood. Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies. I hold you here, root and all, in my hand, little flower. But if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is. It reassured me. I was on the right track, for was I not going to find out with the microscope what God and man are? Professor Tingley's method for those he found really interested in scientific study was to encourage them to look outside the book. There was where I had already found my joy, but I suspected it was the willful way, that the true way was to know first what was in the books. Here in Professor Tingley's classes, you were ordered to go and see for yourself. He used to tell us a story of his first experience at Penicees. A stone was put before him, a round, water-washed stone on which he was to report. He looked at the stone, turned it over. There was nothing to report. It is not the outside, it is the inside of things that matters, said Agassiz, and in the laboratory that became our watchword, look inside. Discovering my interest in the microscope, I was not only allowed, I was urged to use the magnificent binocular belonging to the college, was given the free run of the laboratory, along with a few as crazy as myself. Here my most exciting adventure apart from what I found under the microscope came from actually having my hands on a missing link. Evolution, to which I was clinging determinedly, could only be established, I realized, by discovering the links. There was one peculiar to the waters in our valley, the Memapomo allegheniensis, a creature 12 to 15 inches long with gills and one lung, able to live in the water or mud as circumstances required. The mud puppy, as it was appropriately called, was slimy, loathsome, but I worked over it with awe. Was I not being admitted into the very workshop of nature herself, seeing how she did it? Professor Tingley took his little group of laboratory devotees into his home circle. He and Mrs. Tingley were housed in a wing of Bentley Hall, big rooms built for classrooms. They had no children, and in the years of their study and travel, they had gathered about them things of beauty and interest. The atmosphere of those rooms was something quite new and wonderful to me. It was my first look into the intimate social life possible to people interested above all in ideas, beauty, music, and glad to work hard and live simply to devote themselves to their cultivation. And such good talks. Much of it was concerned with fresh scientific thought, the inventions and discoveries which were stirring the world. An omnivorous reader of the scientific publications of Europe and America, Professor Tingley kept us excited, not only by what had been done, but what it might mean. There was the telephone. I had been in college, but a few weeks when my father asked me to go with him and my brother to the Centennial Exposition of 1876. President Bugbee, who had made me his special care for a time, Mrs. Bugbee even taking me into their home until an appropriate boarding place could be found, was heartily in favor of my going. I went, and when I returned, Professor Tingley's first question was, "Did you see the telephone?" I hadn't even heard of it. 2 exhibits only of that exposition made a deep enough impression on me to last, until today, my first Corot and the coreless engine. Professor Tingley was greatly disappointed, and I did not understand why until a few weeks later he called the student body together to explain and illustrate the telephone by a homemade instrument. "You'll talk to your homes from these rooms one day," he told us. "New York will talk to Boston." He didn't suggest Chicago. "Dreamer," the boys said. "Dreamer," my father and his Titulesville friends said a little later when an agent of the Bell Associates, the first company to attempt putting the new invention within reach of everybody, came to town selling stock. How often I heard it said later, "If I'd bought that telephone stock." Years later, I told Alexander Graham Bell of my introduction to the telephone. "Nobody," he said, "can estimate what the teachers of science in colleges and high schools were doing in those days, not only to spread knowledge of the telephone, but to stir youth to tackle the possibilities in electricity." What I best remember is not the telephone but Professor Tingley's amazing enthusiasm for the telephone. This revelation of enthusiasm, its power to warm and illuminate, was one of the finest and most lasting of my college experiences. The people I had known, teachers, preachers, doctors, businessmen, all went through their day's work either with a stubborn, often sullen determination to do their whole duty, or with an undercurrent of uneasiness if they found pleasure in duty. They seemed to me to feel that they were not really working if they were not demonstrating the Puritan teaching that labor is a curse. It had never seemed so to me, but I did not dare gloat over it. And here was a teacher who did gloat over his job in all its ramifications. Moreover, he did his best to stir you to share his joy. But while I looked on what I was learning in the laboratory as what I had come to college for, while each term stiffened my ambition to go deeper and deeper into the search for the original atom, science was not all that interested me. The faculty, if small, was made up largely of seasoned men with a perspective on life. There was not only deep seriousness, but humor and tolerance, and since we were so small a college, the student was close enough to discover them, to find out what each man as an individual had to offer him. As I learned the power of enthusiasm from Jeremiah Tingley, I learned from another man of that faculty the value of contempt. Holding the chair of Latin was one of the few able teachers I have known, George Haskins, father of that sound scholar of international repute, the late Charles Homer Haskins, at the time of his death Professor Emeritus of Medieval History at Harvard University. What deep satisfaction his career gave his father, himself a man of many disappointments. George Haskins labored, usually in vain, to arouse us to the choiceness of Latinity, the meaning of Rome's rise and fall, the quality of her men, the relation of that life to ours. Professor Haskins' contempt for our lack of understanding, for our slack preparation, was something utterly new to me in human intercourse. The people I knew, with rare exceptions, spared one another's feelings. I had come to consider that a superior grace, you must be kind if you lied for it. But here was a man who turned on indifference, neglect, carelessness with bitter and caustic contempt, left his victim seared. The sufferers lived to say, some of them at least, "I deserved it. He was never unjust, never inappreciative of effort." "Cherish your contempts," Henry James advised me once when he had drawn from me a confession of the conflict between my natural dislike of saying anything unpleasant about anybody and the necessity of being cruel, even brutal, if the work I had undertaken was to be truthful in fact and logic. "Cherish your contempts," said Mr. James, "and strength to your elbow." If it had not been for George Haskins, I doubt if I should have known what he meant, nor should I ever have become the steady, rather dogged worker I am. The contempt for shiftlessness which he inspired in me aroused a determination to be a good worker. I began to train my mind to go at its task regularly, keep hours, study whether I liked a thing or not. I forced myself not to waste time, not to loaf, not to give up before I finished. If I failed at any point in this discipline, I suffered a certain mental and spiritual malaise, a dissatisfaction with myself hard to live with. In spite of my painful efforts to make a regular worker out of myself, life at college was lightened by my discovery of the boy. Incredible as it seems to me now, I had come to college at 18 without ever having dared to look fully into the face of any boy of my age. To be sure, I had from childhood nourished secret passions for a succession of older individuals whom I never saw except at a distance, and with whom I never exchanged a word. My brother and his friends, my father and his friends, these I had always hobnobbed with, but those who naturally should have been my companions I shunned. I was unable to take part in those things that brought the young people of the day together. I did not dance, the Methodist discipline forbade it. I was incredibly stupid and uninterested in games, still am. I had no easy companionable ways, was too shy to attempt them. I had my delights. The hills which I ran, the long drives behind our little white horse, the family doings, the reading of French regularly with my splendid friend Annette Grumbine, still living, still as she was then a vitalizing influence in the town and state for all that makes for a higher social life. These things and my precious evening walks, the full length of Titusville's Main Street, alone or with some girl friend while we talked of things deepest in our minds. But in all this there was no boy. I was not long in discovering him when I reached Allegheny, for the taboos I encountered at the start soon yielded under the increased number of women in college, in special courses, in the preparatory department. They swept masculine prohibitions out of the way, took possession, made a different kind of institution of it, less scholastic, gayer, easier going. The daily association in the classrooms, the contacts and appraisements, the mutual interests and intimacies, the continual procession of college doings, which in the nature of things required that you should have a masculine attendant, soon put me at my ease. I was learning fast, but the learning carried its pains. I still had a stiff-necked determination to be free. To avoid entangling alliances of all kinds had become an obsession with me. I was slow in laying it aside when I began to take part in the social life of the college, and because of it I was guilty of one performance which was properly enough a scandal to the young men. There were several men's fraternities in the college. Most of the boys belonged to one or another. It was an ambition of the fraternities to put their pins on acceptable town and college girls. You were a Delta girl, or a Gamma girl, or a Phi Psi girl. I resented this effort to tag me. Why should I not have friends in all the fraternities? And I had. I accumulated 4 pins and then, one disastrous morning, went into chapel with the 4 pins on my coat. There were a few months after that when, if it had not been for 2 or 3 non-frat friends, I should have been a social outcast. I spent 4 years in Allegheny College, measured by what I got instead of by what I did not get, and was obliged to learn later. I regard them as among the most profitable of my life. I find often that men and women accuse the college of not opening their minds to life as it is in the world. For a mind sufficiently developed to see life as it is, I cannot conceive a more fruitful field than the classics. If I had been sufficiently mature, I could have learned from George Haskins, teachings of Cicero and Tacitus and Livy more than I know today about the ways of men in their personal and their national relations, more of the causes of war, of the weaknesses of governments. But I was not ready for it. Life is the great teacher, and she leads us step by step. It is not the fault of the human teacher that his pupil must learn to climb by climbing. It was in the spring of 1880 that I graduated. I still carried the same baggage with which I had entered, a little heavier to be sure, a little better packed, a little better adapted to the purpose. The only difference which threatened disturbance was that I had added an item which I had refused to bring with me in 1876. Then I was not willing to believe I would ever marry. Now I thought possibly some day I might. But the item was not heavy enough at least to prevent my rejoicing over the fact that I was graduating with a job. I had signed a contract with an institution of which I had never heard until the negotiations leading to it opened. After frequent communications with the faculty, a representative of the Poland Union Seminary of Poland, Ohio, with some misgivings had employed me to serve as its preceptress, $500 a year and board yourself. I was jubilant. It meant economic independence, the first plank in my platform. I would use my leisure to work with the microscope. I would save my money. I would one day go abroad and study with some great biologist. I would never abandon my search for the beginning of life, the point where I expected to find God. It was then with entire confidence in the future that I started out in August of 1880 for the town of Poland on the Western Reserve of Ohio, to begin what women were then talking of in more or less odd tones as a career. A start and a retreat. If I had been going on my honeymoon, I should scarcely have been more expectant or more curious than I was in August of 1880 when I left home to take my first position. Preceptress of Poland Union Seminary, Poland, Manning County, Ohio, $500, 00 a year and board yourself. Poland was not a long journey from my home, 4 or 5 hours. I found the village delightful. It had the air of having been long in existence, as it had. Here there was no noise of railroads, no sign of the coal and steel and iron industries which encircled it but had never passed its boundaries. Here all people seemed to me to live tranquilly in roomy houses with pleasant yards or on nearby farms where there were fine horses and fat-blooded sheep, and where planting and harvesting went ahead year in and year out in orderly fashion. The chief and only industry of Poland was its seminary, now about 30 years old. It was a community enterprise started in 1848 by Mr. B.F. Lee, the financial agent who had hired me. Everybody in the village had subscribed to its endowment. Practically every church had at one time or another been its patron. The long depression of the 70s had crippled its finances sadly, but times were better now, and the well-to-do presbytery of Manning County had agreed to take it under its care. But I was soon to learn that Poland Union Seminary, in spite of the patronage of the presbytery, lived on a narrow and worn shoestring. Moreover, I at once divined, kind as were those who were responsible for my being there, that I had been injected into a situation of which Mr. Lee had given me no hint strong enough to penetrate my inexperience. It was serious enough, as on the very day the school bell first rang for me, the villagers began to let me know. Men and women would stop me on the street to say, "So it's you that's taking Miss Blakely's place. You have no idea how badly we feel about her resigning. I went to school to her, my father and mother went to school to her. I had hoped all my children would go to her. She was a wonderful teacher, a beautiful character. You look pretty young, you haven't had much experience, have you?" I was not long in learning that the devotion of the community to Miss Blakely was deserved. The village was right in honoring her, in mourning her. It no doubt felt a certain satisfaction in letting me know at the start it in no way regarded me as an adequate substitute. Its insistence was such that, before the end of my first fortnight, I was ready to resign. My morale would hardly have been so quickly shaken if I had not at once discovered to my consternation that there was an important part of my duties which was in danger of proving too much for me. The worst of it was that it concerned the largest block of pupils in an institution where every pupil counted, where Mr. Lee regarded it as of vital importance that every pupil be given what he wanted. Here he advertised you could prepare for college. Here you could have special advanced work in anything you wanted. And Mr. Lee was right if the seminary was to live as a cog in the country's educational wheel. Somebody ought to write. Perhaps somebody has written of the passing of this once valuable institution. It came before the college and the high school, and for a time did the work of both. But when the high school began to prepare students for the college and the colleges added preparatory departments, and at the same time offered special courses, the seminary slowly realized that it must either go out of business or combine with one or another of its healthy growing rivals. In a few places, as in Poland Village, the seminary was hanging on tenaciously, trying to demonstrate that it was still a better man than these new undertakings, these high schools, these colleges with their preparatory schools. The faculty which was to make the demonstration at Poland was made up of 3 persons. In order of rank, the president, the preceptress, her assistant. The acting president insisted on all the perquisites of his title. His chief duty he regarded as conducting the chapel with more or less grandiloquent remarks. When my assistant and I complained of too much work, he would scowl and say that his executive duties made it impossible for him to take on more classes. The result was that I started out with 2 classes in each of 4 languages, Greek, Latin, French, and German, as well as classes in geology, botany, geometry, trigonometry. In addition, there was my threatened Waterloo, the 2 largest classes in the school, one in what was called verb grammar, the other, percentage arithmetic, so named from the points in the textbooks where the term's work began. From time immemorial, these 2 classes had been conducted in the interests of the district school teachers of the territory. It was the custom for these teachers to spend 1 term a year in the seminary, where, regardless of the number of years they had been teaching, the number of times they had treated themselves to a period of study. They always, so I was told, insisted on their verb grammar and their percentage arithmetic. It was like a ritual. As they were the numerical backbone of the institution, there was nothing so important in the judgment of management as their satisfaction. It was a killing schedule for one person, but I was so eager, so ridiculously willing, so excited, and also so fresh from college that I did not know it. Indeed, as I look back on it, I think I did fairly well, all things considered. I should have had no great alarm about my success if it had not been for the grammar and the arithmetic. From the first day, I realized I was on ground there which, once familiar, was now almost unintelligible. I could and did teach my geometry and trig with relish. I could and did pilot fairly advanced classes in 4 languages so that the pupils at least never discovered that in one of them I was far beyond my depth, and that in all of them I at times knew myself to be skating on thin ice. But these district school teachers, several of them older than I, were not to be deceived or bluffed. They had had experience, I had not, and like the villagers of Poland, they proposed to make me realize that no college diploma could make up for inexperience. Experience in percentage arithmetic and verb grammar came from doing the same examples and diagramming and parsing the same sentences year after year and going back to teach them in their communities. Many of these examples were tricky. Many of the sentences were ambiguous. They had learned solutions for both, solutions which had the backing of tradition. I was soon terrified lest I be trapped, so scared I would wake up in the night in cold sweats. This was my state of mind when one day the most important man in the village, Robert Walker, the local banker, stopped me on the street. "Sis," he said, he was to always call me sis, "Sis, you are following a fine teacher." I could have wept the same old story, but don't worry, what you must do is keep a stiff upper lip. "Oh, thank you, sir," I said as I hurried on lest I cry in the street. But that keep a stiff upper lip, coming from the man it did, restored me, and I resolved, cost what it would, to find a way to master my district school teachers. True, it took me 2 months to discover the weak place in their armor. Finally, I learned they were solving problems and parsing sentences not according to principles, but according to answers they had learned. The reason they insisted on going over them year after year at the seminary was to keep the solutions in their memory. I had no skill in solving puzzles, but I did know something about the principles and determined to try them on problems and sentences that were not in their books or any books to which they had access. And so one day, luckily for me before they had a chance to demonstrate my incapacity, as 2 or 3 of them I am confident were expecting to do, I casually put on the board 2 or 3 rather tough examples from outside arithmetics, 2 or 3 not simple sentences from grammars I felt sure they had never seen. I always recall with satisfaction the perplexity with which the 2 or 3 young men I most feared looked at what I had set for them, their injured protest. But those examples are not in our books. What difference does that make? The only important thing is that you know the principles. If you can't apply them, why learn them? After a month of excursions into territory unfamiliar to them, I had them humbled and slowly grasping certain new ideas. I knew I was regarded with respect. It was the one conquest in the 2 years I spent as the preceptress of the Poland Union Seminary, of which I was proud. Before these 2 years were up, Mr. Lai must have realized he would never get from me the help he needed in his ambition to preserve the school as a seminary, that I would never become another Miss Blakely. He wanted someone ambitious to make teaching a life work. I was not. Teaching was a mere stepping stone in my plan of life, and at Poland Union Seminary it had proved a slippery stone. From the time I bounded out of bed in the morning, for in those days I did bound out of bed, until I dropped into it at an early hour, dead tired, I had no time for my microscope. It had become dusty on the table, but the passion for it and what it might reveal was still strong in me. My confidence that I could save money to continue my studies on $500 a year had proved illusory. I found myself coming out short, obliged to borrow from my father. There came to be a mutual, if unspoken, agreement between Mr. Lee and me that I should resign. Neither of us was getting what he had hoped, and so at the end of the second year, June 1882, I gave up teaching as a stepping stone. So far as I could then see or did see for a long time, This first effort at an independent, self-directing life was an interlude which had no relation to what I wanted at the time to do or what, as it turned out, I did do. The most lasting impressions and experiences in this Poland interlude had little or nothing to do with my work in the seminary. They came from the friendships I formed while that work went on, centering in the family of the understanding gentleman who had at the outset stopped me on the street to say, "Keep a stiff upper lip." I was soon to realize that this shrewd bit of advice was instigated by his daughter Clara, who was to become and who remains one of my dearest friends. Indeed, it was due to her understanding and affection that my 2 years in Poland, quite apart from the professional disappointment in them, were the gayest, most interesting, and in many ways the happiest of my life up to that time. Clara Walker, or Dot, as high and low in and about Poland called her, was a fine example of the out-of-door girl of the 80s, the girl who had revolted against lacing, high heels, long skirts, and substituted for them an admirable uniform of independence, tailor-made coat and skirt, high-neck shirtwaist with four-in-hand tie, flat heels. This outfit suited Clara Walker's sturdy figure, her vigorous and free movement. Her eyes suited her costume, for they were gray, direct, merry, looking unwaveringly on everybody and everything. Dot was close-mouthed, but when she sensed possible unfairness in a situation which interested or concerned her, she had her own wordless way of dealing with it. It was she who realized the determination of the villagers of Poland to make me feel that I never could fill Miss Blakely's place to their satisfaction. She was loyal as they to the old teacher, but she wanted me to have my chance, and the first week of school announced herself my champion by appearing at the door of the seminary as I was making my weary way out at the end of the day. "Wouldn't you like to take a drive?" she said. And there stood her smart turnout. What an escape from verb grammar and percentage arithmetic and my growing inferiority complex. From that time, she never lagged in her determination to help me conquer my problem by taking me away from it. She apparently took real pleasure in showing me the country. Never a week that we did not go somewhere. Into town for the theater. The first time I saw Mary Anderson, then the most beloved actress as well as the most beautiful woman in the country, was in Youngstown in Pygmalion. To big farms with great flocks of blooded sheep and horses and ponies, to coal mines and iron mills, to little old towns and rundown settlements skipped, like Poland, by the invasion of industry. Clara peopled all these various places with the unadorned realistic tales of living and dead men and women. She had been born and had grown up in Manning County. She had a widely scattered family connection, but most important was her genuine interest in all human beings and theirs in her. She was a perfect listener, never prying. People liked to talk to her. She never forgot, related things, judged shrewdly and kindly, with the result that she had in her mind a map of the human life of the country, quite as reliable as a road map, a map in warm, humorous colors. Years later, I realized that in those 2 years in Poland, I had had under my eyes a vivid picture of what happens to the farmer. His home, his town, his children when industry invades his land. This Manning country had been so rich, so apparently stable. The men and women so loved what they and their forebears had done that they yielded slowly to the coal miner and the millman, but they were giving way in the 80s. The furnace was in the backyard of the fine old houses with their ample barns, and the shaft of the coal mine in the richest meadows. The effort to reconcile the two was making, but industry was conquering. The destruction of beauty, the breaking down of standards of conduct, the growth of the love of money for money's sake, the grist of social problems facing the countryside from the inflow of foreigners and the instability of work. All this was written for him who could read. I could not read then, but I gathered a few impressions, which I realize now helped shape my future interests and thinking. It was on these long drives I first learned that not cities alone, but all communities have dregs, slums. Strange that it should be in such a place as Poland, but here it was, a disreputable fringe where a group of men and women had long been living together with or without marriage. You heard strange tales of incest and lust, of complete moral and social irresponsibility, and they were having a scandalously jolly time of it. Why I was not more shocked, I do not know. Probably because incest and lust were almost unknown words to me in those days. And there were indelible impressions of the industrial world. When we drove into Youngstown, 10 miles away, we passed between iron furnaces lying along the Manning River. After the long depression of the 70s, they were again busy, and into the valley were coming hundreds and hundreds of foreigners brought from Europe by the news that there was once again work in the United States. It was in passing through the very heart of this furnace district, one night returning from the theater, that I first learned of the terrible dangers that lie in the smelting of ore. A furnace had burst, men had been trapped by the molten metal, and their charred remains were being carried across the road. Unforgettable horror. And it was on one of these chance drives that I first saw what women can do in moments of frenzied protest against situations which they cannot control. First had my faith challenged in the universally peaceful nature of my sex. I learned the meaning of maenads, furies, as we came upon a maddened, threatening crowd rushing towards the offices of the mills which had been shut down without warning. It was led by big, robust, shrieking women, their hair flying, their clothes disheveled. It was a look into a world of which I knew nothing. But like the charred bodies carried across the road, as I rode from the theater, it was an unforgettable thing. There were other introductions to the industrial world less horrifying. It was while in Poland that I first went into a coal mine, a deep, old-fashioned coal mine, a subsidiary to a farm. Under some of these great farms with their blooded sheep, their fine orchards and fields, their horses and ponies, coal had been found. And it was being mined as a side line of the farm, a new kind of crop. Near the head of the shaft were little houses for the miners, and when dull times came and the mine was shut down, the farmers took on their care. There was a slaughter of an immense number of pigs, the putting down of barrels of pork, the smoking of an incredible number of hams, the making of sausages and head cheese. But why all this? I asked. Oh, said my hostess, mining is unstable business. When there are long shutdowns, we must help the miners out, see that they have food. The intimacy with Dot Walker gave me a home. Mrs. Walker treated me as a daughter, and as for Robert Walker, who still called me Sis, he liked to have me around and to give me a word of wise counsel now and then. It is because, in those months, I learned him to be as kindly, shrewd, honest, simple-minded a man as I have ever known that I must interrupt my narrative long enough to put in here the story of one of the cruelest episodes of which I personally have known in the 50 years that I have been a more or less understanding observer of our national political life. The story is of Robert Walker and his one-time friend William McKinley, the 25th President of the United States. When I became an intimate of the Walker household, a person I often heard mentioned by its head was the Major, Major McKinley. Now it was not in 1880 a name unfamiliar to me. I had met it already at Allegheny College, where McKinley had once been a student. When the Civil War broke out, he had joined the exodus of students who volunteered at the first call. He had come out of the war a major, studied law, and settled in Canton, Ohio, only 60 or 70 miles from Poland and in the same congressional district. Here in 1876, the Manning District, as it was called, had sent him to Congress. It was a matter of interest in Allegheny in my time to have one of its former students turn out a congressman, its usual crop being teachers, preachers, and missionaries. When I came to Poland, I learned quickly that McKinley had lived there as a boy, had attended the seminary, and was their proudest example of the boy who had made good. For 4 years, he had been their congressman. How they boasted of him! How solidly they voted for him! I was not long in the Walker household before I sensed something more in Robert Walker than a citizen's pride in McKinley. It was that species of adoration a modest, honest-minded man often has for his leader who can do no wrong. I realized this when I first saw them together. The Major had come to our seminary commencement in June of 1881. I remember nothing at all of the speech he made, but the scene on the wide green in front of the village church after the exercises were over remains vivid. Scattered about were scores upon scores of girls and women in the frilly white gowns, the long white feather boas, the flower-trimmed hats, the gay parasols of the period. And in and out wound the Major, shaking hands, smiling, exchanging friendly greetings. All together at home, no backslapping, no kissing of babies. It was all so gentle, so like a picture of an English garden party where the politics are hidden beneath the finest of social veneers. And there was Robert Walker, almost effulgent. "Well, sis," he asked me later, "what do you think of the Major?" a remark to which he expected no answer. What answer other than his could there be? What I did not know then was that from the beginning of William McKinley's political career, Robert Walker had been his chief, and for a time, I think, his only financial backer. Beginning with his first campaign for Congress in 1875, Mr. Walker had advanced the major 2,000 for expenses. He continued equal advances before each successive campaign, the understanding being that $1,000 a year was to be paid on the debt. Along with this financial support went a staunch support of all the majors' political ideas. These ideas were those of the Republican Party, and for men like Robert Walker, the party was hallowed. It was the party of Lincoln. Loyalty to Lincoln required loyalty to all that was directly or indirectly connected with him. Is Robert Lincoln a dude? One of my Manning County acquaintances asked me years later when I told him that I had been talking with Robert Lincoln about his father. Is he a dude? By which he meant, as I took it, a kind of Ward McAllister. No, not that, I assured him. Well, he said reflectively, even if he was a dude, I would vote for him for president because he is Abraham Lincoln's son. The chief test of loyalty to the party of Lincoln in Ohio was the degree of support given to the high protective tariff. William McKinley's support was devout and unqualified. He looked on a duty so low that it allowed importations as a species of treason. There was tin plate, for example. The year that I went to Poland, 1880, McKinley first espoused a duty on tin plate. There was strong opposition among iron and steel manufacturers. They felt they already had all they could look after in Congress. But when they told this to McKinley, his answer was that unless they supported tin plate, he would not support their tariffs. Naturally, they yielded, and tin plate was added to their list of proteges. McKinley felt so sure of ultimate victory for the duty that he evidently did not hesitate to advise his friends to get ready for its coming. At all events, he encouraged Robert Walker, suggested to him, in fact, that he establish in Youngstown, Ohio, a stamping plant for the making of tinware, taking with him as partner his brother-in-law Andrew J. Duncan. As Andrew Duncan had no money to invest, the major gave to Mr. Walker a sheaf of signed notes to be used whenever he had need of money. Now Robert Walker was not a manufacturer. He was a farmer and a good one, a coal operator, the banker of the village of Poland and the surrounding country, but it was not in Robert Walker's nature to refuse to help the major or his relatives in their ambitions, as he had already frequently proved. Indeed, at that time he was backing McKinley's brother Abner in a business venture, which was soon to fail with loss of all he had put in. But Robert Walker's faith in McKinley's wisdom was such that he could not conceive of failure in anything he advised. The plant was started in 1890. There could not have been a more unlucky moment to launch a new industry. The long depression of the 90s was beginning. Iron and steel were already seriously affected. Money was tight. Robert Walker found himself almost at once forced to use the major's notes. He found only too soon that he had embarked on a hopeless undertaking, and in February of 1893 the works were closed. Now at that moment, Mark Hanna and his colleagues on the National Republican Committee were counting on William McKinley to win the presidential election for them in 1896. The announcement that he was involved in the Walker failure to the tune of some $100,000, more than the combined fortune of himself and wife, was a cruel blow to their plan. McKinley was straightforward with them. He had signed the notes. He must give up politics, go back to the law, and pay his honest debts. But that could not be permitted. He was too important. $100,000 was a small sum compared to what the Republican Committee expected from his election. The money was raised, not so quietly. It became necessary to explain how McKinley had become involved to this amount, and the explanation which McKinley's political friends put out was that he was a victim of a man named Walker. As Mark Hanna's able biographer, Herbert Croly, calls him, a man whom he had trusted, and who had deceived him as to the amount of money he was raising on his notes. That is, the Republican Committee deliberately put on Robert Walker the stigma of fraud, presented him to the public as a man who had betrayed confidence, and William McKinley never denied their presentation. I have it from Robert Walker and from his daughter that no note of William McKinley was ever cashed without consulting him, and I believe them. Moreover, Andrew Duncan was in this enterprise and knew what was going on. It is an interesting fact that when my friend Clara Walker, who kept the accounts for the McKinleys and her father, went the morning after the announcement of the failure to her office in Youngstown, all her books had disappeared along with many papers which belonged to the firm. I had been living abroad for 2 years when all this happened, but just before I had left America, I had talked with Robert Walker about his venture, the money he was trying to raise on McKinley's notes. His confidence was untarnished. "The Major knows, sis, he will see this thing through. I'd do anything to back him." And he did. When on my return I went to see my friends, I found they had given up practically everything, and Robert Walker himself was utterly broken by the ignominy heaped on him. I begged him to give me his side of the story, let me tell it, told him I would never rest until I had an opportunity to put down what I knew of his long support of the Major's ambitions, what I believed of him as a man of unselfish integrity. He absolutely and finally refused. Nobody would ever believe the Major could do anything wrong. I didn't. But the Major had allowed the oldest and most loyal friend he had in his public life to be ruined not only in fortune, but in reputation. Now that Robert Walker and Mrs. Walker are both gone, and reviving the episode can no longer give them pain, it gives me a certain solace to put down the story as I believe it. I was leaving Poland, but what was I to do? Today, with my passion for the microscope still undimmed, I would naturally seek a place in one of the many laboratories now open to women. Hundreds of women in the country bent on scientific research are now in industrial, institutional, or governmental laboratories, but in 1882 there was almost nothing of that kind open to women. The change is due, first, to the tremendous advance in scientific research. Second, to the way women have proved their adaptability to laboratory work. No doubt the great majority of them are, like the majority of women in offices, laboratory wives, but we have inspired workers among them. Probably, all things considered, as large a proportion as among men. If things had been as they were in 1876, when I asked my father if he could put me through college, and he had so cheerfully and happily, I think, agreed, I could have asked to be financed for higher studies. But things were not as they had been, and it would have been quite out of the question in 1882, when I decided that my first step towards economic independence was mistaken, for him to finance me. The country was coming into a new depression, that of 83 and 84, and the oil business was in a serious state for those who produced the oil. But my home was open, wide open. I think it was this fact that is at the bottom of my strong conviction that the home is an essential link in the security of men and women. After one has gone forth on his own, there frequently comes a time when he is shelterless as far as his own resources go. To have a refuge of which he is sure is one of the most heartening and stabilizing experiences in a life. If my Poland venture was a failure professionally, it did not throw me on the street. I had a place to go and think it over. When I asked my mother if it would be all right for me to come home, her answer was what it always was to be in the future when I was obliged, more than once, to make the request. Of course, that is your right. That is, my father and mother looked on the home they had created not as something belonging only to them, a place they had for their comfort and privacy. It was a place for all of those in the family procession who had no other place to go. In turn, I saw that home open to grandmother and grandfather, aunts and uncles, children and grandchildren, quite regardless of the extra burden it put on their resources, limitations on their space, the irritations and complications that are always bred by the injection of extra persons, however beloved and close, into a settled group. It was in June 1882 that I went back home, dusted my desk in the tower room now shared with my sister's playhouse and dolls, set up my microscope and went to work on the hydrozoa. But not for long. A fresh start, a second retreat. It was the custom of the Tarbell household to do its part in entertaining the Methodist ministers and presiding elders who periodically filled the pulpit of our church. In the winter after my return from the Poland venture, we had a guest, an important local personage, Dr. Theodore L. Flood, a preacher who had retired from active ministry to take the editorship of a magazine called the Coeducational, published in the town 30 miles from Titusville, where I had so recently spent 4 years. Meadville, the home of Allegheny College. On this visit, Dr. Flood asked me to help him out for a month or two in a new department in his magazine. I was quick to accept, glad to be useful, for I had grown up with what was called the Chautauqua movement. Indeed, it had been almost as much a part of my life as the oil business, and in its way it was as typically American. If we had a truer measure for values, we would count it more important. This Chautauqua movement had grown out of a Methodist camp meeting held annually at Fair Point on the pleasant lake which in my childhood had been the terminus of our most ambitious all-day excursions. The president of this association, by 1870, was a man justly respected in all that part of the world for his good deeds, as well as his business acumen, Lewis Miller, a manufacturer of Akron, Ohio. Mr. Miller was to be known nationally as the father-in-law of Thomas Edison, but old-time Chautauquans put it the other way. Edison is Lewis Miller's son-in-law. That was enough recommendation for Edison in their minds. Lewis Miller's interest in Chautauqua went beyond the annual camp meeting. He saw the opportunity to build up there a summer home where parents could give their children healthy out-of-door amusement, protection from the evil ways of the unregenerate, and sound modern instruction in the Bible. Sympathy with this program induced a half-dozen families in the Titusville Methodist Church to join in the purchase of a lot on the outskirts of the grounds and start a Titusville settlement, a cottage with a mess hall and a few rooms, tents serving as sleeping quarters for extras. Father joined the colony soon after we moved to Titusville. We had a tent and a flat-bottomed boat. Through the years I have been recalling, the years in high school, college, as preceptress of Poland Union Seminary, part of all my summers had been spent at Chautauqua. Lewis Miller's laudable attempt to furnish attractive instruction in the Bible meant little or nothing to me at first. The flat-bottomed boat meant a great deal. But in 1874, something happened that dragged me away from the water. Lewis Miller had persuaded the most eminent advocate of the Sunday school in America, Dr., afterwards Bishop, John H. Vincent, to select Fair Point as the home of a national interdenominational Sunday school institute, which he and those who saw with him had been for some time planning. The first session of this new organization was held in 1874 under the name of the Chautauqua Assembly. It was recognized at once as a revolution, upsetting the old order. The most spectacular feature of the revolution was the Chautauqua platform, making as it did stirring, challenging contacts with current intellectual life. There one heard the great speakers of the day on all sorts of subjects. Their fine concerts were given. It was the scientific lectures which caught me, particularly those of Dr. R. Ogden Dormis of New York. His platform experiments, in which two skillful women assisted, excited me as I had never been before. But what aroused me most were certain demonstrations with a magnificent microscope which they were giving in a little building at one side. Nothing in the world seemed to matter to me so much as to be able to talk with these women, to ask their advice about the work I was beginning with the little instrument bought with my own carefully saved money. Perhaps, oh perhaps, I dreamed, they would let me look through the great beauty they handled so deftly, focus it, watch the life which went on in its field. So one day I hung around after the talk was over, slipped up to them, steeled myself to tell them that I was going to be a microscopist, begged them to give me a few lessons, advise me. The two ladies smiled down from their height, so plainly showing they thought me a country child with a queer behavior complex. Quite impossible, they said, and turned back to their conference with Dr. Dormis. Abashed, humiliated, but luckily too angry to cry, I made my way back to my flat-bottomed boat. I would show them, I resolved, clenching my fists. It was years before I attempted again to get from a Chautauqua undertaking more than it was offering to the public at large. There were many of these undertakings. Dr. Vincent saw to that. A man better fitted by experience, conviction, and personality to persuade a half-asleep, wholly satisfied community to accept a new order could not have been found in the America of the 80s. John Vincent was 42 years old when he came to Chautauqua, handsome, confident, alert, energetic, radiating well-being. And he was an orator, and orating at Chautauqua made men tolerant even of heresy. He went about his business of organizing the work of the assembly with a skill which commanded the admiration of everybody, even those hostile to the secularization of their beloved camp meeting. As a platform manager, I never have known his equal. He had magnetism, but he knew when and how to turn it on. He was shrewd, cunning, pungent. He pricked bubbles, disciplined his audience. The Chautauqua audience came to be one of the best-behaved out-of-door audiences in the country. The fact that we were out of doors had persuaded us that we were free to leave meetings if we were bored or suddenly remembered that we had left bread in the oven or that the baby must have wakened. When the performance had been stopped once or twice to give that lady a chance to go out without further disturbing the speaker, we learned to stay at home or to sit out the lecture. There is only one word to describe what Lewis Miller and Dr. Vincent now did to Chautauqua, and that is electrification. The community was made up mainly of hardworking men and women who wanted a vacation in surroundings where they would not have to worry about the children. Certainly, if high fences with gates through which you could not pass in or out after 10 p.m. Never pass without your ticket, and not even with one on Sundays, if watchful guards and 10 o'clock curfew, if a mass public opinion on the part of elders in support of these restrictions could have suppressed all the mischief and lawlessness in the youth which swarmed Chautauqua, parents were right in sleeping tranquilly. As a matter of fact, I never knew of any serious offenses, though there probably were many which I was still too much of a little girl to recognize. The worst mischief in which I personally assisted was playing tag up and down the relief model of Palestine, which skirted the lake as Palestine does the Mediterranean. It was spotted with plaster of Paris models of towns from Damascus to Bethsaida. I remember one rule of our game was that you could not be tagged if you straddled Jerusalem. The most serious vandalism of which I knew, and in which I had no part, was stealing Damascus or Nazareth or Tyre, and carrying it away bodily. Dr. Vincent did not change the restrictions, but he made them more endurable by the fresh interest he put into our lives. His effect on the community physically was immediate. It began to grow. The sound of the hammers nailing together the, for the most part, flimsy cottages was never still. The result was very like what Mark Twain found in the summer colony of Onteora in the Catskills in its first year. The partitions so thin you can hear the women changing their minds. Housekeeping improved. It had been as sketchy as the cottages' picnic housekeeping. You saw them at it, out in the rear of their cottages over an old wood stove or stone fireplace, the men in their shirt sleeves, the women in big aprons, if not wrappers. Planks on sawhorses for tables, mats, we had not learned to say doilies yet, benches for seats. The natural practice of bringing discarded furniture from home to furnish the cottages led to the only distinctive piece of Chautauqua furniture I recall, a long, high-backed bench made from an old-fashioned four-post bedstead. There were few garrets in all the country about Chautauqua that did not harbor one or more such bedsteads. They had been hidden away when families could afford the new-styled quartered oak or walnut bedroom suites. Some ingenious mind had seen that by shortening the side pieces of a four-poster to seat width, using the headboard for a back, you had a commodious and, with cushions, a comfortable seat, even couch. They were scattered all over the place. With the coming of Dr. Vincent, Chautauqua rapidly developed a promenade along the south end of the lakefront. Cottages here were lathed and plastered, had wicker chairs on their verandas, and the residents soon were taking their meals at the really stately Athenaeum Hotel. It was in this front row that Dr. and Mrs. Vincent came to live in a tent deluxe with a real house, so it looked to us, behind it. Sometimes when we were properly dressed and shod, we walked past the hotel and the cottages housing our aristocrats, and if by chance we saw Dr. or Mrs. Vincent, or, best of all, the Vincent's little boy, George, we later learned his name to be, why, then we boasted of it at the supper table as one might say today, I saw President Roosevelt, Mrs. Roosevelt, Sisty, Buzzy. Dr. Vincent kept the place on its toes not only by the steady improvement of its platform, its amusements, in the quality of the people who came to teach and preach, but by a steady flow of new undertakings. He planned incessantly to stir not only our souls but our minds. We came to expect new ideas at each successive session and were never disappointed if sometimes a little bewildered. Behind all these various undertakings was the steadying hand of Lewis Miller, the silent partner, who had begun by spying out the land, establishing a community, laying the foundations for the institution as it exists today, a center of democratic Christian culture. Dr. Vincent's masterpiece, as I always thought, came in 1878 when he laid before his Chautauquans a plan which had been long simmering in his never-quiet mind. He did this in the finest of what we call inspirational talks that I ever heard. At least it stirred me so deeply that I have never forgotten the face of the orator nor, more important, the upturned faces of his hearers. He announced a scheme for a 4-year course of home reading under the direction of the Chautauqua management, adapted to men and women who had missed a college education, but who felt a deep desire for knowledge and were willing to adopt any practical plan which would give them a college outlook. It was to be called the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle. Now this does not sound exciting, but as a matter of fact it was deeply exciting, for the speaker was pouring out his heart. He had never had a college education. He had never ceased to feel the lack of what he believed it would have given him. He had struggled to make up for his loss by persistent, systematic daily reading and study. Establishing the habit as a boy, he had never abandoned it. It had given him deep satisfaction, supplied, he thought, the college outlook. He believed there were thousands of men and women in the United States, scores, possibly hundreds, in his audience, who had been forced, as he had been, to sacrifice their early ambitions for education. They had hidden the hunger in their hearts where at times it still gnawed. He was offering them the same help he had found, and confidently, glowingly, he outlined the course of home reading, which Dr. John H. Finley has so aptly named the American adult education pioneer. The uplifted faces all about me told the story, particularly the faces of the women of 30 or more. Women of that generation had had their natural desire for knowledge intensified by the women's rights movement, in which the strongest plank had been a demand for the opportunity for higher education. These women were now beyond the day when they could go to college, but here was something which they saw intuitively was practical. The immediacy of their response was in a degree accounted for by their devotion to Dr. Vincent. I suppose most of the women who frequented Chautauqua were more or less in love with him. The worship a man of overflowing sentiment receives from the benches, but most of his audience would have preferred to die rather than reveal their secret passion. Well, it was a great emotional experience with large and immediate practical results. For, before the summer session was over, 8,000 people had joined the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle. They had joined, and they were buying the books chosen. The most important volume in that first year's course was Green S. Short History of the English People. In my judgment, the most important book, save one that the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle ever included, that exception being W.C. Brownell's French Traits. The sudden demand for so large and expensive a volume as Green's history, outside of regular trade channels, followed as it was by spectacular sales of other books from which neither publisher nor writer had expected anything out of the normal, set the whole publishing world agog, and naturally raised the question, how are we to get in on this new market? There were many approaches, all legitimate enough so far as I know. I found a rather amusing proof of one not long ago in Marjorie Wiggin Prescott's fine collection of manuscripts and rare books, a volume of Lew Wallace's Ben-Hur, enriched by a letter to the publisher, signed by Mrs. Wallace and dated November 24, 1884. The letter, which is self-explanatory, is reproduced here with Mrs. Prescott's permission. Crawfordsville, Nov. 24, 1884. Dear Sir, because of inquiries of correspondence as to the number of wives Gen. Wallace has had, I have thought best to instruct you to add to the dedication of Ben-Hur, making it to the wife of my youth, who still abides with me. This with Gen. Wallace's consent. Several literary clubs have made it a handbook for study in connection with Roman history. If by some means you could have it adopted by the Chautauqua Club, which numbers 20,000 members, it might be worthwhile to try. Pardon the suggestion. May I ask you to furnish me a report of the sales of Ben-Hur, year by year, from the beginning? With high regard. Very truly yours, Susan E. Wallace. As the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle grew, there came increasing necessity of a steady, sympathetic administration. To help in this task, it was decided in 1880 to establish a monthly organ, the Chautauquan, it was to be called, in which portions of the required readings could be published more cheaply than in book form, and through which, by counsel and suggestions, the leaders could keep in closer touch with the readers, better meet their needs. Dr. Vincent was quick to sense weak places in the organization and ingenious in devising ways to take care of them. It was to try out one of his devices that Dr. Flood was now asking my temporary help. Here was the situation that had been uncovered. Hundreds of those who had joined the Great Circle and bought its books were without dictionaries, encyclopedias, explanatory helps of any kind, and they lived too far away, on the plains, in the mountains, on distant farms, to reach libraries. Headquarters were inundated with questions. How do you pronounce this word, translate this phrase? Who was this man, this woman? What does this or that mean? Could not the Chautauquan take care of this difficulty, suggested Dr. Vincent, by annotating the portions of the various texts to be read in that particular month? Let someone try it out. As I happened to be the someone within reach when Dr. Flood received the suggestion, the attempt was put up to me temporary trial. I was made to understand. Now I had known from childhood homes and towns where there were practically no books beyond the Bible and the children's spellers. As books had always come after bread in our household, I naturally pitied those who did not have them, so I undertook the notes with the determination to make them as helpful as I could. To my surprise and delight, Dr. Vincent sent word to me that I had caught his idea, and that he had advised Dr. Flood to ask me to prepare similar notes each month. "Will you do it?" asked Dr. Flood. I jumped at the chance, calculating that it would take not over 2 weeks of my month, give me pin money, and leave time for the microscope. That my future was in it, I did not dream. But my task required better equipped libraries than Titusville offered. Meadville, only 30 miles away, headquarters for the Chautauquan, had them, and so I arranged to do my work there, remaining until I had read the proofs, an exacting job which never ceased to worry me. What if the accent was in the wrong place? What if I brought somebody into the world in the wrong year? Something of the kind happened occasionally, and when it did, I quickly discovered that, while there might be many Chautauqua readers who did not have books of reference, there were more that did and knew how to use them. Once in touch with the office of the Chautauquan, I began to see things to do. Dr. Flood had little interest in detail. The magazine was made up in a casual, and to my mind a disorderly, fashion. I could not keep my fingers off. A woman is a natural executive. That has been her business through the ages. Intuitively she picks up, sets to rights, establishes order. I began at once to exercise my inheritance, proved useful, was offered a full-time job, and threw myself heartily into an attempt to learn how to make up a magazine in the way I suspected a magazine should be made up. When the long-suffering foreman of the printing office discovered I was in earnest, he undertook my education, taught me the vocabulary. The only galley I had heard of up to that time was a war vessel of the Middle Ages, suggested dummies, and offered a model. He installed a proper respect for the dates on which copy was to be in, and Forms Closed showed me the importance of clean copy by compelling me to see with my own eyes the time it took to make a correction, trained me until I could stand over the closing of the last form and direct the necessary changes to be made in order to make room for a 3-line advertisement which had just arrived, and which, such was the need of the Chautauquan for advertising, must under no consideration be thrown out. When I could do that nonchalantly, I felt as if I had arrived. And this training I owed to as fine a craftsman as there was in the trade at the time. As well, he was a courteous and patient gentleman, Adrian McCoy, long the head of the pressroom where the Chautauquan was printed. My willingness to take on loose ends soon brought to my desk much of the routine office correspondence, letters to be answered by a more or less set form, signed with Dr. Flood's name and mailed without troubling him to read them. In this grist were many letters from readers, women chiefly, who laid their troubles and hopes on our shoulders, confident of understanding and counsel. Dr. Flood's answers to such communications were courteous but formal. Probably he appreciated as I did not that there lay safety. I felt strongly that such an appeal or confidence should have a personal, sympathetic letter, and I began producing them, pouring out counsel and pity. I shudder now to think of the ignorant sentiment I probably spilled. But my career as a professional counselor was checked suddenly by the unexpected result of a series of letters to a contributor. This gentleman, a foreign lecturer and teacher, had been chilled by the lack of understanding by Americans of his ideals. And all of this he was expressing in letters to the office after our acceptance of one or two of his articles. I was deeply touched by his outpourings and answered in kind of course, signing my editor's name. Then one day Dr. Flood received a letter saying that on such a day the gentleman would be in Meadville. He must see the one who so understood him. And come he did. Poor Dr. Flood did not know what it was all about. But these letters, the visitor exclaimed. Oh, Dr. Flood said, Miss Tarbell wrote those, we'll speak to her. And so he was presented, letters in hand, Dr. Flood looking sternly at me and leaving me to my fate. Did you write these letters? The bewildered and disappointed stranger asked. All I could say was, yes, I wrote them. And Dr. Flood never saw them. No, I said, he never does. I might have known it was a woman, he groaned and fled. And that was the last we ever saw or heard of him, but it made a vast difference in my editorial correspondence. I was not satisfied, however, with setting things to rights and counseling the unhappy. Having convinced my editor-in-chief that I could keep his house in better order than he had been interested in doing, I became ambitious to contribute to its furnishing, to extend its field beyond matters purely Chautauquan. I began by offering contributions to what was called the editor's table, the editor's notebook. I began to write articles, even went off on trips to gather information on subjects which seemed to me to be fitting. The first and most ambitious of these undertakings was an investigation made in the Patent Office in Washington of the amount of inventing the records showed women to have done. I had been disturbed for some time by what seemed to me the calculated belittling of the past achievements of women by many active in the campaign for suffrage. They agreed with their opponents that women had shown little or no creative power. That, they argued, was because man had purposely and jealously excluded her from his field of action. The argument was intended, of course, to arouse women's indignation, stir them to action. It seemed to me rather to throw doubt on her creative capacity. Power to create breaks all barriers. Women had demonstrated this, I believed, again and again, while carrying on what I, as an observer of society, was coming to regard as the most delicate, complex, and essential of all creative tasks, the making of a home. There was the field of invention. At the moment it was being said in print and on the platform that, in all the history of the Patent Office, women had taken out only some 300 patents. I had seen so much of woman's ingenuity on the farm and in the kitchen that I questioned the figures, and so I went to sea, feeling very important if scared at my rashness in daring to penetrate a government department and interview its head. I was able to put my finger at once on over 2,000 patents, enough to convince me that, man-made world or not, if a woman had a good idea and the gumption to seek a patent, she had the same chance as a man to get one. This was confirmed by correspondence with 2 or 3 women who at the time were taking out patents regularly. These dashes into journalism, timid and factual as were the results, gave my position more and more body, began slowly to arouse my rudimentary capacity for self-expression. At the same time, my position was enriched by a novel feature of our undertaking, one that any editor of a monthly journal can appreciate. We published but 10 issues, suspending in July and August in order to get out on the grounds at Chautauqua an 8-page newspaper, the Chautauqua Assembly Daily Herald. This meant moving our Meadville staff bodily to the lake late in June. I was soon contributing 2 columns of editorials a day to the Herald, comments on the daily doings of the Assembly, and making many stimulating acquaintances in doing it. Among them, I valued particularly Dr. Herbert B. Adams and Dr. Richard T. Ely of Johns Hopkins University, men who were stirring youth and shocking the elders by liberal interpretations of history and economics. We felt rather proud of ourselves at Chautauqua that we were liberal enough to engage Dr. Adams and Dr. Ely as regular lecturers and teachers, and that our constituency accepted them, if with occasional misgivings. It was not only the faculty of Johns Hopkins which was adding to my friends. One who remains today among those I most value came from its student body, Dr. John H. Finley. Dr. Finley gave several summers to the Assembly Herald, reading its copy and its proofs among other things. It was he who read my 2 columns, and no doubt, kept me out of much trouble. But once there did slip by him a misquotation over which he still chuckles when we talk of Chautauqua days. I made it a practice to head my first column with a digest of the day's happenings, a line to an event, and, as a starter for the paragraph, a quotation. I had been rather pleased one day to select a line from James Thomson. Illustration. Office staff of the Chautauquan, 1888. Miss Tarbell at left, sitting. The meek-eyed morn appears, mother of dews. A copy of the paper was always thrown on the veranda of my upstairs room around 5 o'clock in the morning, and I hopped out of bed to see what had happened to my column. That morning, something dire had happened, for my quotation ran. The weak-eyed worm appears, mother of dews. Eminence came from across the water annually and gave color and importance, so we thought, to our doings. A foreign visitor with whom I had a pleasant acquaintance running over some years was Dr. J.P. Mahaffey of the University of Dublin. Dr. Mahaffey had contributed a series of delightful articles to the required readings in the Chautauquan, Gossip about Greece. And in the summer of 1889, he came over for 2 or 3 courses of lectures at the Assembly. A distinguished figure, he was, and such a contrast in his tweeds, his free movements, his spirited, wide-ranging talk to most of us. My acquaintance grew out of our mutual interest in the flora of any spot where we happened to be. One day as I came in from a botanizing expedition outside the grounds carrying stalks of the lovely field lilies common in the region, Dr. Mahaffey seized my arm. "You care for flowers and plants? I thought American women had no interest in them." A libel I quickly hooted. In defense of my sisterhood, I went diligently to work to show him our summer flora. But he cared for nothing as much as our summer lilies, begged me after the flowering was over to send him bulbs, which I proudly did. In exchange, I received from his Dublin garden seeds of a white poppy which, he wrote me, he had originally gathered in the shadow of the statue of Memnon in Egypt. Those poppies have always gone with me. They flourished in my mother's garden in Titulesville, now they flourish in my Connecticut garden. My life was busy, varied, unfolding pleasantly in many ways, but it also, after 6 years, was increasingly unsatisfactory. So unsatisfactory that I was secretly, very secretly, meditating a change. I was scared by what the Chautauquan seemed to be doing to the plan I had worked out for the development of my mind. I had grown up with a stout determination to follow one course of study to the end, to develop a specialty. The work I was doing demanded a scattering of mind, which I began to fear would unfit me for ever thinking anything through. I realized that an editor of value must have made up his mind about more things than had I, feel himself ready to fight for those things if necessary. I had no program in which the Chautauquan was interested. Moreover, I did not want to be an editor. But to break with the Chautauquan meant sacrificing security. I had always had a vision of myself settled somewhere in a secure corner, simple, not too large. I never had wanted things. I always had a dislike of impedimenta, but I wanted something cheerful and warm and enduring. There I could work over that which interested me, day in and day out, with no alarm for my keep. Now the Chautauquan was a secure berth. So far as I could figure, it would last through my time at least. To give it up meant complete economic insecurity. I probably should not have been willing to sacrifice what I think I had honestly earned if there had not been growing upon me a conviction of the sterility of security. All about me were people who at least believed themselves materially secure. They lived comfortably within their means. They were busy keeping things as they were, preserving what they had. They were the most respectable people in town, but secretly I was beginning to suspect their respectability. One day, listening to a fine elderly Scotch Presbyterian minister who had in his congregation a large group of these stable, secure, best citizens, I was startled when he leaned over his pulpit and, shaking his fist at us, shouted, "You're dyin' of respectability." Was that what was happening to me? I saw with increasing clearness that I could not go beyond a certain point on the Chautauquan, mentally, socially, spiritually. If I remained, it was to accept a variety of limitations, and my whole nature was against the acceptance of limitations. It was contrary to the nature of things as I saw them. To be happy, I must go on with fresh attempts, fresh adventuring. The thing that frightened me earlier in my youth came to the top now. That thing that made me determine I would never marry because it meant giving up freedom was a trap. It was clear enough that I was trapped, comfortably, most pleasantly, most securely, but trapped. As time went on, I realized that this security to which people so clung could not always be counted on. They might think so, But had I not seen beautiful homes sold under the hammer in Titusville, homes of those whom the town had looked on as impregnable financially? In my years on the Chautauquan in Meadville, I had been a shocked observer of one of the many dramatic political failures of the 80s, the defeat of the Republican candidate for governor of Pennsylvania at a critical moment, a Meadville banker, Wallace DeLameter. I was too much of a mugwump to sympathize with the Republican platform, but I liked Wallace DeLameter. I believed him, as I think the records show, to be a tool of a past master of machine politics, Matthew Key. Taken up by Key, the resources of the DeLameter Bank and of allied banks in Meadville at the call of his party, he made a campaign which was called brilliant. There was no doubt of the result in Meadville. I went to bed early, the night of the election, expecting to be aroused by the ringing of bells, the blowing of whistles, for there was to be a celebration. When I awakened with a start, it was broad daylight. Had I slept through the celebration? A sense of doom hung over me. I dressed hurriedly, went down to get the paper. Wallace DeLameter was defeated. Promptly the DeLameter Bank closed, and one after another, 4 banks of the town followed. There was a heavy run on the one remaining, the one where I had my little deposit. The panic in the town was desperate. Everything was going. I don't think I have ever been more ashamed of anything in my life connected with money than I was when I took my bank book and went to my bank to ask for my deposit. It was all the money I had in the world. Times were bad. But I have always continued to be a little ashamed that I yielded to the panic, the more because my bank didn't fail. No, the security men flattered themselves they had achieved was never certain. Moreover, my security was costing more in certain precious things than I was willing to pay. Take the matter of making something professionally sound, useful, justifiable out of myself, which is the only one of these precious things that I am talking about. I could do no more towards it where I was. To begin with, I at last knew what I wanted to do. It was no longer to seek truth with a microscope. My early absorption in rocks and plants had veered to as intense an interest in human beings. I was feeling the same passion to understand men and women, the same eagerness to collect and to classify information about them. I find the proofs of this slow and unconscious change of allegiance in an accumulation of tattered notebooks tucked away for years. Forgotten and only brought out after I had set myself, this curious task of tracing the road I have traveled through my 80 years, trying to find out why I did this thing, and not that, getting acquainted with my own working life. I seem to have begun to enter observations on human beings soon after I had settled down to learn how to put a magazine together in an orderly fashion. I applied the same method that I had used for so many years in collecting and classifying natural objects which excited my curiosity, take leaves, on which I was always keen. I started out in high school to collect them from all the flora in my territory, classifying them by shapes, veins, stalks, color. Rarely do I take up a family book of those early years that there do not fall out from between the pages leaves of one thing or another that I had pressed to help me carry on my scheme of classification. I suspect that I did not get much beyond a glib naming of parts. Something analogous happened when I recognized that men and women were as well worth notes as leaves, that there was a science of society as well as of botany. What had happened was undoubtedly that the tumults, the challenges of my day had finally penetrated my aloofness, and that I was feeling more and more the need of taking a part in them. The decade I spent in Poland and on the Chautauquan had a background not so unlike that of the present decade. At its beginning, we were only 15 years from a civil war which had left behind not only a vast, devastated region with the problem of its reconstruction, but the problem of a newly freed people. It had left bitterness which in intensity and endurance no war but a civil war ever leaves. We had had our inflation, a devastating boom followed by 7 years of depression, outbreaks of all the various forms of radical philosophy the world then knew. Youth talks glibly of communism today as if it had just appeared in the country, but Marxian communists transferred the headquarters of the International to New York City in the 70s. More conspicuous than the communists were the anarchists. Every city in the United States had its little group, preaching and every now and then practicing direct action. Indeed, they were a factor in all the violent labor disturbances of the period. In 1879, prosperity had come back with a whoop, and, as she usually does after a long absence, had quickly exhausted herself by fantastic economic excesses. By the time I undertook to annotate the Chautauqua literary and scientific circles readings, the country had begun to suffer again from its wanton speculation and reckless overbuilding of railroads. Factories and mines and mills shut down, and when work stopped, disorder began, particularly on the railroads of the Southwest. The awful massacre of Chinese in Wyoming, more awful, the Haymarket riot in Chicago followed as it was by the execution of 4 men, all counselors of violence to be sure, but no one of them found guilty either of making or of throwing the bomb. The 80s dripped with blood, and men struggled to get at causes, to find corrections, to humanize and socialize the country. For then as now there were those who dreamed of a good world, although at times it seemed to them to be going mad. The Chautauquan interested itself in all of this turbulent and confused life. Indeed, it rapidly became my particular editorial concern. We noted and discussed practically every item of the social program which has been so steadily developing in the last 50 years, the items which have crystallized into the Square Deal, the New Freedom, the New Deal. The present argument for high wages we made in the 80s. We called it the new economic coefficient in our industrial life. It is the well-paid workman, said the Chautauquan, who is a relatively large consumer. We are built upon a foundation of which this well-paid workman is an important part. As for hours and conditions, we were ardent supporters of the 8-hour day, organized labor's chief aim in the 80s, and we were for contracts between labor and capital, each being held responsible for his side of the bargain. We were for education, arbitration, legislation, the program of the Knights of Labor rather than the program of force which the growing American Federation of Labor was adopting. We discussed interminably the growing problem of the slums, were particularly strong for cooperative housing, laundries, and bake shops. We supported the popular town and country club, seeking to keep a healthy balance between the two. We were advocates of temperance but shied at prohibition, largely, I think, because it had become a political issue, and we did not like to see our idealists going into politics, as Bellamy and Henry George and the leaders of many causes were doing. That is, in the decade of the 80s, we were discussing and thinking about the same fundamentals that we are today. My realization of the stress of the period began at home. Titusville and all the oil region of Pennsylvania were struggling to loosen the hold of the mighty monopoly which, since its first attack on the business in 1872, had grown in power and extent until it owned and controlled over 90% of the oil industry outside of the production of the raw crude. The region was divided into 2 hostile camps, the independent producers and refiners and the Standard Oil Company. Their maneuvers and strategy kept town and country in a constant state of excitement, of suspicion, of hope, and of despair. There was a steady weakening of independent ranks, both by the men worn out or ruined by the struggle, and those who saw peace and security for themselves only in settling and gave up the fight. In those days, I looked with more contempt on the man who had gone over to the Standard than on the one who had been in jail. I felt pity for the latter man, but none for the deserters from the ranks of the fighting independents. Those were the days when the freeing of transportation, the privilege which had more to do with the making of the monopoly than anything else, more even than the great ability of its management, was the aim of all reformers. For years, the independents had worked for an interstate commerce law which would make rate discrimination a crime. To me, such a law had come to have a kind of sanctity. It was the New Freedom, and when it was passed in 1887, I felt an uplift such as nothing in public life, unless I accept Mr. Cleveland's tariff message of the year before, had ever given me. But it was not the economic feature of the struggle in the oil region which deeply disturbed or interested me. It was what it was doing to people themselves, to the people I knew, to my father and mother and their friends. It was the divided town, the suspicion and greed and bitterness and defeats and surrenders. Here was a product meant to be a blessing to men, so I believed, and it was proving a curse to the very ones who had discovered it, developed it. I began to fill pages with notes of things seen and heard, and finally I decided I should write a novel about it. Very secretly indeed, I went at it, assembling a cast, outlining a plot, writing 2 or 3 chapters. Poor stuff. Luckily, I soon found out I was beyond my depth and gave it up. From my notebooks, I judge that I abandoned my novel the more readily because I had conceived what I called a more fundamental research. This was nothing less than a science of society to be illustrated by my own observations on men and women. Looking over it now, I see that the framework came from reading the voluminous discussions of the nature of society, then flooding the public. I took my framework where I found it, but I filled it in with observations, gathered on all sides, of people I knew, heard about, particularly read about in the newspaper. But this ambitious work soon met the same fate as the novel. It broke off at the end of the third chapter, because I had concluded I could not construct society, as it was, until I knew more about woman. I suspected she had played a larger part in shaping society than she realized or perhaps was willing to admit. I was questioning the argument that this is entirely a man-made world. I had found too many woman-made parts in it to accept the characterization at its face value. My science of society would not be honest, I concluded, if the only part woman was allowed to play in it was that of doormat, toy, and tool. I was troubled, too, by the argument that women must be given suffrage if society was to be improved. Man had made a mess of the world, I was told. Woman must take his tools and straighten things up. I did not feel the confidence of my courageous friends. Why should we expect them to do better with the vote than men have done? I asked. Because they are women, I was told. But they were human beings, like men, and they were human beings with no experience of the tools they wanted to use. And I had enough sense of the past to believe that experience counted, and that it would be wise for all men and women to consult it when they tried new ventures. There had been women in public life in the past. What had they done? Had to satisfy myself before I went further with my science of society or joined the suffragists. It was humiliating not to be able to make up my mind quickly about the matter, as most of the women I knew did. What was the matter with me, I asked myself, that I could not be quickly sure? Why must I persist in the slow, tiresome practice of knowing more about things before I had an opinion? Suppose everybody did that. What chance for intuition, vision, emotion, action? My notebooks show that I began my plotting by making out a list of women who seemed to offer food for reflection. The group that excited me most were the women of the French Revolution. I made little studies of several, wrote little pieces about them, and these little pieces I submitted to the editor of the Chautauquan. He published several of them, a study of Madame de Staël, of Marie Antoinette, of Madame Roland. But soon I became heartily ashamed of my sketches, written as they were from so meager an equipment. I felt this particularly about Madame Roland. I made up my mind that I was going to know more about this woman, that she probably would teach me what sort of contribution might be expected from a woman in public life. That meant research. How was I to carry it on? Whatever studying I did depended on my ability to support myself while doing it. Whatever studying I did while on the Chautauquan must be turned into something available for the magazine. My time and strength belonged to it. Obviously, I could not do sufficient research and continue my position. It was as impossible as it had been to act as preceptress of the Poland Union Seminary and at the same time carry on my study with the microscope. Where was I to carry on this research? There was but one place, Paris. And how was I to finance myself in Paris, a strange country and a strange tongue, long enough to write a book? I did not consider the possibility of getting a regular job. I did not want one. I wanted freedom, and I had an idea that there was no freedom in belonging to things, no freedom in security. It took time to convince myself that I dared go on my own, but finally I succeeded. Coming to a decision has a loosening, tonic effect on a mind which has been floundering in uncertainty. Liberated, it rushes gaily, hopefully, to the charting of a new course. I had no sooner resolved to strike out on my own than my mind was bubbling with plans. I forgot that I was 33 years old and, according to the code of my time and my society, too old for new ventures. I forgot that outside of my very limited experience on the Chautauquan, I knew nothing of the writing and publishing world, had literally no acquaintance among editors. I forgot that I was afraid of people, believed them all so much greater and more important than they often turned out to be, that it cost me nervous chills to venture with a request into a stranger's presence. Dismissing all these real handicaps, I plunged gaily into planning for a career in journalism, self-directed, freelance journalism. Surely I could find subjects enough in Paris to write about, subjects that would interest American newspapers. We were in the thick of a great agitation over the condition and the conduct of American cities. The Chautauquan had touched it occasionally. How did Paris keep house? I planned a syndicate of my own which would answer all questions. Out of my newspaper work, might not articles grow for magazines? I thought so, and books, beginning of course with my study of Madame Roland. So long as I told nobody about my plans, they worked beautifully, carried me upward and onward into a new and happier, more profitable, more satisfying world. But when I announced my decision, laid out what I proposed to do, all the glow and confidence went out of me, all the weaknesses in my venture came again to the top. There were friends who said none too politely, "Remember, you are past 30. Women don't make new places for themselves after 30. There were friends who resented my decision as a reflection on themselves. A woman whose friendship I valued said bluntly, "You are one of us. Aren't we good enough for you?" My act was treason in her eyes. The whole force of the respectable circles to which I belonged, that respectable circle which knew as I did not the value of security won, the slender chance of replacing it if lost or abandoned, was against me, and so out of friendliness. When I told my editor-in-chief I was leaving, going to Paris to study, he was shocked. "How will you support yourself?" he asked, really anxious, knowing that I must depend on my own efforts. "By writing," I said. "You're not a writer," he said. "You'll starve." He had touched the weakest point in my venture. I was not a writer, and I knew it. I knew I never should be one in the high sense which I then and still more now give to that word. I had neither the endowment, nor the passion, nor the ambition to be a writer. I was rather a student, wanting to understand things quite regardless of how I could use that understanding if I reached it. There was much selfishness in my wanting to know for the sake of knowing, much of a dead scholar in me, and that dead scholar has always hung, more or less a weight, about my neck. But if I was not a writer, I had certain qualifications for the practice of the modest kind of journalism on which I had decided. I counted no little on my habit of planning in advance what I was going to do, and I had a strong conviction that a plan of my own was worth more than any plan which was made for me. Again, if I could not write, I did have a certain sense of what mattered in a subject and a strong conviction that it was my sense of what mattered, and not somebody else's, that would give my work freshness and strength if it was to have any. Then there was my habit of steady, painstaking work, that ought to count for something, and perhaps I could learn to write. If I were to do so, could I do better than soak myself in French prose? I had read French steadily from my school days. I had done not a little translating of articles from the big reviews for the Chautauquan. If I could live with the language, might I not master something of what seemed to me its essential qualities, those which gave it both body and charm? These qualities were the soundness of structure, the way it held together, and the beautiful clarity of expression. At least I could try for them. But when I tried to explain all this to my critical friends, they continued frankly skeptical, indignant. It was my father and mother who backed me up, though I think they were both puzzled and fearful. "I don't know what you can do, Ida," my father said. "That's for you. If you think you can do it, try it." But in the end, it took all the grit I had to go ahead. Breaking up established relations is not easy. You begin by pulling up deeply rooted things, rooted in your heart. You abandon once cherished purposes. When I left the Chautauquan, I was no longer the eager and confident young woman who 10 years before had started out for herself in Poland, Ohio. I was 10 years older, and I was keenly conscious that I had in those 10 years accumulated a fairly complete collection of shattered idols. That I could forget them as quickly and as completely as I did, I owe to the Paris of the 90s. I had scarcely passed her gates before I had fallen under her spell. At once, I was experiencing all the amazing rejuvenation that comes from falling in love, whatever the object. It was not to be see Paris and die, as more than one friend had jeered. I knew with certainty it was to be see Paris and live. I fall in love. Falling in love with Paris at first sight. A coup de feu, it was, in no way dimmed the energy and the care with which on the day of my arrival I began to put into operation the cautious and laborious plan for self-support I had brought along. It rather intensified it. As I must begin at the bottom to build up contacts with strangers on the other side of the ocean, and as there was but $150 in my pocket, there was no time to waste. In the 10 years I had been trying to support myself, I had learned that the art of spending money is quite as important in a sound financial program as the art of earning it. I had been going on the theory, as I still am, practice is another story, that what I earned must cover my expenses and leave a surplus for emergencies and expansion. I had applied my principles to my small salary on the Coeducational, never over $100 a month, well enough to get myself to Paris, and have this little reserve to care for myself, while I was proving or disproving that I could convince a few American editors whom I had never seen that my goods were worth buying. The first step, obviously, in carrying out my program was cheap living. Luckily for me, 2 of my associates on the Coeducational, excited by my undertaking, had decided to join me. One, Josephine Henderson, was a friend of Titusville days and, like myself, a graduate of Allegheny College. Jo, as we called her, was a handsome woman with a humorous look on life, healthy for me. I have never had a friend who judged my balloons more shrewdly or pricked them so painlessly. With us was a beautiful girl, Mary Henry, the daughter of one of the militant WCTU workers of that day, a neighbor and a friend, as well as a co-worker of the great temperance leader Francis Willard. At the steamer, a friend of Mary's appeared, announcing that she, too, was going along. This meant 4 of us to share rent and food. Back in Titusville, I had picked on the Latin Quarter as at once the cheapest and the most practical place in Paris for one to live who must go on the cheap. Then, too, the university was in the Latin Quarter, and we were all planning to take lectures. I was even flirting with the idea that I might find time to take a degree. So on arrival, putting our bags in the little room of the cheap hotel on the right bank to which we had gone, we headed at once for the Latin Quarter. I had picked on the neighborhood where I wanted to settle, near the Musée de Cluny. Not that I knew a thing about the Musée or what was in it. Simply Cluny was one of the words that had always pulled me. This magic was largely responsible for our settling in the Rue du Sommerard, almost next door to the spot in the city, which save one was to have the greatest fascination as well as the deepest consolation for me. But finding these quarters was no easy task. My friends gulped as I did at the stuffiness, the dinginess, the primitive sanitation, the obvious fleas, and the suspicion of other unmentionable pests in the places at which we looked. But settle I would, and so with groans they consented finally to the taking of 2 tiny bedrooms, a salon, along with the use of a kitchenette in one of the 4 apartments controlled by a Madame Bonnet. Our selection was not as unwise as it looked at the moment. Indeed, as it turned out, Madame Bonnet remained my landlady throughout the coming 3 years. As quickly as we had found our lodging, we established relations with the little shops in the neighborhood where one could for a few sous buy all the makings of a meal. You bought exactly what you needed and no more: a single egg, 1 roll or croissant, a gill of milk, 2 cups apiece of café au lait, never having a drop left in the pot. Brought up as we had all been at loaded tables, the close calculation shocked us at first as something mean, stingy. Why, the very scraps from a meal at home would feed us here. And that was true, more shame to our bringing up. But we learned to buy as our thrifty neighbors did and to like it, and we learned how to order at the cheap and orderly little restaurants of the quarter so as to get a sufficient meal of really excellent food for a franc, then 19 cents, or, as we carelessly reckoned it, 2,100 centimes to a franc. Only on grand occasions did we allow ourselves 2 francs. The pleasantest and most profitable part of the experience was the acquaintances we made with the women who kept the little shops, the little restaurants. As soon as they were convinced of our financial responsibility and our social seriousness, they became friendly, a friendliness not based on the few sous we were spending so carefully, but on interest and curiosity. We were new types to them, but once convinced we were what we pretended to be, they treated us with a deference quite different from the noisy greetings they gave the people of the neighborhood or their rather contemptuous familiarity with the occasional cocotte who strayed in. That is, we were very soon placed by the shopkeepers of the vicinity. It was my first lesson in the skill, almost artistry, with which all classes of the French people classify those with whom they are thrown in contact, notably foreigners. Later I was to observe this in the more highly developed classes, where I established professional relationship. I was a stranger seeking information, an American journalist, a student, so I told them. But what kind of person was I, What was there in me they could tie to, depend upon? Obviously, I was not rich. If I had been, there would have been quickly gathered around me a group to offer entertainment as well as treasures to buy. But it was clear I had little money, so that was out of the question. There are other things by which the French label you, a woman particularly: charm, beauty, chic, l'esprit, seriousness, capacity to work, intelligence, bonté. Those with whom I had dealings for any length of time hit perfectly on my chief asset. I was a worker. A femme travailleuse, they said to one another, and if they passed me to an acquaintance, that was the recommendation. No people believe more than the French in the value and dignity in hard work. I was treated with respect because of my working quality. It was not saying that I should not have gone farther and faster if I had been a beauty, if I had had what they call charm and the fine secret of using it, but they were willing to take me for what I had. Being a worker, the chances were I was serious. I might or might not prove intelligent, but here they gave me the benefit of the doubt and waited for a final answer. That which they were slowest in making up their minds about was goodness, bonté. They were not willing to accept anything but natural, unconscious goodness, and it takes time to make sure about that. While we were finding our way about, I was at work. If I did not have the documents to prove it, I would not believe today that just a week after arriving, and in spite of the excitement and fatigue of settling, I had written and mailed 2 newspaper articles. Enamored as I was of the city, no work could have been more satisfying than that I had laid out for myself. My little self-directed syndicate concerned itself with the practical, everyday life of the city. One is always keen to know all the common things about the thing or person one loves. How did Paris keep herself so clean? What did she eat and drink, and where did she get it? How much did it cost her? Where did she go for fun? How did she manage it that even her very poor seemed to know how to amuse themselves, that her beggars were a recognized institution? There were a multitude of things I thirsted to know about her. And if I could get my bread and butter in finding out, what luck, what luck. At once I became an omnivorous reader of the newspapers, and I found to my joy that many of them felt as I did about the Parisian scene. They carried paragraphs as captivating as those that our New Yorker unearths for its fascinating editorial department on the city to which it belongs. Another discovery which surprised me was that my best source for illustration was the illustrated catalogues of the French salons of recent years. I wanted pictures of markets, of rivers, of beggars, of marriages, of all the things that people were doing as they went about their business. And what rejoiced me was that many French artists seemed to love the streets and what went on there in much the same way that I did. They loved to see Paris at her daily toil, meeting her daily problems, and every year they turned out pictures showing her at it. Later I was to discover that this daily life of the Parisians of different classes has always been material for able artists. The best illustrations I found for my Madame Roland in her youth were those of Chardin in the Louvre. My manner of living, the contacts and circumstances attending the gathering of my material for my newspaper articles, brought me for the first time in my life into daily relations with that greatest segment of every country's population, those whom we call the poor, and of whom, if we are well-to-do or if we are rich, we are so curiously unconscious. Had belonged all my conscious life to the well-to-do, those who spent $1 without seriously weighing it. Society had seemed to me to be chiefly made up of such people. Of course there were the rich, but they were so few in number as to be negligible. At least they had never counted in my life, nor had the poor counted as a permanent class. I had the American notion that the chief economic duty of the poor was to become well-to-do. The laborer, the clerk, the man who worked for others should save his money, put it into the business, or start out for himself, no matter how hard, how meager the return. Dignity and success lay in being your own master, owning your own home. I am sure my father would rather have grubbed cornmeal and bacon from a piece of stony land which was his own than have had all the luxuries on a salary. One of his complaints against the great oil trust was that it was turning the men of the oil region into hired men, mighty prosperous hired men. Some of them, but nevertheless taking orders, even orders as to what to say, for whom to vote. To his way of thinking, this was failure for an American. I suspect his philosophy working in me was at least partially responsible for my revolt against the kind of security I had achieved on the Chautauquan. I was a hired girl. But in the society where I found myself in Paris, there was no such contempt for the fixed job. On the contrary, It was something for which you were responsible, to which you owed an obligation. Serious workers in Paris seemed to me to give to the job the same kind of loyalty that serious men and women in America gave to the businesses they owned. You respected yourself and were respected in proportion to your fidelity to it. You might be advanced, but more probably not. Opportunity did not grow on every bush as at home, and if it came a Frenchman's way, he waited. At home, you seized it, trusting to luck. Here, luck seemed to me to have little or no standing in a business enterprise, big as it counted in the lotteries in which everybody took part. To my surprise, I found these people, working so busily and constantly, were not restless like the Americans, nor were they generally envious. I had a feeling that my concierge, who never had been across the Seine to the right bank, who lived in a room almost filled by her huge bed and its great feather puffs, who must have looked long at a sou before she spent it, would not have changed places with anybody in Paris. Were not the lodgers on whom she kept so strict a watch kind, generous, and regular with fees? Had she not friends in the street? Might she not win a slice of a fortune one day from the fraction of a lottery ticket which she annually found a way to buy, and who had so magnificent a cat, the pride of the house? What more could she ask? Certainly there was more interest in the tasks, less restlessness, less envy, than in the same class in America. Was it my father's philosophy which made the difference? Was it your duty if you were poor to struggle to be well-to-do, and if well-to-do struggle to be rich? It meant you were always trying to be somebody else. If it was your duty to be discontented, could you escape envy? Was it not necessary, if you were to keep yourself up to the effort, to feed yourself on envy, as in war men must be fed on hate if they are to kill with vigor and gusto? It was too much to believe that the content, the fidelity to the job were universal. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to cement the laborious poor into a powerful and recognized class, a class with traditions, customs, recognized relations to other classes, having its own manner of homes, amusements, worship, a class self-respecting, jealous of its prerogatives, and able in need to protect itself. But the multitude of hard-working and fairly satisfied men and women were not all the poor with whom I came close. There were those who could find no work. There were many of them, for the long world depression of the 90s was on its way. The winter of 91 and 92 was a cruel one, and the museums, libraries, lecture rooms, churches where I went about my daily duties were swarmed with poor souls trying to deceive the guardians into thinking that they had come to study pictures, read books, listen to lectures, to confess their sins, or listen to Mass. The guardians only saw them when they became a crowd or attempted to camp for the day. Most pathetic to me were their efforts to make furtive toilets, taking a comb from a pocket to smooth tangled hair, scissors to cut the fringe from a frayed cuff. There were soup kitchens to keep them from starving, though many a one starved or froze or ended his misery in the Seine that winter. At one of these kitchens I officiated for a brief time. It was run by the McCall Mission in the Faubourg Saint-Anton. I was not there as a Samaritan, but as a reporter looking for copy. What could I do for them but tell Americans what a few Americans were doing in Paris to ease the vast misery? It might bring a few sous for soup. I believe it did. But they pulled less strongly on my sympathy than a class of the poor which I found to be in our quarter. Men and women no longer young, past the employing age, who lived alone on tiny incomes, sometimes the fruit of their own past thrift, sometimes an inheritance, again the gift of a friend. I watched and speculated about how they did it, the more seriously because I asked myself if the day might be coming when I should belong to this class. If I ever did, I hoped I could carry it off with as much dignity as the one called the Countess on our street. She lived sous les toits in a high house opposite me, a tall, erect, white-haired woman in a gown and cape of faded and patched silk, which still showed its quality as did its wearer. More than once I watched her stop late at night at the garbage can on the sidewalk opposite, turning over its contents. Many of the tradespeople seemed to feel that she honored them when she came in to buy an occasional egg or apple. She was so gracious, so completely grande dame. One day I heard the woman from whom I bought my café au lait say, "Will not Madame honor me by trying my coffee? It is still hot." She was pouring out a cup as she said it, and the Countess with a benignant smile said, "If that will give you pleasure, my good Marie." She needed it. Marie knew that, but Marie was more than paid by that smile. "It is a great honor," she told me lest, being a foreigner, I did not understand the Countess, to have so great a lady come into one's shop. There it was again, another standard than money, the standard of class, breeding, cultivation, the grand manner. The more I saw of the gallant poor of Paris, the more convinced I was if they could get on so could I, learning to live on what I could make. And I was going to make something. My doubt about that was set at rest some 6 weeks after my arrival when I received a check for my first syndicate article, $500. It was quickly followed by checks from 2 more of the 6 papers to which I had submitted my syndicate proposition. 50% was not a bad percentage, and they were good papers: the Pittsburgh Dispatch, the Cincinnati Times-Star, and the Chicago Tribune. These 3 papers remained faithful to me until the election of 1892 compelled them to give all their space to politics, so they explained. I believed them, for they had all written me kind letters about my stuff, and the Times-Star, unsolicited, raised my pay to $7.50. Then the unbelievable happened. In December, a little less than 3 months after my arrival in Paris, Scribner's magazine accepted a story. A grand Christmas present indeed, that news. Fiction was not in the plan, but one of the first pieces of work that I did after arriving in Paris was a story born of a delightful relationship with an old French dyer of Titusville, Monsieur Claude. As soon as I had finally determined that I would burn all bridges and go to Paris for study, I had set about my preparation in thorough fashion. There was the language. I had read it fluently for years, but speak it? No. Could I master enough in the few months I had before sailing to find my way about? If so, I must have someone to talk with. The best the town afforded was Monsieur Claude and his mouse-like wife. They were flattered by my request. 3 times a week I went, and we talked and studied until they both were sure I could make myself understood in common matters. In this delightful association, I discovered that the passion of Monsieur Claude, the longing of his heart, was to see France before he died. He had insisted that I learn and almost daily repeat Béranger's France adorée. Once in Paris, I understood him, wrote his story, sent it, a trial balloon, to Scribner's magazine. The selection was made on a principle which young writers too rarely consider when they attempt to place their wares, and that is understanding of the tastes and prejudices and hobbies of periodicals. Useless in 1890 to send a story on France adorée to a magazine which was interested purely and simply in realistic literature. But the inexperienced writer frequently does not realize that. Naturally, I had learned in my work on the Chautauquans something of the pet interests of the leading publishing houses. I knew that Scribner's enjoyed French cultivation, French character, French history. I hoped my sentimental title, France adorée, would not antagonize the editor of Scribner's magazine. But I had expected nothing from it, being in that state of mind where I had ceased to expect, only to accept. So that when I received a friendly letter from Mr. Burlingame, the editor of the magazine, saying that he liked the story, that he accepted it, I felt as one must who suddenly draws a fortune in the sweepstakes. In due time, a check for $100 arrived. What excitement in our little salon when I showed my companions that check. "Now," declared our beautiful Mary, "we can move to the Champs-Élysées." And she would have done it, for she was one of those who always see spring in a single sparrow. We stayed where we were, I requiring a whole flock of sparrows to convince me that it was spring. The influence of the story on my fortunes was all out of proportion to its value. Most important was the courage it gave me. If I, a stranger, could do something that a great editor of a great magazine thought good enough to accept, why, after all, I might work it out. That which moved me most deeply, gave me joy that made me weep, was that now I should have something to show to my family. I had felt a deserter. Times were hard in the Titusville household in these early 90s. My father's and brother's experiences in the oil business, of which I want to speak later, were more than discouraging, they were alarming. My sister was ill and in the hospital. My mother's letters were saturated with anxiety. And here was I, the eldest child in the family, a woman of years and of some experience, who had been given an education, whose social philosophy demanded that she do her part in working out family problems. Here was I across the ocean writing picayune pieces at a fourth of a cent a word while they struggled there. I felt guilty, and the only way I had kept myself up to what I had undertaken was the hope that I could eventually make a substantial return. If any one of the family felt that I should have been at home, there never was a hint of it. From them, I had unwavering sympathy and encouragement. But if in 3 months' time I could do what I had done, and I made the most of it in my letters home, why, then they would see some hope for the future. Not only would the story help them to believe in me, it would give something more imposing to show to inquiring friends than the newspaper articles which had been their only exhibit. When the story appeared in the following spring, the reverberations in my Paris circle were encouraging and useful. I even heard of it from the other side, as we called the right bank, for Theodore Stanton, at that time the head of the Associated Press in Paris, came with Mrs. Stanton to call on me and tell me he liked the story. The most important fruit was that Mr. Burlingame looked me up when he made his annual spring visit to Europe. Here was my chance to tell him about Madame Roland, to ask if he thought his house would be interested in such a biography if it turned out to be a good piece of work. The suggestion would have to be considered in New York, he replied, but he promised me it would be considered. And it was, for not long afterwards he wrote me that the house was interested in my project, certainly wanted to see the manuscript. This was enough to settle finally a struggle that had tormented me for many weeks. I had come to Paris determined to fit myself for magazine work along historical and biographical lines, but once close to the world of the scholar, surrounded by men and a few women who lived stern, self-denying lives in order to master a field however small, I was seized with an ambition to be a scholar. It was a throwback to my old passion for the microscope. I would specialize in the French Revolution. I would become a professor. But Mr. Burlingame's answer to my inquiry as to whether the Scribner Company would be friendly to a biographical study of my lady settled the matter. Which shows, I take it, how shallow my scholarly ambitions really were. The Scribner connection was not the only one putting heart into me. Among my early trial balloons was one marked for McClure's Syndicate, New York City. It carried an article of 2,000 words with a catchy title, The King of Paris, cribbed from a French newspaper. It was the story of Jean Alphand and his services to the city. The balloon reached its destination. The article was promptly accepted with a promise of 10 when it was published, also a suggestion that they would be glad to consider other subjects if I had them to offer, which I did. Indeed, I gave them no time to forget me. Not that they took all I hustled across the Atlantic, but they took enough to make me feel that this might be a stable and prosperous market for short and timely articles. When suggestions finally began to come from them, I felt the ground firmer on my feet. One of these suggestions led me into an especially attractive new field, and in the long run had important bearing on my major interest, Madame Roland. It was that I try a series of sketches of French women writers. There was a respectable group of them, and I asked nothing better than to look them up. I began with a woman who at that time was introducing leading contemporary English and American writers to the French through the Revue des Deux Mondes, Madame Blanc, her pen name Théodora Benson, a person of rare distinction and of gallant soul. She had been a lady-in-waiting at Napoleon II's court, had made an unfortunate marriage, was now living on a small income and what she could earn by writing. In her salon, there was a portrait taken in her young womanhood which charmed me, but when I spoke of it, she shook her head as if she did not want to remember it. Une femme qui en existe plus, she said. Hard worker as Madame Blanc was, she found time to start me on my rounds among the French women writers. I doubt if there was an American writer of our day who would have had both the kindness of heart and the sureness of herself to take so much trouble for an unknown woman. She started me off, and I turned out 10 or a dozen little pieces before I was through. With one of my subjects, I had an amusing flirtation. I think I may call it a flirtation. This was Madame Dielaf, who with her husband had done eminent work in archaeology, and who had a roomful of exhibits in the Louvre to her credit, a very great person indeed. Madame Dielaf was the only woman I had ever seen at that time who wore men's clothes. It had been found necessary to put her into trousers for excavating work, and she liked them so well, and Monsieur Dielaf loved her so in them that they had obtained permission from the French government for her to wear them in Paris. From more than one source I heard of the sensation she created among servants when she came to call. They abandoned their duties to peep from dark places at the woman in men's clothes. Madame Dielaf and I grew friendly over the history of the exploits of women in the world, and it took no time at all for me to decide to write the history of women from Eve up, as if I had not already enough on my hands. She applauded my idea, gave me many suggestions, but it never went any further than my few visits, which, as I say, were more or less flirtations. She was such a pretty little man, so immaculate, the best tailors in Paris did her, I was told, that I could not keep admiring eyes off her. She used her eyes, too, and loved to pat me on the knee, partly, I suppose, because I always blushed when she did it. It was an amusing acquaintance and a profitable one to me, for she was as interested in my plans for articles as if I had been one of her own. Another woman who interested me greatly was Judith Gaudier. My interest was stirred by my indignation that her name had been left off the list of living women distinguished in French literature sent to the Chicago Exposition of 1893. There was much speculation among my friends as to how it happened. My own conclusion was that it was because of her long and impassioned devotion to the music of Richard Wagner. The first Wagner opera to be given in Paris was Tannhäuser. This was in the early 60s, when Judith Gaudier was about 14 years old. She went to the opera with her father, Théophile Gaudier, and was enthusiastic, although the house received it coldly. As they were walking home, a little fellow with hollow cheeks, eagle nose, and very bright eyes joined them. He rejoiced with cheerful violence over the failure of the opera. The girl, angered, forgot her manners and blurted out, "It is clear, sir, that you know you have heard a masterpiece, and that you are talking of a rival." "Do you know who that was, Saucebox?" her delighted father asked as they passed on. "No, who?" "Hector Berlioz." It was the beginning of a lifelong devotion. Wagner was to her not only the master musician, but a species of divinity. In 1882, she published a volume on him, valuable for its reminiscences. Early in the winter of 1892, Lohengrin was announced for the season of Grand Opera. I was amazed at the loud and bitter protests. Among the few lovers of Wagner who had courage to come to the defense of the master was Judith Gaudier. She was abused for it. As this was my first realization that political hatred ever influences the judgment in matters of art, I took the incident very much to heart. I could understand why people might dislike Wagnerian music, but that the soldiers should be called out to protect the opera house when one of his greatest works was to be given shocked me. You could then so hate an enemy that beauty herself was outraged. It was easy for me to conclude that Judith Gaudier's name had been left off the list of writing women sent to the Chicago Exposition, because the committee wanted to punish her for defending the works of a great artist in whom she profoundly believed. The opening up of opportunities so much more quickly than I had dared dream spurred me to longer and harder hours at work. There were few mornings that I was not at my desk at 8 o'clock. There were few nights that I went to bed before midnight, and there was real drudgery in making legible copy after my article was written. It was all done by longhand, careful and painstaking handwriting, it was. I was to find later that Mr. McClure's partner in the syndicate, Mr. J. S. Phillips, trying to estimate the possibilities in this correspondent bombarding them with articles and suggestions, set me down from my handwriting as a middle-aged New England schoolteacher. But if life was hard, and life was meager, and if down at the bottom of my heart it was continuously in question to which class of the poor I would finally belong, life, to my surprise, was taking on a varied pattern very different from the drab existence of hard work and self-denial that I had planned and was prepared to endure to the end. It began at the Rue du Sommerard, where at the outset we stumbled on what turned out to be the most colorful, unusual, and frequently perplexing association that had ever come the way of any one of us. When we took our rooms from Madame Bonnet, she had told us that one room in the apartment was reserved for an Egyptian prince who came only for the weekends. He was bien comme il faut, très rich, très everything desirable. He would not disturb us, we might never see him. Upon inquiry, we discovered that all Madame Bonnet's rooms, save those we were taking, were occupied by Egyptian students of law or medicine or diplomacy. The prince himself, a cousin of the Khedive, was in the military school at St. Cyr. He kept a room at Madame Bonnet's to spend an occasional holiday or Sunday with his compatriots, all of his age and all of the upper classes. We all shared the American flutter over titles, and when we caught a first glimpse of the prince and his friends, we were still more excited. They were quite the most elegant-looking male specimens so far as manners and clothes went that any one of us had ever seen. Here was more in the way of flavor than we had bargained for. We had come to study the French and had dropped into an Egyptian colony. We soon discovered that they were as curious about us as we were about them, for hardly were we settled when Madame Bonnet came to say that the messieurs were all in her salon. Wouldn't we come in and make their acquaintance? Of course we went. They wanted us to dance. Now it was Sunday, and we had all been brought up under the Methodist discipline. Sunday was a day of rest and worship and no play, no amusement of any kind. In my household, at least I was supposed to play only hymns on the piano, as we were supposed to read only religious books. My mother and I compromised at last on Gottschalk's Last Hope. She, being moved by the story of its composition, thought that it must be religious, but Martha and Poet and Peasant, my two other show pieces, were forbidden. Indeed, when I was 40 years old, my father, catching me reading a volume of a certain Congressional Trust investigation on a Sunday afternoon, reproved me in his gentle way. "You shouldn't read that on Sunday, Ida." I quickly exchanged it for Pilgrim's Progress, which is not without suggestion for a student of the Trust. My young companions were particularly shocked at the Egyptians' invitation to dance. I think it had never occurred to them that all people did not keep Sunday. "No," we said a little severely, "we don't dance on Sunday." I had the satisfaction of hearing them whisper soberly to one another, "Tres religieuses." It was just as well, I thought, they should have that idea to start with, better than starting with the degree of intimacy they might see in our dancing in their landlady's salon on a first meeting. But we had what was for us an exciting evening, and when we left and they all begged, "Come again," we promised that we would. It was the beginning of a weekly party. Madame Bonnet gave the Egyptians their dinners. We agreed to take dinners once a week with her. We couldn't afford more, and besides we wanted to be on the safe side in our relations. There must be no question in their minds about our entire respectability as we understood it. What interested me particularly was that at once they wanted to understand our conventions, social and religious and political. Nothing disturbed them more, I found, than a feeling that perhaps they had not quite understood, that unintentionally they had infringed on our customs. Once convinced of this, we could go with entire freedom to our weekly Egyptian evenings. As I recall them, they were happy evenings much like children's parties at home, for the Egyptians loved games, tricks, charades, play of any sort. They laughed and shouted, and if something went wrong, flew into a rage like children. The meat of the connection was the talk, which sometimes ran far into the night. All of these young men were in training for some kind of professional or official position. 2 or 3 of them had taken from 3 to 4 years at German gymnasia or English universities. All of them spoke 3 or 4 languages. The prince's English was perfect, and no one of us could ever hope to approach the French of the group, learned for the most part in Switzerland as children. They had much more curiosity and real information about the social customs of other countries than we had. They were eager to know all about our ways, particularly the life of women, their relation to men before and after marriage. There were would-be reformers of Egyptian marriage customs among them. Especially did they resent the convention, which prevented them looking at the face of the bride before the marriage ceremony. One of the group had made a vow never to marry as long as that custom existed, and was urging his compatriots to join him. Nearly all of them insisted that they would never marry more than one woman. They asked with a frankness startling to our ears about the way monogamy worked in the United States. They were curious to know the position of the mistress, and when we were shocked and insisted that a good man never had a mistress, they were frankly incredulous. It would never work out, they insisted. One wife they understood, but one wife and no mistress seemed entirely impractical. Politics interested them profoundly. Particularly did they hate England. How deeply and bitterly I did not realize until in January of '92 news of the death of the Khedive Tufik Pasha, son of Ismail Pasha, great-grandson of Mehemet Ali, came to the Rue du Samarard. Madame Bonnet came in at once to tell us how sorrowful our friends were and to ask that we dine with them that night. We found them very grave. He was a good man, they insisted, our friend. What was going to happen now? I took it they feared changes in government which might make their own futures uncertain. They were uneasy, frightened, and wanted us to understand the reason behind their anxiety. After dinner, a large number of their compatriots filed into the room. We were begged to stay. They evidently wanted us to understand better their suspicion of what England might do in this crisis. The longer the talk, the more bitter they grew. Down with England, they began to cry. Indignation and enthusiasm are qualities as contagious as disease. Before I realized it, I shared their anger and was drinking repeatedly in l'eau sacrée. Good Mohammedans that our Egyptians were, they never touched wine, drinking repeatedly to loud and angry roars of Abbas el-Angleterra. The Egyptians were not only a picturesque and enlivening feature in our life, they had a social value which they never suspected. We used them rather shamelessly to impress wandering Americans who looked with badly concealed scorn on the Latin Quarter, and particularly on our narrow and stuffy rooms. A prince was our neighbor, we said loftily, and to prove it we could show an autographed photograph which the prince on his own notion had given me. I kept it on the mantel in the little salon. When we felt particular need of asserting ourselves, we told of our weekly dinners, and they lost nothing of their gaiety and interest in our telling. There was so much more flavor in them, we always assured those who tried to hi-hat us, than ordinary sightseeing offered. I have always felt rather proud of the way we handled ourselves in that year, keeping the entire respect of our Egyptians. It was not always so easy. It fell into my awkward hands to handle one rather violent love affair. A pretty and vivacious young girl had joined our party at the request of her brother. "Will you look after her?" The Egyptians were delighted with her, and she treated them as she might a group of American boys, could see no reason why she should not go out with them. Only our combined disapproval, our insistence that if she did she soon would be classed in the quarter as little better than the gay little girls who swarmed about, and with whom we occasionally out of the corner of our eyes saw our Egyptians. She must not run that risk. But while that was managed, the inevitable stir of youth could not be managed, and it was not long before I had one of the nicest of the boys begging me on his knees to let him pay his addresses to my little friend, insisting that he would marry her, never take another wife. He wept and pleaded, but I held my ground until finally the young girl who loved his suit, but not the boy, was safely on the ocean. A long time afterwards, I had proof that we did look after ourselves. When a couple of our party were going to Italy, one of these young men gave them a letter of introduction to an Egyptian friend in Milan. The letter was not presented and not opened until 2 or 3 years later, when my friend showed me the postscript. It read, "Certut soyez convenable avec ces dames." After the Egyptians came our French professor, a woman of 40, buxom, competent, gay-hearted, and able teacher. I have never known man or woman more shrewd, engaging character, or more expert in turning the qualities she found to her own advantage. If she respected or admired them, she took no more than she gave, frequently, as in my case, much less. But if she found a pupil lazy or dishonest or stingy or rich and irresponsible, she took mercilessly. "Such people deserve nothing, nothing," she declared once when I protested. She respected me because I worked, but she always told me frankly that although I read French easily and wrote it pell-mell, I should always speak it with the detestable English accent. No ear too old. However, I could be made more fluent, my vocabulary enlarged, my grammar perfected. And to that end she bent all her efforts, establishing several useful exchange relations. The chief of these was her most intimate friend, Monsieur X, a man who I suppose had been for many years her lover. Monsieur X had no superior intelligence, but he was industrious and bon enfant, and partly at least through the help of Madame, I had come to hold an excellent official position. She kept him busy improving his chances. At the moment she took me on, she had him translating a big volume on the English system of handling the unemployed and the helplessly poor, an acute problem for France in the early 90s. As she already had pried out of me full information of all I was trying to do, she saw at once the possibility of a trade. If I would help him in translating, he would secure reports and information on subjects in which I was interested. It seemed a good thing for me at any rate, and the arrangement was made. I continued to help with the book until it was published. It was well received, even couronné by the Academy of Science. To my astonishment, I found then that Madame A's interest in this book and its success was that it would help her in making a more profitable marriage for Monsieur X. They had settled on a wife, that I knew, but as she told me, his position was so much improved by the success of his book that he was worth a much larger dot. Therefore, she set out with his help, I suppose, to find another wife. They succeeded, and the affair was arranged. I was deeply disturbed by the matter. I believed, as I still do, that the only safe basis for a happy marriage is a compound of physical harmony, capacity for companionship, combined with understanding and acceptance of each other's ideals. I could see little chance where it was a matter chiefly of balanced income, but Madame had no sympathy with my idealistic attitude towards marriage. Of course, it left her high and dry. The little dinners, which the three of us had shared almost every week, became dinners adieu. The first night I was torn with sympathy. "Will you never see him again?" I asked. "Of course, not now, later perhaps. These things arrange themselves, mademoiselle." But I noticed she ordered a double cognac that night. Madame rendered one very great service to our group, one which we could never repay. We had been but a short time in Paris before we realized that one of our duties was to be helping out American girls and women who had come to Europe to study a little, sightsee a little, travel a little, expecting easily to form congenial relations with the people of the country, and who for one reason or another had never been able to do this. They were disappointed and unhappy. The four of us standing together made a nucleus they envied. We made it a rule to do our best to help them out, but at least in one case, it involved us in serious trouble. Among those who had attached themselves to us was a woman of some 40 or more years with a curiously repellent personality. I have never known a person to produce a more melancholy effect on strangers. I have seen our little salon empty itself if she dropped in on our evening at home. Even Madame Bonnet's little black dog Riquet, who had adopted us, would slink around the edge of the room and beg to be let out if she came in. What was the matter? We could not imagine. More than once she threw herself into my arms and sobbed that she was unhappy, in great trouble, of which she could not speak. Miss C had been some 3 months in the house when we came home from a weekend trip to be met by an outraged Madame Bonnet. Miss C, she told us, had been arrested for stealing at the Bon Marché and the Louvre. She was in Saint Lazare. There was a note for me. I must do something. Think of the disgrace to her establishment. The note told me only where she was, that she had engaged a lawyer, asked me to see him. I did, and found him of the type which I suppose hangs around all prisons into which great cities dump women of the street and petty criminals. His only interest was in a possible retainer. How much would I pay him for taking the case? Nothing, I assured him, until I had talked to the American authorities. I went to the consulate, where an irate and worried official swore loudly at the faculty of American women for getting into trouble in France. "Here I am," he said, "saddled with a girl who is going to have a baby and who swears she'll kill herself if I don't arrange for her to have it so her family will never know." I was afraid she would do it too, and then there would be another nasty scandal to hush up. So I got the man here and told him he must put up the money to see her through. He laughed at me, but I pulled this revolver out of the drawer, suiting the action to the word, and told him I thought I ought to shoot him, but that if I didn't I'd send for the girl's brother and see that he did. Well, he settled for 10,000 francs, but that does not let me off. What am I going to do with the baby? And now here you are with one of the nastiest kind of cases for a French court. They can't stand foreigners stealing from them. But what am I to do? I wailed. She'll have to stand a public trial. You must impress the judges, find out if she's got friends, get cablegrams, show she has relatives willing to help her, read her letters, see if they don't show what is behind this, and when the trial comes have all the pretty girls and prosperous-looking men you know present. They'll look at you and they'll think twice. Put on a campaign, woman. And so I started out to put on a campaign. I began by reading her letters. I did not go far before I had the story, a tragic one. Miss C was well born, her family prosperous and important in her state, she a graduate of a great university. She had been a successful teacher, was to have been married to a man whom she had loved for years with passion and depth. For reasons I never knew, the engagement was broken. In an attempt to forget, patch up her shattered hopes, she had come to Europe for study and travel. But she couldn't forget, and every week for months she had written the man long letters, and every week they had come back to her unopened. Her despair became so black that, as she told me later, I had to do something. And so, as when one bites on a sore tooth, she had begun to steal. The proofs of it were all there in her room, a pathetic collection of articles, not worth stealing, slipped mainly from bargain counters. Among them, there were at least 70 pairs of gloves of every size and color, none of them any one of us would have worn. There were some 50 penknives. There were a pile of half-bolts of ribbon and lace, innumerable spools of silk and cotton, packages of pins and needles. All taken not because she wanted them, only to hurt herself in another spot, take her mind from the original wound. Understanding her wretchedness, I could sympathize with her folly. I began my campaign by telling Madame of our trouble. She detested Miss C, thought her crazy, though she admitted she was a better pupil than any one of us, but here was excitement, also an opportunity to serve us. What the consul had not suggested, she did. There was a long wait. Our prisoner was transferred to the conciergerie, where I went to see her. A gruesome trip under the very windows from which I knew Madame Roland had looked in the days before she mounted the cart and took her last ride along the quay to the guillotine. When the trial came, the sympathizing claque was a grand success. At Madame A's suggestion, we dressed for it in the best we had, bought new flowers for our hats and fresh gloves, brought over 2 or 3 handsome young women from the Champs-Élysées quarter. As for Madame herself, she made a toilette which even a judge would see and hear. I had suggested that Monsieur X, being an important person, might impress the judge. She was horrified. Drag a member of the government into such a stupid affair? No, you Americans must do it. I'll bring the rich American. And she did. The rich American was a wealthy idler who for several winters had taken lessons from her, largely, I think, because he found her so pungent and amusing. He treated her royally as to fees and kept her in flowers and candy. He looked his part of important man of affairs. No one could have added more to our display, for one could see even the judges eyeing enviously the elegance of his clothes. Petty larceny cases were at that time, and I suppose still are, taken into a courtroom perhaps 40 by 20, with seats for friends and the public. On a mounted platform at the end sat 3 judges in their robes. A dossier of each case lay before them. They had for our friend a rather impressive collection of documents, cablegrams from her family, proofs that her father was or had been a man of importance in public affairs, her college diploma, her checkbook, and a letter of credit showing her to have ample funds. When all was ready, 7 prisoners were brought in, 6 men half-degenerate petty thieves, and our poor pale tired friend between them. Nothing more incongruous could have been seen than this well-dressed woman of evident breeding, flanked by these hopeless derelicts. After looking over the papers in her dossier, the judges looked at her, and then at us, now paler than she and praying for mercy with eyes and clasped hands. They were perplexed and annoyed. Was there an international angle to the case? "What are you doing in Paris?" asked one of them harshly. "Studying," Miss C answered. "You take a queer way to do it," he said tartly. "Why did you do this?" he asked more gently. With a weary shake of her head, she said, "Genie size paw." It was Madame who won the case, for it was to her the judges turned as one who, they knew at a glimpse, talked their language. She sailed down the aisle to take her stand before them, and I never have seen anyone, man or woman, to whom one could so aptly apply the old figure like a full-rigged ship. They let her talk. She told how ill-fought we all were, as they could see. We were important, serious, rich. "Yes, rich," then she said candidly. "This woman is crazy. Send her home to her friends." She had solved their problem, told them their duty, and they followed her advice, adding a fine of 500 francs and an order that she leave France in a week after her dismissal and never return. Madame had saved Miss C, but she wanted no thanks from her, wouldn't see her, nor would Madame Bonnet let her come into the house save to gather up her things. She had been a fool and got caught. To steal the reins as she had. It was a disgrace, and respectable people like them could not afford to have her cross their doorways. Luckily for us, our association with American women was not confined to problem cases. There was a disturbing number of them, compelling me to ask myself again and again if this break for freedom, this revolt against security in which I myself was taking part, was not a fatal adventure bound to injure the family, the one institution in which I believed more than any other, bound to produce a terrible crop of wretchedness and abnormality. Had not even the few successes I saw about me been paid for by a hardening of heart, a suppression of natural human joyousness that was uglier even than the case of my poor Miss C. But I was saved from too much perplexity over what freedom might be doing to my compatriots by a gradual drifting into rather close companionship with a number of Americans like ourselves taking lectures at the Sorbonne and the Collège de France. It was a great piece of luck for us, since these Americans were all students of more experience and attainment than any one of us. There was Dr. John Vincent of the History Department of Johns Hopkins University, and along with him, his wife who spent hours of every day making beautiful copies of canvases in the Luxembourg. There were Fred Parker Emery of the English Department of Massachusetts Institute of Technology and his wife. There was a younger man, Charles D. Hazen, a Hopkins graduate, a man who was to make a distinguished career for himself in French history and now Professor Emeritus of History at Columbia, the author of many valuable books. Serious work did not dull our new friends' curiosity about French life in general, nor prevent a humorous, detached view of things. We soon were dining together every week in restaurants of the quarter into which we had never ventured before. Here for 1 franc, 30 cents, we got a decent dinner, vin compris, as well as a gay company of students and their girls. They were so merry, so natural in their gaiety that none of us were anything but amused over their little ways. It was in one of these restaurants that for the first time in my life, I saw a girl take out a compact, straighten her hat. Her head had been on her cavalier's shoulder, and it was out of plumb, straighten her hat and powder her nose. That the day would come when the manners and customs of the Latin Quarter of the 90s would be the manners and customs of American girls in practically every rank of life would have been unthinkable to me then. Our new friends added greatly to the pleasure of the weekly sightseeing excursions which had been one of the features of the plan. Every weekend, go somewhere, I had laid down. So every Saturday we were taking a bateau mouche or train or tram journey costing only a few of our precious sous to St. Denis, the September Fair at St. Cloud, Versailles. If the weather was bad, we went to the museums, the churches, the monuments. Our new friends liked the idea. When spring came, our promenades took on a wider range. There were weekend trips to Fontainebleau and to one after another of the great cathedral and shade-out towns, Chartres, Beauvais, Reims, Pierrefonds, Campigny. Weekends in company as genial, unaffected, and intelligent as that of our new friends proved were a rare experience. When the time came for a final breakup of the crowd, in August of 1892, my first companions had already gone back to America. Those left of us decided to take a farewell vacation together. The difficulty was to settle on a place. Here was something not on my schedule. We considered Etaples, Buzeval-Howgate, Belle-Isle, and finally at the last moment took tickets to Mont Saint-Michel, a glorious spot. But after watching the tide come in for 2 successive days, after climbing to the top and descending to the bottom of the shade-out, sitting out sunsets on the wall and eating omelets at Madame Poulard's until we were fed to the full, we pushed on to Saint-Malo and exhausted it as quickly as we had Mont Saint-Michel. As we listened bored to the orchestra in the square, a poster on a wall suddenly caught our collective eyes. It told us to go to the island of Jersey. With one accord we said, "Let's," packed our bags and caught the steamer all within an hour. At Jersey we walked into lodgings, rooms, plenty of them, a salon looking on the sea, such sea fish and vegetables and fruit as only that island offers. We thought it was costing a fortune, but when the bill came, house, housekeeper, maid, and food such as we had not had for a year, it totaled just 80 cents apiece for a day. That vacation put a gay finish on my first year in Paris. I began the second in deep depression for several good reasons. First, I had exhausted my reserve. I think I came back from my vacation with 20 francs in my pocket. All my American associates were gone or going soon. I had a new address, for Madame Bonnet had moved from the neighborhood of the Musée Cluny to the more somber neighborhood of the Pantheon, and hardest of all, I knew now that instead of 1 year more I must have at least 2 to finish my undertaking. The homesickness and hunger for my family had never been appeased. I had lived on their letters. If they did not come regularly, I scolded and wailed. I begged for details of their daily life. My mother was an intimate letter writer, delightfully frank about her neighbors and about the family. She told who was at church, fretted because father spent so much time with his precious Sunday school class of girls, described every new frock, told what they had for Sunday dinner, announced the first green corn in the garden, the blossoming of her pet flowers, snowdrops and primulas and iris in the spring, roses in the summer, anemones in the fall, cactus in the winter. Occasionally, she would apologize for her homely details, particularly after I had written a long guidebookish epistle home describing some ancient monument I had been visiting. How I must have bored them sometimes. But home details, I live off them, I told her. You can't tell me too much about your daily doings. This feeling about my family made me a sensitive receiving plate and accounts, I suppose, for the only proof I personally have ever had of the possibilities in telepathy. This came the first Sunday of June, 1892. I had hardly taken my coffee when I fell prey to a most unaccountable alarm. What it was about, I did not know. I could not work and finally went to the street. For hours I walked, not able to throw off the black thing that enveloped me. It was late in the afternoon when I returned to find a compatriot with a letter of introduction waiting. As he was leaving the apartment after his call, I picked up my daily copy of Le Temps, and as I always did, turned first to the news from Les Etats Unis. It was to read that the city of Titusville and its neighbor Oil City had been utterly destroyed by flood and fire. The only buildings left in my hometown were said to be the railroad station and a foundry. 150 persons had been drowned or burned to death. The inhabitants had taken to the hills. At that moment my caller came back for his umbrella. I seized him roughly. Read, what shall I do? He was a sensible man. Steady, he said. Put on your hat, and we'll go out and get other papers. We were soon back with the last editions of all the English and French journals. They all gave space to the disaster, each more distressing and unsatisfactory than the one before. This explains my black day, I told myself. The family is dead, our home gone. It was useless to cable, for the newspapers all spoke of broken communications. But the next morning as I was dressing, Madame Bonnet came in with a cablegram. Hardly daring to open it, I backed into the corner of the room to feel the support behind me of the walls while my friend Mrs. Vincent, still with me, watched with white face. The telegram was from my brother, and it had just one word: safe. When finally a letter came, I found I had justification for my day of horror. For many hours there had been but little doubt in the minds of my father and brother that the family would have to take to the hills. But they were safe, our home was standing. The experience left me more nervous than ever about them, and now that my friends were gone, it took all the resolution I could summon to keep my foolish alarms under control. Although I was beginning my second year with no money in the bank, I had friendly relations with 2 publishing firms that seemed to see a possible something in my work. There was Scribner's Magazine, a relation of which I was justly proud. Not only had they encouraged me about my book, but they had asked me to let them consider magazine subjects that interested me and that I was doing. But while it was the relation on which I hoped to build serious work in the future, at the moment I must share it with something of quicker return, and that seemed to be the McClure Syndicate. I felt surer of this after my first meeting with its founder, S.S. McClure. That meeting had been just before my vacation in the summer of 1892. Mr. McClure had dropped into Paris in the meteoric fashion I found was usual with him, and came by appointment to see me at my new address in the Rue Mail branch. This crooked and steep passage off the Rue Saint-Jacques was unknown to half the cottagers of Paris, but Mr. McClure found it and arrived bareheaded, watch in hand, breathless from running up my 4 flights, 80 steps. "I've just 10 minutes," he announced. "Must leave for Switzerland tonight to see Tyndall." A slender figure, S.S. McClure, a shock of tumbled sandy hair, blue eyes which glowed and sparkled. He was close to my own age, a vibrant, eager, indomitable personality that electrified even the experienced and the cynical. His utter simplicity, outrightness, his enthusiasm and confidence captivated me. He was so new and unexpected that practical questions such as, "Would you be interested in articles on?" and "How much will you pay?" dropped out of mind. Before I knew it, I was listening to the story of his struggle up. How as a peddler he had earned money for college, who could have let him go without buying? His vast schemes of learning undertaken when a freshman at Knox College, one of which was to study every word in the English dictionary, its start, its development, its present stage, its possible future, his beautiful romance with Hattie, his wife, the story of the syndicate and of John, always John this, John that, and last a magazine to be soon. And here I was to come in. While he talked, I was managing somehow to tell him the story of my life and hopes and to fit things together. What was to have been 10 minutes stretched to 2 hours or more. "I must go," he suddenly cried. Could you lend me $40? It is too late to get money over town, and I must catch the train for Geneva. Certainly, I said. I had $40 there in my desk, the sum set aside for my farewell vacation. It never occurred to me to do anything but give it to him. How queer, he said, that you should have that much money in the house. Isn't it? I replied. It never happened before. But I didn't mention the vacation. I had some bad moments after he was gone. Will-o'-the-wisp, I said, a fascinating will-o'-the-wisp. I'll never see that money, he'll simply never think of it again, I'll have to give up that vacation. Serves me right. I did see the money promptly. For Mr. McClure did not forget, as I expected him to do, but wired his London office that night to send me a check. What the new magazine would want from me, I gathered in my long and exciting interview with Mr. McClure, was articles on the achievements of the great French and English scientists. Not history, not literature, not politics, but science, discoveries, inventions, and adventures. Here I was back to my college days. I found my natural enthusiasm for the physical world and its meanings which Professor Tingley had directed was not dead, only sleeping. I found that, little as I knew of all these things, I still had something of a vocabulary and knew enough to find my way about by hard work. There was Pasteur, there was Janssen, who was building an observatory on Mont Blanc. There was Bertillon, the inventor of the system of criminal identification, then attracting the attention of the world. It took all my courage to talk with these gentlemen, but I was soon to find they were the simplest and friendliest of people. For 2 years I kept on hand popular scientific articles whose success depended on interviews with distinguished specialists, and in that time I met with only one rebuff, but that was a very contemptuous one. It was not from a man but from a gifted American woman who was doing valuable special work in one of the great French scientific institutions. The effect of scholarship on a woman, I told myself. She doesn't ripen, she hardens. I know better now. It happens, but by no means to all women. Take Dr. Florence Sabin, a great human being as well as a great specialist. The contacts I made on this work left me precious memories. There was my acquaintance with Madame and Monsieur Pasteur. One of the first articles Mr. McClure asked for was on the Institute, then but 8 years old. Of course that meant an interview with Pasteur if it could be managed. It turned out to be easy enough. The Pasteurs lived in a spacious apartment in the Institute. Big rooms with heavy furniture, heavy curtains, dark soft rugs of the period. It was not until I was actually in the library, where Madame Pasteur led me, that I realized how sadly Pasteur was crippled by the paralysis of his left side, which he had suffered 25 years earlier after 3 years of incessant and exhausting labor on the diseases of the silkworm. He moved with difficulty, he hesitated painfully over words, but his eyes were bright, curious, interested. After a few more or less stumbling explanations on my part, we fell to talking naturally. They made it so easy. Mr. McClure was insistent at that moment on what were called human documents, series of portraits of eminent people from babyhood to 1893. I must have a Pasteur series. Monsieur and Madame were delighted with the idea. The old albums were brought out, and the three of us bent over them exactly as we did now and then at home when the question of WWT at 1, SAT at 2I, MT at 3 came up. Again and again they stopped to say, Tines, voilà Pierre, comment il est drôle. Murray, comment elle est jolie. When the album was closed and we had talked long of his early life, I made an effort to get some idea of what he was thinking of now, but he said, No science. If you want that, go see Monsieur Roux. And so reluctantly, I went down the stairs that led from the apartment, the kindly old faces watching me, for Monsieur and Madame Pasteur had done me the honor to see me off, and Monsieur kept repeating as I went down, Look out, the stairs are dark. When finally the article came out, in the second issue of McClure's magazine, September 1893, I took a copy to him. He was as pleased as a boy with the pictures. On a later visit, he complained that one of his colleagues had carried off the copy. Could I get him another? When I took this to him, it was with the request that he write a maxim for the January 1894 issue of the magazine. Mr. McClure had had the happy idea of asking from leaders of science, industry, religion, literature a paragraph or two embodying their convictions as to the outlook for the world's future, their hopes for it. There was need enough of encouragement. The world had been going through as bad a year as often comes its way, a year of despair, uncertainty, hopelessness. What was ahead? The replies, which filled 18 pages of the magazine, included letters and sentiments from Huxley, Tyndall, Max Muller, Henry Stanley, Julia Ward Howe, Cardinal Gibbons, and a score of others. Noble collection. It was published under the heading, The Edge of the Future. It raised my interest in the venture to a high pitch of enthusiasm. It was for me the spirit, the credo of the new magazine. It meant something more than I had dreamed possible in magazine journalism. For The Edge of the Future, undertaking I was asked at a last moment to collect all the sentiments I could from distinguished Frenchmen. Pasteur, certainly, and he was easy. Of course I will do it, he said. Come back and I'll have it ready. But when I went back, I found him in a flurry. He had written his pensée, and it was lost. Never mind, comforted Madame Pasteur. She'll come back when you have it ready for her. And so I did, but it was unfinished, and Madame Pasteur had to stand over him, encouraging him with tender tresbyens and little pats while he wrote. He was peevish as a child. He didn't like the looks of it, tried again, and finally with a pathetic look said, I'm afraid you don't want either, but if you do, take your choice. And so I did. What he had written was, in the matter of doing good, obligation ceases only when power fails. Before the time limit was up, I had autographed sentiments from Alphonse Daudet, Zola, Alexander Dumas, Francois Capet, and Jules Simon, as veiled as a collection of impressions still clear. There was Zola. I carried away from my visit with him an impression of a man agitated, confused, sulky, an impression emphasized by the amazing conglomeration of furnishings of all ages and all countries which cluttered the entry, stairway, and big salon of his house. I had to wind my way between suits of armor, sedan chairs, Chinese lacquered tables and seats, carved and painted wood to reach him standing at the end of the room. The whole house was like that, as is shown in a series of sketches McClure published in one of the early numbers. He talked long and violently about his enemies, defended his realism, hinted that he was a latter-day Balzac, also a great collector spending his leisure in Paris at art sales, which accounted for my difficulty in finding him in his own salon. The sentiment he gave me was a reflection of his talk and of the point of view of his school. War, he wrote, is the very life, the law of the world. How pitiful is man when he introduces ideas of justice and of peace, when implacable nature is only a continual battlefield. Dumas Fils was the only serene person in the group and was very courteous, the quietest Frenchman I ever met. Jules Simon touched me deeply by what he wrote. Faire le bien récolter l'ingratitude si confère à Dieu. A first book on nothing certain a year. Now that McClure's was really started, I felt that on what I could do for them, and the 2 or 3 articles in which I had interested Scribners, I could live, and that I might drop everything else and devote the bulk of my time to my real business, a study of the life of Madame Roland. She had never been out of my mind. Soon after my arrival, I had found to my joy that my daily walks to and from the National Library, where I was spending most of my time, could be laid through the very quarter in which her father had carried on his trade of goldsmith and past the house in which she had been born, the church where she had taken her first communion, the prison where she had spent her last days, along the route she followed to the guillotine. What luck, I used to say, that I should be taking the very walks she took. It was amazing how little things had changed. The house where Madame Roland was born still stands at the western point of the Isle de la Cité, looking down on the statue of Henry Roman IV and the busy Seine, and to the right the Pont Neuf, in her day the heart of Paris, and still to me one of its most fascinating spots. As she slowly came to life, something more important began to take shape, something which had been little more than a set of dates and events in my mind. I began to see the revolution already well on its way when she was born. I saw it rising around her, sucking her in, using her when she thought it had gone far enough and should check its excesses, throwing her over without her head while true to type it went the whole way, finally falling exhausted into the hands of a dictator equipped with guns. The physical scars of all this long train of violence could be seen on my daily walks or studied in the Musée Carnavalet, where Paris has gathered documents and relics of what she has destroyed as well as of what she has achieved. But besides the scars of Madame Roland's time were other scars dating from the centuries, scars of revolutionary outbreaks of the same type hardly to be distinguished from those of the period I was trying to visualize. And the more you knew of these explosions, the more they seemed to fit together. You could not bound Madame Roland's revolution as I had supposed. What I had called the French Revolution was only an unusually violent episode in the lifelong struggle of Paris to preserve herself as a free individual, the slave of no man or group of men. Revolution had always been her last resort in making herself what she was, in forcing kings to do her bidding, tolerating them when they fed her well, beautified her, protected her, but throwing them over when they asked too much money for the job they did. The marks were all over the city. How could I understand Madame Roland until I understood the elemental force which for centuries had been sweeping Paris in big or little gusts? Did these who sought to loosen the force suppose that they created it or could control it once loosened? Had Madame Roland, confident as she had been of her ability to act as Providence, frank as she was in saying that no role but that of Providence was suited to her powers, been anything more than a revolutionary tool and victim? It had always been at work and still was. I must find out about it, and it looked at the moment as if I were going to have a good opportunity to watch a revolutionary revival, of what proportions no man could tell. The Panama affair had disgusted all self-respecting Frenchmen. Is the Republic to be a failure? They were asking. Nothing so gives heart to the leaders of lost causes, disappointed political groups, advocates of panaceas, and particularly to the radical-minded, as a rousing political scandal. Panama stirred all the parties of France to action, Bourbons and Bonapartists, extreme conservatives, socialists of all the many varieties, and particularly the anarchists. There were 4 groups of the latter, no one of which would have anything to do with any of the others. It was the independents who now went into action. Members of this group worked alone, letting not even their fellows know what they had in mind. A branch of the order existed in the United States, and it was one of them, Alexander Berkman, who attempted this same year, 1892, to assassinate Henry Frick in Pittsburgh. The independent who acted first in Paris was Jules Ravachol by name, a man some 33 years old, a dyer by trade, with a courageous but not a criminal face. So I thought when, a little later, I secured his photograph and measurements from the Criminal Identification Bureau for McClure's magazine. Ravachol began by blowing up various houses. It was like a toxin. All over France similar outrages followed, and they continued at intervals for 2 or more years. The crowning one a bomb thrown in the Chamber of Deputies in December of 1893 by a notorious anarchist known as Auguste Vaillant. Several deputies and 80 or more spectators in the gallery were wounded seriously. It was a ghastly affair. The outbreaks and the rumors of outbreaks as well as the actual destruction had a bad effect on the nerves of many of the French. There was Alphonse Daudet. Madame Daudet had offered to get me a pensée for the collection I was making for McClure's magazine and arranged for me to call for the copy. After we had tea, she took me to the library to see how Alphonse was getting on. It was my first glimpse of him, a little man, with a shock of straight black hair which stood out rather ferociously at the moment, evidently from running his fingers through it. His face was pale, his eyes astonishingly black and bright. He had lost 2 or 3 teeth, and the remaining ones were not very good. He was terribly excited. He had not finished his pensée, he said, because he had just had a visit from an anarchist. The servant had let in a man who had demanded 20 francs to buy a wagon-load of dynamite to blow up the Hôtel de Ville. He grew more and more excited as he talked. I really expected the man to kill me, he said, and I got out this revolver which I always keep in the drawer. And he pulled it out to show it to me. A pretty affair, he said, if while you 2 were visiting in there a tragedy had gone on in here. I so shared the general nervousness that, more than once when I saw a man on the omnibus carrying a package, I feared a bomb and abruptly descended. Yet along with all my nervousness I was always nosing around, hoping to see a bomb go off. It seemed to me that was my journalistic duty, but I never saw anything more than the ruins they had caused. I did see a pretty good revolution, one that had all the earmarks that I had been finding in my attempted study of revolution. It was in July of 1893. This time it was youth in revolt, the youth of the Latin Quarter and the Beaux Arts. From start to finish, the revolt went on practically under my windows. The annual Ball of the Beaux Arts in the winter of 1893 had scandalized Paris. As I remember, the exhibit which outraged was a lady who promenaded with no other covering than a mosquito net. The protest finally reached the Chamber of Deputies, where a member, Berenger, took it up in a serious way and proposed a restrictive law which angered the students. It was, they said, an interference with their right to amuse themselves. Immediately long and picturesque monomes, single lines of men, one hand on the shoulder of the man in front, the other grasping a hand of the one behind, threaded their way up and down the boulevards, particularly in the vicinity of the Luxembourg, chanting at the top of their voices, "Conspues Berenger. Conspues Lowe's, down with the Puritans." The demonstration began on a Saturday, and that night a great crowd centered in a cafe in my neighborhood. The place was packed inside and out with youths noisier and noisier as the hours went on. Finally, the crowd became so unruly that a squadron of police charged them. There was a great hubbub, and in the mêlée somebody hurled one of the heavy white matchboxes which were used on all the tables in the Latin Quarter restaurants, a dangerous missile. It hit an innocent spectator who had come to see the fun, a young man of 22 or 23 from the other side of the river, and killed him. The students were wild with rage, and all that night and all next day they tore up and down the streets, pulling up trees, knocking over kiosks, breaking windows. The shopkeepers of Paris, having the experience of centuries of revolutionary outbreaks behind them, knew when to retire. And before Monday night, the heavy wooden shutters with which they protect their fronts were all up, their doors closed, and the quarter was alive with soldiers and mounted police. The center of the disturbance that day, however, was not the Latin Quarter but the streets around the Chamber of Deputies, where a great band of angry students kept up a tumult. There were funny incidents. A big group of deputies came out to look over the demonstration, and on the instant, the air rang with the jingling of hundreds of big copper sous pitched on the pavements to cries of "Panama, Panama." The Dahomens were pets of Paris in those days, a picturesque addition to the population. Handsomer creatures never were seen. It happened a carriageful, naked to the waist, attempted to pass through the crowd. At once the students set up the cry, "Berenger, Berenger, bring 'em a fig leaf, bring 'em a fig leaf." By Tuesday, the Latin Quarter had begun to look sinister. The inevitable had happened. A popular disturbance never remains long in the full control of those who start it. Advocates of all sorts of systems and causes join it, seize it, if one of them can produce a real leader. A student's revolt can easily become an anarchist raid, with looting and arson on the side by professional lawbreakers, who always come out of their hiding places when anarchy breaks out. As the to-be-expected invasion of the Latin Quarter from without began, destruction increased. Omnibuses were seized and, at strategic points, piled up as barricades. But the rioters never succeeded in making a stand. Steadily and quietly, night and day, platoons of mounted police moved up and down the boulevards and into the quarter. I tried at first to go on my usual round, hoping to learn something of revolutionary technique, but after I had been caught in a crowd, the cavalry was driving from the Place de la Sorbonne, had heard bullets whistling over my head, been forced to take refuge in the portal of the church, I was content to stay at home. However, there was excitement enough there. Our street was narrow and steep. When the cavalry charged, it would fill up with the rioters. The movement was amazingly quiet, no shouting, no shots, the only noise the clatter of the horses' feet as they drove the mass ahead. This invasion of our street produced panic among the foreigners in the house. There were a couple of middle-aged American women on the floor below me out seeing the world, but they had not bargained for a revolution, and during the 3 or 4 days our revolution was going on they shut themselves night and day in their room. The Egyptians were in a worse panic. They whispered horrible stories of what happened in revolutions, and one night when fires had been set in our neighborhood and the firemen were out, they were sure we were all going to be burned alive. "Here we are, 4th floor," cried one of them, "too high up to get out. We'll all be dead by morning." A week was as long as the students could hold out in the torrid weather. There were too many cavalry, too many soldiers, too alert a police force, and also there were the Apache, the anarchists. It was no longer their revolution. They gave up, and by the end of the week kiosks were replaced, trees replanted, windows and doors opened, and we were all going on in our normal way. Over, all quiet, Nevertheless, it was a pretty fine little revolution while it lasted. Was it not like radical and valent, a symptom, the kind of symptom by which the rise of the revolutionary fever always announces itself? Were there those who would nourish these symptoms as carefully as Madame Roland and her friends had nourished them in her day? If so, you would get your explosion. And for what good, I was asking myself. Madame Roland had lost her head because she was not content with a first revolution which had given the country a constitution. She wanted to get the king and queen and the highborn of all varieties out of the way. She wanted a republic. She lost her head to those who were not satisfied with getting king and queen out of the way, who wanted her and her followers out of the way as soon as they began to cry for order. Her republic had collapsed under Napoleon Bonaparte. There had come a return to the Bourbon, then a republic, then a return to a Bonaparte, and again her republic. But was this corrupt and vulgar republic I was hearing about any better than the corrupt and scandalous court she hated and helped overthrow? Was the affair of the diamond necklace any worse than the affair of Panama? Was the Bastille a more ghastly prison than the spot where they were now sending political prisoners, the Devil's Island of the tropics? I did not have the consolation of a fixed political formula to pull me out of my muddle. It is very easy to put everything in its place when you have that, and are armed with its faith and its phrases. But here was I with a heroine on my hands, whose formula and methods and motives I was beginning to question, as I was questioning the formula, the methods and motives of France of the moment. What kept me at my task, prevented me from throwing up Madame Roland and going on a blind research for the nature and roots of revolution, was the brilliant and friendly intellectual circle into which my quest of Madame Roland had led me. Among the names I had been advised to include in my series on the writing women of Paris was that of A. Mary F. Robinson, an Englishwoman of the pre-Raphaelite school, a poetess of delicacy and distinction who had married one of the eminent scholars of France, James Darmesteter, a Hebrew and a cripple. One had only to look into his face to know that here was a great soul. And what interested me so was that this something in his face, his remarkable head, wiped out all sense of incongruity between the mating of this slender and exquisite woman with this man of alien race and crippled body. I never felt for a moment an incongruity. When Monsieur Darmesteter learned I was after Madame Roland, he was immediately helpful. You must know Léon Merlier of the École des Hautes Études. He is a great-great-grandson of Madame Roland. He has papers which have never been given to the public. I will write you a letter. Which he did, a letter which brought me an invitation to dinner. This dinner was the gate to a whole new social and intellectual world. Here was a French academic household of the best sort, simple, hard-working, gay. Léon Merlier was an excellent and respected scholar. Jean, his wife, a sister of the Breton poet, Anatole Lebras, was not only a skillful household manager but, like the wives of many French scholars, her husband's amanuensis, copy and proofreader, and general adviser. She had particular charm among Parisians, for she was a Breton who loved her pays and kept its distinguishing marks without being provincial. Here I found, too, eager to go over the papers which Léon Merlier spread out after dinner for my inspection, one who was to prove a most helpful and delightful friend, Charles Bourgeaud, the eminent Swiss scholar, a friend of my friends the Vincents now back at Johns Hopkins. But this was not the end of it. There was a closer connection, Léon Merlier's mother, the great-granddaughter of Madame Roland, and they quickly passed me on to her. Here again I was invited to dinner, and here I discovered a circle different from anything I had ever known, a household of brilliant men presided over by Madame Merlier, a most gracious woman, of fine intelligence, freed and mellowed by a tragic life, as I was to learn. More than any woman I have ever known, Madame Merlier came to stand in my mind and heart as the personification of that quality which the French hold so high, bonté. The leader of the group of men was a Sorbonne professor of history, Charles Saint-Nobos. He was a learned man who carried his learning not as an accomplishment but as a social utility. Saint-Nobos was a not too dogmatic socialist and materialist, a good pianist, a marvelous talker, a lovable and pungent personality. Around him there gathered every Wednesday evening for dinner at Madame Merlier's table a number of young men, all serious students, liberal minds, hard workers. After dinner 6 or 8, more habitués of the house were sure to drop in for coffee and for talk. Among these regular habitués was Lucian Hare, who at that moment was seeking to convert to socialism the two men who in the years since have done most to make the doctrine an impregnable factor in political life in France, Jean Jaurès and Léon Blum, the recent premier of France. Hare at that time was the librarian at the École Normale, as well as managing editor of the Revue de Paris. In both positions, he met many young would-be scholars and writers. When one of them seemed to him to have the makings of a liberal thinker, he worked over him as a missionary works to save a soul. He was so working in the early 90s over Jean Jaurès and Léon Blum. Occasionally, Lucian Hare brought to the Cénobos circle one of those whom he was seeking to convert. If Jaurès and Blum were ever among them, they made no particular impression on me, much as I disliked to think so. They were simply a couple of Lucian's young men. Although Hare believed the socialistic state he sought would and could come by a peaceful evolution, the thing I remember best about him was an exhibit of indifference to bloodshed which shocked me to the core. The night that Vaillant threw the bomb in the Chamber of Deputies, the group was dining with Madame Merlier. Lucian was late, not an unusual happening. We were halfway through when he came in, pale, exalted. We all turned in our seats as he standing told us how he had been in the chamber when the bomb was thrown, of the explosion in midair, of the wounded all about him. He had no word of the suffering, only of the political bearings of the deed. But the wounded, Lucian, broke in Cénobos, who could not endure the thought of pain. "Cela me fait rien," said Lucian. His opposition to bloodshed was intellectual, not emotional like that of Cénobos. On the face of it, nobody could have been less at home in such a group than I, a tongue-tied alien, all eyes and ears, contributing nothing but my presence. Yet it came about before many weeks that Mademoiselle Mise, as Cénobos called me, had a place at the weekly dinners. Undoubtedly the friendship that sprang up quickly between Madame Merlier and me, as well as the fact that I asked nothing but to listen, explained it. I could afford to listen. I had never heard such talk. There was nothing on earth that was foreign or forbidden. Opinions were free as the air, but they had to fight for their lives. There was a complete absence of pretense, and sophistry was thrown as soon as it came to its feet. That it was a friendly circle, its acceptance of me was proof enough. Friendliness began at the door when I arrived Wednesday evening. It was always Cénobos who came rushing to meet me, seized my hand, helped me off with my wraps, danced about me asking eager boyish questions about what I had been doing since I was there last. The talk begun, I was forgotten unless by chance he suddenly recalled me. Then he would jump up, run over, demand, "What do you think of that?" Half the time I was thinking less about what they were saying than about their exciting personalities. They seemed to be vividly related to life, but much of their talk was based on something that was not life: abstract literature, learning, speculation. I realized this when they talked of America. Cénobos saw it only as he had read about it in books. It seemed to him not to be producing that intellectual elite on which he felt the salvation of society depended, a group capable of doing the thinking and planning for a world of lesser men. It was the lesser men who were coming to the top in America. Confronted with superiority from America, he refused to believe it native. One summer I presented to him a friend of mine, a woman of exquisite mind and manner. "She is not American," he said. "They do not produce that kind in America. Where was she born? Where was she educated?" "In Kansas," I said. He bounded out of his chair like a ball. It couldn't be. Kansas is only a half-settled state. One has only to look to see this is a rare type that you have brought here. She never came out of Kansas." I never saw him more outraged than one day when pressure was brought to bear on him to accept a position in the University of Chicago at a handsome salary. Jumping up, he raced around the room. "Chicago? What can a man of intelligence find there? You can't build an intellectual center on money and organization. It is a growth. 500 years from now Chicago may be fit for scholars, but not now." He mistrusted the intelligence of the United States, but less than that of England. Americans were not stupid. Englishmen were. He wanted none of them in his circle. I met this prejudice head-on when I asked permission to introduce to him a brilliant young English friend, H. Wickham Steed. I had never known a young man who was surer of what he wanted to do in life, or who was preparing for it in a more thorough and logical fashion than Steed. His ambition was to become a foreign correspondent of the London Times. He knew that for this it was necessary for him to be familiar with the languages, the history, the men, the politics of the leading countries of the continent. He began by taking some 2 years in Germany. Now he was acquainting himself with the French language, literature, politics, leaders. I found Steed especially interesting on a subject of which I knew little, although we were having reverberations in the United States. This was the philosophy of Karl Marx. Steed was familiar with its then status in Germany, knew its leaders, Liebknecht and Engels. He envied me my relations with the group at Madame Merlier's, envied me my Wednesday night dinner, as he might very well. "Could you not present me?" he asked. I knew how jealous they were of their circle, and knew, too, they thought the English a stupid, bigoted race and wanted none of it. But Steed was certainly not stupid. Besides, he was young, and I had a feeling that nothing would be better for him than contact with these enlightened friends of mine. And so, with some hesitation, I told Sainobos about him and asked him if I might bring him. "Never, the English are stupid." "You are wrong about Steed," I argued. "You ought to be willing to give him the benefit of the doubt." After some arguments, I was allowed to present my protégé. As I expected, they pounced on him mercilessly. It was fine to see the way he held his own and a relief when, after an hour or more of baiting, Sainobos came to my corner and in a tone of surprise and wonder said, "Mademoiselle Mies, your Englishman is intelligent." When they came to that conclusion, they took Steed in, and from that time on he was welcome. All through the years of his brilliant career as a correspondent and later through the war as foreign editor of the London Times, the association with Sainobos continued. In his recollections, through 30 years, Steed tells of his introduction to the circle, a sort of entrance examination, which convinced his examiners he was less stupid than he ought to have been. This then was the group in which my interest in Madame Roland had landed me. As the weeks went on, the intimacy grew greater. Whatever occurred to them that might help me in my work, they suggested. It was through their introduction that I was given every opportunity in the manuscript room of the National Library to work over the large collection of Roland manuscripts which had just been catalogued. Indeed, I was the first person to work on them in the library. Delightful as well as important to my enterprise was the invitation Madame gave me in the spring of 1893 to go with her for a fortnight to Le Clos, a country estate which had been in the Roland family for at least 100 years before the Revolution. After the death of Monsieur and Madame Roland in 1793, Le Clos had passed to their daughter. It now belonged to Madame Merlier, who managed it, giving special care to its chief yield, grapes, made into wine on the place. Le Clos lay in the Beaujolais, some 30 miles north of the city of Lyons and close to a hamlet called Thizay. Here Madame Roland had spent some 4 years while her husband served as inspector of manufactures at Lyons. The Shadau was little changed, so Madame Merlier told me. The activities were what they had been 100 years ago. It was a rare chance to see my heroine in a different role, busy with other duties than those of student, tuft hunter, political diplomat, providence to nation. I needed to see her in a more natural and helpful environment, for I was beginning to mistrust her. The journey to Le Clos with Madame Merlier, taken in May, was an adventure for both of us. How much she had jeopardized her position in her own family by traveling with a foreigner and a Protestant, I did not realize until the day we spent sightseeing at Dijon. She left me for an hour to visit an important and ancient aunt. "I should not dare take you with me," she said. "My aunt would cast me out if she knew I was traveling with a heretic." To reach Le Clos, we left the railroad at Villefranche and climbed in a horse cart for an hour and more, steadily up hills, across valleys, a high broad country, striped by many colored ribbon-like farms, dotted by stout buildings of dull yellow, the stone of the country, sprinkled with splendid trees, vineyards, and orchards. Thizay, the hamlet we sought, lay high. We drove between its walls, turned into a lane, and stopped before a big gate in a yellow wall. Behind it lay Le Clos, a little white chateau of Louis Xiv's time with corner towers and red-tiled roofs, a court on one side, a garden on the other. From this garden one looked out over a magnificent panorama of hills, mountains, valleys, stretching to the Swiss Alps in the east. On clear evenings the snowcaps were visible, and now, and then the round crown of Mont Blanc glowed on the sky line like an immense opal. Within the Shadau there had been little outward change from Madame Roland's time. There was the same great dark kitchen, with its stone floor, its huge fireplace, although now a stove helped out, the same shining copper vessels on the walls. There was the same brick floor in the billiard room with its ancient table, its guns and caps of successive generations of soldiers on the walls. The brightest place within the house was the salon, done in yellow plush, family portraits on the walls, a piano, books. I had an apartment to myself looking out on the garden and beyond to the mountains. A bedroom, toilet, and workroom, severe as a nun's cell with its uncovered floor, its unadorned walls, but containing every necessary comfort and a wealth of books, 500 or more in my workroom, including several magnificent sets. Among them, Voltaire complete in 70 volumes. They nearly all bore 18th century dates, and some of them the name of Roland himself. Indeed, the home was rich in books of value. In Madame Merellier's library there were 2,000 or more, but these were only what was left. From the collection she had inherited, she had given Léon Merellier complete early sets of Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot. She had made a collection of scientific books for Louis Lapicque, one of the members of her Paris household, and another of historical books for Charles Saint-Nobos, and still there were all these hundreds, many of which I had the right to believe Madame Roland herself had handled. We ransacked them for marginal notes and hunted through the drawers of old desks and bureaus for papers, finding not a few small bits which were grist for my mill. Books were about all the original possessions of Leclos that the revolutionists of the 1790s had not made away with. The Chateau itself had not suffered seriously, though there were still some slight scars, but books aside, it had been completely stripped of furnishings. Even today, so Madame Merellier told me, it was not unusual when inquiry was made about the origin of some interesting old piece in a Beaujolais farmhouse to be told, "Oh, that came from Leclos 100 years ago." The Revolution stripped Leclos of its possessions and all but ended the family. But it did not succeed in convincing all the Beaujolais of its beneficence. There was not a little outspoken anti-revolutionary feeling still abroad. The Marseillaise was never played in Thizay, I was told. The curé and the municipal council would not permit it, nor would they allow the 14th of July to be celebrated. While I was at Leclos, there was a sharp dispute in a neighboring hamlet on the playing of the Marseillaise. The bandmaster refused to lead when it was asked. It was put up to the band, who voted yes. Thereupon the master laid down his baton and went off in a huff. Madame Roland's revolution was not ended. But I did not think much of such dark matters at Leclos. They did not belong to the years I had come there to relive. Those were only gay, happy, useful years. I knew from her letters before me she could and did fill the role of a local providence, adjusting her activities and reforms to what her constituency understood and was willing to accept. She filled her time as I saw my friend Madame Merellier filling hers, busy from morning until night with the affairs of the estate, visiting the people, prescribing remedies for man and beast, vegetables and vines, arranging a marriage for this pair, making an invalid more comfortable, taking care of some peasant's wayward son, climbing up the steep hillside to early mass to set a good example, discharging naturally and intelligently that responsibility to the family, the estate, the dependent countryside, which the Frenchwoman seems to accept as her contribution to the state. It makes her something steady, wise, superior, a strong factor in the economic, social, and religious stability of France. I had never seen anything which seemed to me more useful than what Madame Merellier was doing, and I had opportunity to judge, for everywhere she went she took me with her. Her invariable card of introduction to these natural-born skeptics of the value of all persons not born and raised in France was, "Mademoiselle comes from the same country as your vines." That was enough for them. Their vines had been devastated by repeated visitations of the phylloxera, and it was not until the introduction of American roots that the vineyards had recovered. They were looking well now. I was welcome at once. They treated me as if I were the benefactor, yet I doubt if any of them knew where America was. Most of them with whom I talked placed it somewhere in Africa. Africa they did know, as a name at least, because many of their sons went there for military service. One of the most surprising things to me among the French, high and low, was their utter indifference to the geography of the rest of the world. Why should they bother about the rest of the world? There was only one land about which they should know, that was France, and that they should know to the last corner. Even many educated people I met did not distinguish North from South America. In Madame d'Armisteader's drawing room, I met cultivated people who believed that all Americans carried weapons in their pockets, and that Indians walked the streets of Chicago. When I protested that it was against the law to carry a revolver, and that the only Indians in Chicago were those that were imported as they imported the Dahamans, they smiled incredulously. Many of them, I concluded, got their notions of what America was like from the exhibits in a certain public hall on the grand boulevards. Here you paid a sou or two to look through stereoscopes at amusing and sometimes very improper pictures. Here the walls were decorated with illustrated newspapers from different countries, and among them were always copies of the Police Gazette. As a matter of fact, it was in this hall of the Grand Boulevard of Paris that I saw the first copy of the Police Gazette that I had seen since those days back in Rouseville, when my friend and I carefully studied the underworld in the sheets that we could slip away from the bunkhouse of my father's workmen. The visit to Le Clos with its grist of impressions, the conviction that I had seen Madame Roland herself, in her happiest as well as her most useful days, completed the study of source material for her life on which I had been working as I found time through the 20 months I had been in Paris. It rounded out the woman she was, softened the asperity which I was beginning to feel for her. Also, it strengthened my suspicion that while a woman frequently was a success as the providence of a countryside, she did no better than a man when she attempted to fill that function for a nation. Now I was ready to write my book. Of course, while I was doing this, I must keep the wolf from the door, and it was not so easy in the year 1893 for a stray journalist in Paris to get out of the distracted American market orders or pay for orders. The depression of the 90s, now in its third year with 5 years more to go, was working havoc everywhere. It was hard to get your money even if your debtors consented you had earned it. I was depending at the moment largely upon the new magazine, McClure's. It had started in the summer of 1893, an undertaking which only the young and innocent and the hopelessly optimistic would ever have dared. It has always been a marvel to me that Mr. McClure and Mr. Phillips were able to hold on through that dreadful year. But they did, and with a resourcefulness, even gaiety, that nobody but those who saw it can appreciate. I knew perfectly well that if the magazine lived, I should get all the money I earned, but in the summer of 1893, they did not have it. It came to a serious pass with me, a point where I did not have a sou or anybody to whom I could confide my predicament. Not for the world would I have told my devoted Madame Merlier that there was no money in my purse. Not for the world would I have confided it to Madame E. And, as for the Americans on the scene, I was bent on impressing them with the fact I was really getting on. At all events, it must not go back to Titusville or Meadville, Pennsylvania, that this questionable venture of mine had brought me so low. And so one warm summer day I took my sealskin coat, which really was a very good one, quite out of keeping with the rest of my wardrobe, by this time close to scandalous. I took the coat and marched over town to the Mont de Piété. They were polite to me, but I was a foreigner. That coat might be stolen, probably was. What credentials did I have? Whom could I give as reference? There was nobody in the town that I was willing to have know what I was doing. But did I have documents to prove my identity? Yes, I said I had, and I would bring them. So I left my coat and raced back to the left bank for my credentials. And what were they? What did I have? There were letters from my publishers. There was my checkbook, exhausted but nevertheless a checkbook. Without thinking it would be of any particular use, I took my Allegheny College diploma. The inspector passed lightly over the letters of editors, the stubs in my checkbook, but the diploma impressed him. And so it was on my Allegheny College diploma I made the loan which helped me over the bad months of 1893, while I was waiting for a check from a land in the grip of one of the most serious money famines that it had ever known. Although there might be anxious moments over money, I was freer to work on my book than I had ever been. And work I did, as hard as I could, all that terrifically hot summer. My friend Madame Merlier had gone to Brittany. She begged me to come along, but I had used up all my vacation money in my trip to Le Clos, a trip I had extended to Switzerland and to a chain of French towns where there were beautiful things I wanted to see, to Bourg, Macon, Cluny, Autun. There was nothing that I wanted to do more except finish up and go home. But the finishing up was not so easy. I had undertaken the study of this woman in order to clear up my mind about the quality of service that women could give and had given in public life, particularly in times of stress. I had hoped to come out with some definite conclusions to be able to say, the woman at this point will be a steady, intuitive, dependable force. She will never lend herself to purely emotional or political approaches to great social problems. She knows too much of human beings. Her business has always been handling human beings. Building families has been her job in society. You can depend upon her to tell you whom to trust, whom to follow, whom to discard. These intuitions of hers about people are born of centuries of intimate firsthand dealing with human beings from babyhood on. They are among the world's greatest values. And she will be no party to violence. She knows that solutions are only worked out by patient cooperation, and that cooperation must be kindly. She knows the danger of violence in the group as she knows the danger of selfishness. She has been the world's greatest sufferer from these things, and she has suffered them in order that she might protect that thing which is her business in the world, the bearing and the rearing of children. She has a great inarticulate wisdom born of her experience in the world. That is the thing women will give. That was what I had hoped to find Madame Roland giving, and I had found a politician with a providence complex. I had also found what I had been trying to shove aside, as women do, new proof of that eternal and necessary natural law that the woman backs up her man. Madame Roland had been royalist, republican, revolutionist, according to the man she loved. She had served her man with unyielding conviction, would not temper or cooperate, intolerant, inflexible. But what woman in America seeking the vote as a sure cure for injustice and corruption would listen to such a message? That, of course, was no affair of mine. My affair was clearing my own mind. So far I had only succeeded in adding to its confusion, even in destroying faiths I had held. There was the ancient faith that you could depend upon the woman to oppose violence. This woman had been one of the steadiest influences to violence, willing, even eager, to use this terrible revolutionary force, so bewildering and terrifying to me, to accomplish her ends, childishly believing herself and her friends strong enough to control it when they needed it no longer. The heaviest blow to my self-confidence, so far, was my loss of faith in revolution as a divine weapon. Not since I discovered the world not to have been made in 6 days of 24 hours each, had I been so intellectually and spiritually upset. I had held a revolution as a noble and sacred instrument, destroying evil and leaving men free to be wise and good and just. Now it seemed to me not something that men used, but something that used men for its own mysterious end, and left behind the same relative proportion of good and evil as it started with. Never did I so realize my ignorance of life and men and society as in the summer of 1894. When I packed up the manuscript of my life of Madame Roland to take it back to America for its final revision in the peace of my home. Of course, I told myself I would go through with it. I would put down what I had found as nearly as I could, even if I had not got what I came for. And then came the question, can I get what I came for? Is it to be found, the real answer to my question about woman in society, the point or position where she can best serve it? Can I find an answer to this other question that has so disturbed me, the nature of revolution? Apparently, I told myself, as I packed my bag finally to go back to America, you have only begun, but at least you have a new starting point. Cheer up, make a new plan. And I was making a new plan. I had been making one for some time. It was laid down economically, professionally, and socially with as much precision as the plan with which I had come to Paris in 1891. It was a plan for my return to Paris. I would go home, get my book into shape, try to convince the Scribners that it was worth their publishing. I would get a good long visit with my family, the only thing I felt now to be worth while in life. I wanted to be sure they were there, that the house was there, that my father's chair stood by the living room center table under the drop gas reading light, that the family Sunday dinner was what it had always been. I wanted to hear my father ask the blessing at the table, to sit with my sister and mother afternoons out on the shady side of the lawn. I wanted all the home flowers I could gather, and it was queer what a big place flowers took in my dreams of home. My mother was one of those women for whom, they say, anything will grow. And she had had flowers, summer and winter. One of the deprivations of not having money in Paris had been that I could not buy flowers. I had to content myself with lounging around the flower markets on the square of Notre Dame. I lingered there almost as much as I did over the bookstalls along the Seine. But at home, I could gather all I wanted. I would come back to France on different terms. My friendly publishers would give me work. I had schemes for books and articles which I felt sure would interest the Scribners, that history of women, for instance. Then there was this lively, friendly, aggressive, delightful McClure's. There were plenty of things I could write for them. I would take an apartment in the Latin Quarter up high where I could look over the roofs, see the sky. I would have a salon like Madame Merlier's. She would find me a bon à tout fair, and I could have people in to dinner. Madame Merlier, Saint-Nobos, and perhaps Lucien Hare and Louis Lapique and Charles Bourgeaud would come. The summer would bring over my precious American friends. The Vincents, Emerys, Hazens, and my sister must join me. Life would be full and satisfying, while I cleared up my mind on women and revolution, and continued my search for God in the great cathedrals. It was with this baggage and a terrible thirst for a long drink of family life that in June 1894, I said au revoir to my friends. I felt so sure it was au revoir. The first 2 months after I reached America I spent at home convincing myself that my family, in spite of the trials it had been suffering, was unchanged in its ways, its loyalties, and its philosophy. If life was not as easy materially for my father and mother as their long years of labor and self-denial gave them the right to hope, I found that they were enjoying that most precious experience, the evidence of the continuity of their lives. My brother and his fine wife with their children, 2 girls and a boy, lived only a few doors away, and the grandchildren were as much in one home as in the other. They gave, I found, a continual fresh zest to the household and its doings. My father again had the legitimate excuse for going to the circus which our growing up had taken from him. The children want to go. My mother had as strong a justification for family picnics and birthday celebrations on which she tired herself out. The children enjoy them so. For me, those children were a challenging experience. 3 years had made the youngsters keen observers, and I found them appraising me in the fashion of natural, unspoiled children. Launched on one of the long narrative monologues to which I am addicted with intimates, I would suddenly be checked by the cool, impersonal stare of nieces or nephew. They did not know they were doing it, but I knew they were taking my measure. They were not only an unending interest and joy to me, but a salutary correction, as they have continued to be to this day. But before I was really sure of my standing with them, though quite reassured as to that with their elders, and just as I had put the finishing touches to my Madame Roland, I was snatched away from Titulesville by a hurried letter from Mr. McClure. I must come at once to New York and write a life of Napoleon Bonaparte. The Napoleon movement of the 90s. When I reached New York, I found that the situation behind the hasty call to come on and write a life of Napoleon was pressing. The Napoleon movement, which I had been following in Paris for 2 years, had reached the editorial desk of McClure's magazine in the form of a permission to reproduce a large and choice collection of Napoleon portraits, the property of a distinguished citizen of Washington, D.C., Gardiner Green Hubbard. Mr. Hubbard was popularly known as the father-in-law of Alexander Graham Bell, the inventor of the telephone. He was as well the father-in-law of the telephone, since it was largely through his faith in the invention before it was recognized as a practical utility, and his shrewd and indefatigable work in securing patents, in enlisting supporters, and in fighting rival claimants, that the telephone had been developed and secured for Mr. Bell and his family. Mr. Hubbard had long been a Napoleon collector. The revival of interest in the man in the early 90s had made him feel that his collection ought to be reproduced for the public, but he insisted a suitable text, that is, one he liked, must go with the pictures. Mr. McClure had secured something well written from an able Englishman, Robert Sherard, a great-grandson of Wordsworth, but it was so contemptuously anti-Napoleon that Mr. Hubbard would not allow his pictures to go with it. And here it was August, and Mr. McClure, with the headlong speed in which he conducted affairs, had announced the first installment for November. I was both amazed and amused by the idea that a popular American magazine would think of such an undertaking. Why? I asked myself. I had seen the Napoleon movement start and grow in Paris in 1892 and 1893. Had read everything that came along in the way of fresh reminiscences of brilliant journalism, particularly that of Figaro, and I had tucked away in my clippings a full set of the Karen Dake cartoons, which so captivated Paris. But I looked on the movement as political, an effort of the Bonapartists to revive the popular admiration for the country's most spectacular figure. If the revulsion against the Panama brand of republicanism could be kept alive, fed, might there not be a turning to Bonaparte? Just as the anarchists took advantage of the situation by hurling bombs, so the Bonapartists turned to blazoning France with the stories of the glory that had been hers under the little corporal. It is an amazing record of achievement, and one had to be a poor Frenchman, or poor human being for that matter, not to feel his blood stir at its magnificence. But write a life of Napoleon Bonaparte, it was laughable, and yet how could I refuse to try? In passing through New York in June, I had given Mr. McClure the right to call upon me, promising to join his staff after my vacation. He would give me $40 a week, more money than I had ever expected to earn. With care, I could save enough to carry me back to Paris, and at the same time, I could learn more of the needs of the McClure organization. The $40 a week was a powerful argument. Moreover, I had been talking largely about devoting myself to French Revolutionary history. If this wasn't that, what was? But there was something else. This man had pulled France out of the slough where she lay when Madame Roland lost her head. I had a terrific need of seeing the thing through, France on her feet. Napoleon had for a time set her there and brought back decency, order, common sense. I would try, I told Mr. McClure, at his expense, but I should have to go back at once to Paris. Where else could I get sufficient material? That idea of getting to Paris encouraged me to try, but first we all agreed I must go to Washington and talk with Mr. Hubbard, look over the collection. Promptly an invitation came from Mrs. Hubbard to come at once to their summer home out Chevy Chase Way on Woodley Lane, not far from the Rock Creek Zoo. President and Mrs. Cleveland had their summer home on the lane, and the McLean place, where Admiral Dewey was to go when he returned the conquering hero from the Philippines, was across the way. Twin Oaks, as the Hubbard place was called from two big oaks just in front of the house, was the finest country estate in the Washington district, as well as the most beautiful home into which I had ever been admitted. Mrs. Hubbard herself was a woman of rare taste and cultivation, a really great lady, and what she was showed from end to end of that lovely sunny house. Maids, butler, gardener, all took on something of her dignity and gentleness. Mr. Hubbard was a man of some 70 years then, wiry, energetic, putting in every moment of his time serving his friends and family and in worshiping Mrs. Hubbard. I think he tried her preference for quiet and dignity and for people of her own kind. It must have made her a little uneasy to have a strange woman with a meager wardrobe and a preoccupied mind drop into her carefree, gaily bedecked society, but she took it all in the best nature and with unvarying kindness and understanding. I liked her particularly for the way she accepted Mr. McClure in the days to come. He would burst unexpectedly into the house at any moment which suited his convenience, his bag loaded with proofs of the Napoleon prince, and almost before he had made his greeting the bag was open and the proofs spread helter-skelter over the carpet. Being very much on my good behavior, I was a little horrified myself, and then I did so want them to like and appreciate Mr. McClure. When I tried to apologize for the dishevelment, he wrought Mrs. Hubbard laughed. "That eagerness of his is beautiful," she said. "I am accustomed to geniuses." And so she was, as I was to find. It did not take me long to discover that there was plenty of material in Washington for the Napoleon sketch. Mr. Hubbard had the latest books and pamphlets. It was easy to arrange that I have proofs from Paris of 2 or 3 volumes of reminiscences that had been announced. In the State Department, I found the full Napoleonic correspondence published by the order of the French government. Files of all the leading French newspapers of the period were in one library or another. In the Congressional Library, there was a remarkable collection of books gathered by Andrew D. White when he was minister to Germany from 1879 to 1881, the bulk of them in German, French, and English. An item of this collection not to be duplicated was some 50 volumes of pamphlets in several different languages made in Germany during the Revolution and covering the Napoleonic era. They were for the most part the hasty, agitated outbreaks of vox populi, protests, arguments, prophecies, curious personal adventures, but among them were rare bits. Taken as a whole, they reflected the contemporary state of mind of the people of Europe, as did nothing I had ever seen. Convinced of the adequacy of material, I reluctantly gave up Paris and settled down to work in the Congressional Library. It was not so easy to find a writing table there in the early 90s, and it took some persuasion to convince the ruler of the place, Ainsworth Spofford, that I was worth the effort, that is, that I was there to use his books day in and day out until my task was done. Certain of that, he tucked me in, though stacks of books rising from floor to ceiling had to be moved to find room. I wonder if students in the United States know how much they owe to this man. He gave his life to making a library first to serve Congress, for he held the firm conviction that congressmen generally needed educating, and that books handy in which he could find materials for their committee work and their speeches would contribute to the process. He made it his first business to provide them as near on the instant as possible with what he thought they needed. In return for this service, he used every opportunity to wheedle, shame, beg money from them, money for books, equipment, and increased staff, and always for better accommodations. For Mr. Spofford had a great vision of a national library, educating not only Congress but the people. To realize that vision, he had become what he was when I knew him, a devoted, domineering, crabbed czar of his realm. He worked incessantly, doing everything, knowing everything. He paid little attention to the irritated criticisms of those who saw only the inconveniences and dust and overcrowding of the old rooms, and who charged him with inefficiency and tyranny. His mind was on the arrangement and administration of the marble pile already underway across the square. This was what he had been working for, a worthy place for books. His sharp, irritated, "There, maybe you can find something in that," banging a dusty volume on my table, has often sounded in my ears as in later years I worked at the commodious desks of the library he had dreamed, and which to my mind is a monument to him more than to any other man. Naturally enough, since he was the only man I ever knew who had anything to do with its existence. 6 weeks and I had my first installment ready. I had done it with my tongue in my cheek. Impudence, it seemed to me, to write biography on the gallop. I had kept myself to it by repeating in moments of disgust, "Well, a cat may look at a king. I'll sketch it in, and they can take or leave it." But Mr. Hubbard liked what I had done, and that meant Mr. McClure hurried it to the printers while I in hot haste went ahead with my sketching. I expected nothing for myself from it more than the $40 a week, and the inner satisfaction of following the thrilling drama from the terror of 93 down to St. Helena. That satisfied me. But to my surprise, I did get the last thing in the world I had expected, the approval of a few people who knew the field. John C. Ropes wrote me he liked the treatment. "Come and lunch with me when you are in Boston and see my Napoleon collection." I couldn't believe my eyes. Of course I went. Charles Bonaparte, the grandson of Jerome Bonaparte, and Mrs. Bonaparte invited Mr. Hubbard and me to lunch with them in Baltimore to see their collection. Curious the little things one remembers of long-ago experiences. Out of that visit, I recall only that Mrs. Bonaparte told me that in the garret when she came into the house where Jerome and his American wife, Elizabeth Patterson, had lived, there were literally barrels of string, short lengths neatly rolled, accumulated by the sister-in-law of Napoleon. Why remember that when the home was full of treasures on my subject? Probably because I have never been able to throw away a string without a pang. Something better worth remembering was the startling resemblance to Napoleon in a certain pose of Charles Bonaparte. As he stood talking unconsciously, hands behind his back, slightly stooped, he was the counterpart of Raffa's Napoleon, the most natural of them all. A bit of consolation for my hasty work came from the last source I would have expected, William Milligan Sloane, the author of an elaborate study, the outcome of years of research, recently published by the Century magazine. That was the way biography should be written, I told myself. Years of research, of note-taking, of simmering and saturation, then you had a ripened result. I said something of this once to Mr. Sloane. "I am not so sure," he replied, "that all the time you want to take, all the opportunity to indulge your curiosity and run here and there on bypaths, to amuse yourself, to speculate and doubt, contribute to the soundness or value of a biography. I have often wished that I had had, as you did, the prod of necessity behind me, the obligation to get it out at a fixed time, to put it through, no time to idle, to weigh, only to set down. You got something that way, a living sketch." I couldn't have listened to more consoling comment. There must have been something in his characterization of living. For now, over 40 years since it first appeared in book form, I still receive annually a small royalty check for my pot-boiling Napoleon. What really startled me about that sketch was the way it settled things for me, knocked over my former determinations, and went about shaping my outward life in spite of me. It weakened my resolve never again to tie myself to a position, to keep myself entirely footloose. It shoved Paris into the future and substituted Washington. It was certainly not alone a return to the security of a monthly wage, with the possibility that the wage would soon grow, that turned my plans topsy-turvy, though that had its influence. Chiefly it was the sense of vitality, of adventure, of excitement that I was getting from being admitted on terms of equality and good comradeship into the McClure crowd. The Napoleon had given the magazine, now in its second year, the circulation boost it needed. My part in it was not exaggerated by the office or by me. We all agreed that it was the pictures that had done it, but the text had framed the pictures, helped bring out their value, and it had been done at a critical moment. The success of the Napoleon sketch did me a good turn with the scriveners, who had had my manuscript of Madame Roland for some time. They were hesitating about publishing it. There was no popular appeal. I was entirely unknown, but the Napoleon work gave me sufficient backing to persuade them. At least that was the explanation the literary head of the concern, William C. Brownell, gave me. Thus my first book was my second to appear. My reward for writing it came from my interest in doing it, what I learned about how to go at a serious biographical study, certainly not in royalties. My first check was for 48 cents. I had used up my share of the small sales in corrections of the proofs and gift copies. I must stay with them, declared Mr. McClure, and the more I saw of Mr. McClure and his colleagues, the more I wanted to stay. Of my first impression of S.S. McClure in Paris I have spoken. Closer views emphasized and enlarged that impression. He was as eager as a dog on the hunt, never satisfied, never quiet. Creative editing, he insisted, was not to be done by sitting at a desk in a comfortable office. It was only done in the field following sense hunts. An omnivorous reader of newspapers, magazines, books, he came to his office primed with ideas, possibilities, and there was always a chance that among them was a stroke of genius. He hated nothing so much in the office as settled routine, wanted to feel stir from the door to the inner sanctum. And he had great power to stir excitement by his suggestions, his endless searching after something new, alive, startling, and particularly by his reporting. He stood in awe of no man, but dashed back and forth over the country, back and forth to Europe interviewing the great and mighty. He brought back from his forays contracts with Stevenson, Conan Doyle, Anthony Hope, Kipling. It was something to find yourself between the covers of a book printing a jungle story. They all came out in McClure S. in those years, and were followed by Captains Courageous and Stocky, as well as many of the greatest of the short stories and poems. The Ship That Found Herself, The Destroyers, The Recessional, things that left you breathless and gave to a number the touch of genius for which the office searched and sweated. Mr. McClure was always peering over the edge of the future. It was this search for what was on the way that brought to McClure S. the first article in an American magazine on radium, the X-ray, Marconi's wireless, Lilienthal's and Octave Chanut's gliders, Langley's steam-driven air runner, and in time the first article on the Wrights, flying machine. In my field of biography and history, the edge of the future meant to Mr. McClure the unpublished, or the so poorly published that its reappearance was equal to a first appearance. The success of a feature spurred him to effort to get more of it, things which would sharpen and perpetuate the interest. He was ready to look into any suggestion, however unlikely it might seem to the cautious-minded. He was never afraid of being fooled, only of missing something. His quick taking of a hint, his warm reception of new ideas, new facts, had its drawbacks. If they were dramatic and stirring, Mr. McClure was impatient of investigation. He wanted the fun of seeing his finds quickly in print. At one point in the publication of the Napoleon, he caused me real anxiety by his apparent determination to print a story for which I could find no authority. Among the contributors to the syndicate at that time was a picturesque European with a title and an apparently endless flow of gossip. He pretended to have been a member of the court of Napoleon Roman III and in the confidence of the emperor. This relation accounted for his having been invited to join a strange secret party made up by the emperor. who was worried over a rumor that the body of Napoleon I did not lie under the dome of the Invalids. It was not known who did lie there or what had become of Napoleon. To reassure himself, the emperor decided to go with a few chosen friends and open the tomb. They gathered in the dead of night. The tomb was opened. There lay Napoleon, unchanged. The emperor's mind was at rest. He swore the group to secrecy, but took affidavits to be used in case of political necessity. The fall of the empire seems to have made the gentleman feel that his oath was no longer binding, and that he could cash in on his adventure. I did not believe the story, but when I expressed my doubt, all I could get out of Mr. McClure was a severe, "What a pity you do not know something about Napoleon." No new idea to me, since it was the first thing I was thinking every morning when I went to work. What I did not know, as I worried over the possible publication of what I believed a fake, was that in spite of his quick and enthusiastic acceptance of a good story, S.S. McClure cared above all for the soundness, the truthfulness of the magazine. Good stories, yes, but they must hold water, stand the scrutiny of those who knew. Moreover, he knew what I did not as yet, that he could go the limit in his enthusiasms, since he had at his side a partner on whom he counted more, I think, than he then realized to balance his excitements. This happened now. The story was in type, scheduled. Mr. McClure was going to Europe. "While you're over there, Sam," said his partner quietly, "you better verify that Napoleon story. We'll hold it until we hear from you." A few weeks later came a laconic postal card. "Don't publish the story of the opening of Napoleon's tomb. It wasn't opened." I never heard the matter referred to after that. By the time he returned, he had forgotten what to me was a near tragedy, to him a joyful bit of editorial adventure. I came later to feel that this quick kindling of the imagination, this untiring curiosity, this determination to run down every clue until you had it there on the table, its worth or worthlessness in full view, was one of Mr. McClure's greatest assets. But it was an asset that would have landed him frequently in hot water if it had not been for the partner who had saved him from the Napoleon hoax, John S. Phillips, J.S.P., as he was known in the office. Living in Washington as I had been doing, I had seen little of Mr. Phillips, only heard of him, for his name was the one oftenest on Mr. McClure's tongue. His calm and tactful handling of the general, as the office called Mr. McClure, in the ticklish Napoleon story delighted me. Here's a man, I told myself, who has a nose for humbugs as well as one who knows the power of patience when dealing with the impatient. Illustration. At her desk in the McClure's office, 1898. As time went on and I spent more and more of it in New York, finally settling there at the end of the decade, I had better opportunities to watch Mr. Phillips in action. I was not long in learning that he was the focus of every essential factor in the making of the magazine: circulation, finance, editing. Into the pigeonhole of his old-fashioned roll-top desk went daily reports of bank balances, subscriptions received, advertising contracts to be signed, books sold. I doubt if he ever went home at night without having a digest of those reports in his head. He knew their relation to the difficult problem of putting the undertaking on its feet. It was largely Mr. Phillips' love of fine printing and his habit of keeping track of the advances in printing processes that led McClure's late in the 90s to set up its own plant. It included all of the new miraculous self-feeding machines, automatic presses, folders, binders, stitchers. It was the first magazine plant of the kind in the country and had many visitors. Among them was Mark Twain. Mr. Phillips tells an amusing story of his visit. As they stood watching the press perform, a sheet went awry on the bed. The press at once stopped and rang a bell calling for the pressman, who immediately came and helped the big automat out of its plight. "My God, man," cried Mark Twain, "that thing ought to vote." It did more than cast votes for McClure's. It saved the money which finally balanced the budget, and then some. To those of us on the inside, it was always a marvel that John Phillips found time to be an editor, as well as a focusing center for everything that went on. At the bottom of his constant editorial supervision was, I think, a passion for the profession. He was unmistakably the most intellectual, as well as the best intellectually trained, person in the office. After graduating at Knox College in Illinois, He had taken a degree at Harvard and later spent 2 years studying literature and philosophy in the University of Leipzig. When he came to the magazine, he put all his training into the professional problem. He was an invaluable aid to the group of staff writers the magazine was building up. He was no easy editor. He never wheedled, never flattered, but rigidly tried to get out of you what he conceived to be your best, taking it for granted that you wanted to make the most of your piece, and it was his business to help you. I never had an editor who so quickly and unerringly spotted weaknesses, particularly in construction. He had a fine feeling, too, for the right word, took the trouble to search for it, often bringing in a penciled memo of suggestions long after you had decided to let it go as it was. He knew the supreme value of naturalness, detested fake style. A kind of disease, I have heard him say, quoting somebody. It always disturbed a few of us that nobody outside of the office knew what an important part in the making of McClure's John Phillips played. He had that rare virtue, the willingness and ability to keep out of the picture if thereby he could make sure the picture was not spoiled in the making. The one member of the staff besides Mr. McClure, whom I knew, when I began to find myself so to speak absorbed, was already by virtue of his unusual gift for comradeship a friend as well as a species of boss. That was August F. Jacasai, a brilliant artist and art editor, as well as one of the most versatile and iridescent personalities I have ever known. I first met Jack, as he was called by everybody in Paris, when as an advance agent of the new magazine he was sounding out possibilities for writers and illustrators. He took me out to dinner and paid the addition. We talked until late, then he simply put me on my omnibus and let me go back to the Latin Quarter alone. Here was established the modus operandi for our frequent visiting in the future, in Paris, in New York, in Washington, with one revision. After that first dinner, I paid my share of the check, save on special occasions when Jack, a knowing epicure, selected the dinner and treated me. It was he who showed me the first copy of McClure's, that of August, 1893, showed it to me at 5:30 in the morning, at a café across the square from the Gare Saint-Lazare, where he had ordered me by cablegram from London to meet him. For nobody in the world excepting a member of my family should I have been willing at that hour to cross Paris. But I couldn't afford to show a lack of interest. Moreover, I must confess that this preposterous order flattered me a little. It was taking me man to man, I said to myself, and so I was there. He had to bully the Garkin to get a table out on the sidewalk and make us coffee. All this was a good basis for a comradeship which lasted to his death. It lives in my memory as something quite apart in my relations with men. Jack had a certain superior appreciation and wisdom never quite put into words, but which you felt. I, for my part, was always straining to understand, never quite reaching it. Part of his charm was his confidence in his own superiority and his anxiety lest we didn't quite realize it. And then there were his rages. They came and went like terrible summer thundershowers. He would roar down the corridor of the office while I sat and watched him enthralled. Those rages, whether directed at me or somebody else, never made any other impression on me than that of some unusual natural phenomenon. Here then were the leaders in the crowd, to which I had been admitted by virtue of a hasty sketch of Napoleon Bonaparte, done on order. Thank God I had sense enough to realize that here were 3 rare personalities, and that to miss such associations would be sheer stupidity. Also to know that I was an unusually lucky woman to be accepted. Then there was the magazine they were making. There was something youthful, gay, natural about it which captivated me. Often, too, it achieved a most precious thing. Mr. Phillips called it a lift. To be youthful, gay, natural with a lift, that was an achievement. And then I found the place so warmly and often ridiculously human. Mr. McClure was incapable of standing up before a hard-luck story, with the result that he brought into that overcrowded office a string of derelicts ranging from autocratic scrub ladies to indigent editors, brought them in and left them for J.S.P. to place. But J.S.P. was not far behind in his sympathy for those who were down and out. I watched him more than once rescue an author who perhaps out of sheer discouragement had taken to drink and landed in jail. Mr. Phillips saw that he was by-laid out, his debts paid, work given him. I never ceased to wonder that these 2 men loaded with work and responsibility should seemingly consider it part of their daily job to rescue the wastrel and the disheartened. There was reason enough for me to stay with McClure's. Goodbye to France. The Napoleon sketch had not been finished before Mr. McClure was urging me into a new job, not writing this time, but editing according to his recipe. Out with you, look, see, report. Abraham Lincoln was the subject. My heart fell. If you once get into American history, I told myself, you know well enough that will finish France. It will also finish your determination to solve the woman question and determine the nature of revolutions. They will go the way of the microscope and your search for God. Are you to spend your life running, now here, now there, never follow a path to its end? Or was I taking my ambitions too seriously? It seemed probable. However, I was to have 5,000 a year if I went along. There was no question in my mind, but it was my duty to earn that money. Lincoln was one of Mr. McClure's steady enthusiasms. I once saw him, in puzzled efforts to find the reason for the continued life of a certain great American magazine, going through the file from the Civil War on, solely to find out what attention had been given to Lincoln. Not a Lincoln article in this volume, nor in this, he cried. It is not a great magazine. It has overlooked the most vital factor in our life since the Civil War, the influence of the life and character of Abraham Lincoln. His insight told him that people never had had enough of Lincoln. Moreover, he believed that there was to be had for the seeking a large amount of unpublished reminiscences. It was on this conviction that he started me off. He was right about unpublished material. Lincoln had been dead only about 30 years, and hundreds of those who had known him in one connection or another were still living. His secretaries Nicolay and Hay had finished their great documentary life of their chief. They should have personal material, not in their volumes. There were members of his cabinet still living, members of Congress of his time, editors like Joseph Medill of the Chicago Tribune, Horace White of the Chicago Tribune and later of the New York Evening Post, Colonel McClure of the Philadelphia Inquirer. There were scores of men in Illinois towns who had traveled the circuit with him, for whom he acted as counsel, scores of people who had as a youth heard the Lincoln-Douglas debates and had been stirred to say, "Lincoln's got it right." They had followed him in his fight against the extension of slavery and later into the war to save the Union. There was indeed no point of his short trail from birth to death where living men and women had not known him as colleagues, friends, opponents, critics. Also, there had never been a time from the day he had become a presidential candidate to the hour of his assassination that his life had not been under scrutiny, yet it had been difficult to find out much about him. "There is not much of me," he told a friend searching for biographical material, but there had been enough always to touch deep springs in American hearts and consciences. Men like William Dean Howells and J.G. Holland, later to occupy high places in our literary life, had written campaign lives of him. Hardly was he in his coffin before his brilliant, if unstable, law partner William Herndon was gathering from all sources reminiscences, estimates, documents on his life up to the presidency. And from his gathering, Herndon made a story of extraordinary vitality and color. Most important, always to remain most important, was the collection of his letters and speeches and the 10-volume Abraham Lincoln, a history by Nicolay and Hay. Why do more? What was there to be had? Mr. McClure insisted that there was plenty if one searched. I went to talk it over with John Nicolay, who, as well as his fine daughter Helen, was an honored member of the famous Old Washington Literary Society, where I was a frequent guest. I told him what Mr. McClure proposed. Did he not have something he could give me? He was emphatic in saying there was nothing of importance to be had. The collection of letters and speeches he and Mr. Hay had made was complete. They had told all there was worth telling of Lincoln's life. He would advise me not to touch so hopeless an assignment. I think Mr. Nicolay never quite forgave me for going ahead. Later, when the results of my search began to appear and gradually to shape themselves into a life of Lincoln, he came to me one evening to protest. "You are invading my field. You write a popular life of Lincoln, and you do just so much to decrease the value of my property." I was deeply distressed. He thought me a poacher. I told him I believed he was mistaken. I pleaded that if I could write anything which people would read, I was making readers for him. To know a little of Lincoln was for the serious a desire to know more. He and Mr. Hay had written something that all students must have. I could never hope to make an essential lasting contribution, but he went away unconvinced. Mr. Nicolet's point of view, if not generous, was certainly honest. I understand it better now than I did then. He had lived through the great years of the Civil War always at Lincoln's elbow. He had been the stern, careful, humorless guardian of a man who carried his mail in his hat and a laugh on his lips. His reverence for him was a religion. He had given years of conscientious hard labor to the editing of the complete works and the writing of the history, and now he was retired. Lincoln was his whole life. We all come to rest our case on the work to which we have given our best years, frequently come to live on that, so to speak. When the time comes that our field is invaded by new workers, enlarged, reshaped, made to yield new fruit, we suffer shock. We may put up a no trespassing sign, but all to no use. Mr. Nicolet's tragedy was in not having found a fresh field. How different it was with his colleague John Hay, whose secretaryship with Lincoln had been an episode in a diplomatic career of unusual distinction and usefulness. In 1894, everybody recognized that he had a greater future before him. His part in the life of Lincoln had been but one of many contributions to the literature of his day. His social circle was the choicest, and he was rich. Hay had everything, Nicolet only Lincoln, and he looked on all who touched his field as invaders. Mr. Nicolet's rebuff settled my plan of campaign. I would not begin at the end of the story with the great and known, but at the start in Kentucky with the humble and unknown. I would follow the trail chronologically. I would see for myself what sort of people and places those were that had known Lincoln, reconstruct the life of his day as far as living men and women backed by published records furnished reliable material. I would gather documents as I went, bits of color stories, recollections. I would search in courthouses and county histories and newspapers. I would pick up pictures as I went, a picture of everything that directly or indirectly touched on what I was after. I would make sure if among these people who had known him there might not be letters not in the complete works. And, if I were lucky, somewhere on the trail I might turn up the important unpublished reminiscences which Mr. McClure was so certain existed. It was a gamble, the greater because I was so profoundly ignorant of American life and history. It was in February of 1895, the Napoleon work still unfinished, though far enough ahead to give me a month for a preliminary survey, that I started for the Lincoln country of Kentucky to begin work on this program. It was characteristic of Mr. McClure, as he saw me off in the deadly cold, to take sudden alarm for my comfort. "Have you warm bed socks?" he asked anxiously. "We'll send you some if not. It will be awful in those Kentucky hotels." It was, Louisville aside, awful in more than one hotel and train in my first month of Lincoln hunting. The results were not exciting. They were too fragmentary, bits of unrecorded recollections, a picture, a letter, a newspaper paragraph, a court record which had passed notice. What was to be done with them? Here was no smashing new contribution such as an article of unpublished recollections from Mr. Nicolet might have been, but here were bits of value if you were to enlarge and retouch the popular notion of the man Lincoln. It was soon clear to Mr. McClure and Mr. Phillips that what I was collecting must be dovetailed into the published records, and that, they told me, was my business. Before I knew it, I was writing a life of Lincoln, though the first 3 chapters carried the legend, edited by Ida M. Tarbell. The office seemed gradually to conclude that the editor had become the author, though I think they were ahead of me in this decision. We had a lucky break at the start which launched the undertaking even better, I think, than the big article we were looking for. Among my Washington acquaintances was a delightful Chicago woman, Mrs. Emily Lyons. She belonged to the group of early settlers who were still at this time in the thick of the exciting struggle to make the city the richest, the finest physically and socially in the country. Their energy, their daring, their confidence, their eagerness to learn, to adapt, was one of the social phenomena of the day. Now Mrs. Lyon, husband was important in the wealth-producing class as she was in the social. She knew practically everybody. When she learned that I was interested in new material on Lincoln, she said at once, "Come to Chicago. I'll see that you meet Robert Lincoln, and I'll see that he gives you something." Too good to be true. But Mrs. Lyon kept her promise when I reached Chicago on my first expedition, producing Mr. Lincoln at once. "Now, Robert," she ordered as she filled our cups, "I want you to give her something worthwhile." To be drinking tea with the son of Abraham Lincoln was so unbelievable to me that I could scarcely take note of his reply. I searched his face and manners for resemblances. There was nothing. He was all Todd, a big plump man perhaps 50 years old, perfectly groomed, with that freshness which makes men of his type look as if they were just out of the barber's chair. The admirable social poise of the man who has seen the world's greatest and has come to be sure of himself. And this, in spite of such buffeting as few men had had, the assassination of his father when he was 24, the humiliation of Mary Lincoln's half-crazed public exhibition of herself and her needs, the death of his brother Tad, the heartbreaking necessity of having his mother committed for medical care, and more recently the loss of his only son. Robert Lincoln had had enough to crush him, but he was not crushed. At the moment he looked and felt, I think, that he had arrived where he belonged. The Republican Party would have been happy, no doubt, to make him its leader if he had shown political genius recalling that of his father. They tried him out. Garfield and Arthur made him Attorney General, Harrison named him Minister to the Court of St. James's, but nothing happened. He was not political timber, but by this time big business wanted him. It was his field. He was now president of the Pullman Company. I devoured him with my eyes. He was very friendly. To Mrs. Leon, ordered to do his best for me, he laughingly replied, "Of course, if you say so, Emily." But he went on to say he was afraid he had little that would help me. Herndon had taken all his father's papers from the law office. I think he used the word stolen, but I am not sure. At least I knew he felt they were stolen. He had protested, but was never able to get anything back. As for the presidential period, all the correspondence was packed away in Washington, but it had been fully used by Nicolay and Hay. However, he had what he believed to be the earliest portrait made of his father, a daguerreotype never published. I could have that. I held my breath. If it was true, I held my breath still longer when the picture was finally in my hands, for I realized that this was a Lincoln which shattered the widely accepted tradition of his early shabbiness, rudeness, ungainliness. It was another Lincoln, and one that took me by storm. Of course, we made it the frontispiece to our first installment, and the office saw to it that those whose opinions were of value had fine prints of it. It called out some remarkable letters. Woodrow Wilson wrote that he found it both striking and singular, a notable picture. He was impressed by the expression of the dreaminess, the familiar face without its sadness. Charles Dudley Warner wrote that he found it, far and away, the most outstanding presentation of the man he had ever seen. To my eyes, it explains Mr. Lincoln far more than the most elaborate engraving which has been produced. A common enough comment was that it looks like Emerson. Edward Everett Hale wrote us that he had shown the picture to two young people of intelligence who each asked if it was not Waldo Emerson. A valuable and considered comment came from John T. Morse, the author of A Life of Abraham Lincoln, as well as editor of a series on leading American statesmen. "I have studied this portrait with very great interest," wrote Mr. Morse. "All of the portraits with which we are familiar show us the man as made. This shows us the man in the making. And I think everyone will admit that the making of Abraham Lincoln presents a more singular, puzzling, interesting study than the making of any other man in human history. I have shown it to several persons without telling them who it was. Some say a poet, others a philosopher, a thinker, like Emerson." These comments also are interesting, for Lincoln had the raw material of both these characters very largely in his composition, though political and practical problems so overlaid them that they show only faintly in his later portraits. This picture, therefore, is valuable evidence as to his natural traits. Robert Lincoln was almost as proud as I was of the character of the comment. If he felt, as he well may have done, that he was taking a chance in responding so generously to his friend Mrs. Leon's order, he was rewarded by the attention the picture received from those whose opinions he regarded highly. Always thereafter he was quick to see me when I took a Lincoln problem to him, as I did when I had exhausted all other sources. He was always frank and downright. One puzzle I brought amused him no little. It was the recurring rumor that Abraham Lincoln had written a letter to Queen Victoria early in the war begging her not to recognize the Confederacy. He was said to have sent it direct. Now no hint, however unlikely, no clue, however shadowy, was passed by in what had become in the McClure office a veritable bureau of Lincoln research. "Anything is possible," was our watchword. I was carrying on a widespread correspondence and continually dashing in one direction or another on what turned out often to be wild goose chases, but also not infrequently brought invaluable game. Mr. McClure was especially excited over this letter. The State Department pooh-poohed the idea. The curator of documents in London was noncommittal. I interviewed people who were in position to know what was going on, but learned nothing. Finally, I went to Chicago to see Robert Lincoln. His eye seemed harder to me in his office than over Mrs. Leon, tea table, but he quickly put me at ease. I was certain that my quest was going to seem ridiculous to him. Indeed, it had become a little so to me. But he didn't throw it aside. He picked it up and played with it. He had never heard of such a letter and doubted if it had been written. If Father had done that, he said with emphasis, and Mr. Adams, Charles Francis Adams, then Minister to Great Britain, had learned of it, he would have resigned. Father knew, of course, that all communication between governments must be carried on by the credited ambassadors. And then he fell to talking laughingly of his own experiences at the court of St. James's. He said he had received all sorts of things to be presented to the Queen, patchwork quilts, patent medicines, books, sheet music. I suppose, he said, that lots of Americans fancy that their ambassador smokes cigarettes a while every morning after breakfast with the Queen. They take it for granted he can drop in for tea any time and present quilts. Of course, such people see no reason why a president cannot write a Queen direct, and he laughed until the tears came. That interview put an end for the time being to the search for the letter to the Queen, as the item had come to be called in the office. When the life was finally complete, Mr. Lincoln wrote me. It seemed to me at first that the field had been too many times gleaned to hope for much from the work you were undertaking, and I must confess my astonishment and pleasure upon the result of your untiring research. I consider it an indispensable adjunct to the work of Nicolay and Hay. Mr. Nicolay, however, never agreed. If Robert Lincoln was always friendly, he threw me once into the greatest panic I suffered in the course of my Lincoln work, though this was long after the life was published. I had gone to him to ask if he would arrange for me to consult the collection of presidential papers. Impossible, he said. They are in the safety vault of my bank. I won't allow anybody to see them. There is nothing of my father's there that is of value. Nicolay and Hay have published everything, but there are many letters to him which if published now would pain, possibly discredit able and useful men still living. Bitter things are written when men are trying to guide a country through a war, particularly a civil war. I fear misuse of those papers so much that I am thinking of destroying them. Besides, somebody is always worrying me about them, just as you are, and I must be ungenerous. I think I will burn them. I was scared. I feared he would do it, but Herbert Putnam, the head of the Congressional Library, had already seen to that. He did not burn them. The library got them finally, but with the condition that they were not to be opened until 21 years after Robert Lincoln's death. He died in 1926. The papers will not be available to students until 1947, which probably lets me out. The early portrait set the key for the series, and, as it turned out, a much higher key than I had believed possible. I found that court records did yield unpublished documents, that every now and then I ran on a man or woman who said more or less casually, "Why, we have a letter of Lincoln's written to Father in, copy it if you wish." Occasionally, I found a speech not in the complete works. By the time the work was put into book form in 1899, I had an appendix of 300 unpublished speeches and letters. This did not mean that none of them had ever been in print. Many of them had appeared in newspapers or historical magazines. Unpublished meant uncollected. On the whole, this collection stood the scrutiny of experts very well, though I think I was swindled in the case of at least one document. A forgery by a man recommended to me by an honest scholar who had used the man frequently for years. Forgery was easy, so was pilfering of documents in those days. So little attention did clerks give to their old papers, so glad were they to get rid of them. There was frequently no objection to a student carrying off anything that interested him. One of the most important documents in the controversy over the legitimacy of Lincoln's mother is now to be found in the Barton collection, which the University of Chicago bought. Mr. Barton probably asked permission to take it home for examination, a common enough practice in Illinois as well as in Kentucky, and forgot to return it. Probably most of the legal documents in the private Lincoln collections have been stolen. The original thief would have been horrified to have that harsh word applied to him. He simply put it into his pocket with or without permission, saying, "I'll just take this along." But while I did get together some 300 pieces, I came nowhere near turning up all the letters and speeches then at large. I was under a time limit. Since I ended my search, scores of items, some of value, have been published in one or another collection. I shall be surprised if, as time goes on, there does not turn up every now and then a genuine letter, though now more than ever caution must be taken in accepting a new piece. The forging of historical documents has become a lucrative trade. From the beginning, I did my best to reconstruct the physical surroundings of Lincoln's homes and activities. I was particularly interested in the setting of the Lincoln-Douglas debates, which I followed in their order. But it was not until I reached Galesburg, Illinois, where on October 7, 1858, the fifth debate was staged, that I found the stirring and picturesque material I sought in order to picture the scene of a debate. I was delighted that it should have been the fifth debate, which I have always considered the most important of the series, for it was in that Lincoln brought his argument down to what to him was the crux of the whole matter. That is, that slavery was wrong and must be kept back, or it would spread over the whole country. The debate had taken place on the campus of Knox College on the east front of its historic Old Main, one of the most beautiful college buildings of that period in the Middle West. I had the luck to find in Galesburg a helper who not only enthusiastically seconded my conviction that here was the place for the illustration which we wanted, but set out heartily to help me find material. This was John H. Finley, my old friend on the Chautauqua Assembly Daily Herald. Dr. Finley was now president of the college, the youngest college president in the United States. He was popularly called, doing a piece of work which was winning him more and more recognition. It was through him that I was able to find the newspaper reports of the debate. It was through him that I was able to meet people who could give me recollections of the day. The picture which resulted from our joint efforts was made by that excellent artist William R. Lee, who did many of the illustrations for the series. It has had a continuing life, being reproduced again and again on the occasion of the commemorative celebrations of the debate which Dr. Finley inaugurated in 1896. It was at this celebration that Robert Lincoln made his first and only public address about his father. The real fun of the Lincoln work, as well as some of the worthwhile results, came from setting myself little problems. I was curious, for instance, to know more of Lincoln as a speaker. Whenever I found an Illinois man who had been with him on the circuit or in public life, I would bombard him with questions. He would tell me how Lincoln looked, what his voice was like, how he used stories. They all talked more about the Lincoln and Douglas debates than any other exhibit, but frequently would conclude by saying, "Well, those were good speeches, but they were nothing like the lost speech. That was the greatest thing Lincoln ever did." Or a man would begin by saying, "Well, you can never know much about him as a speaker. Nobody can that never heard the lost speech." It was, they said, a speech which so stirred his audience that the very reporters forgot to take their notes. Knowing reporters, I was skeptical about that, so I looked up some of them. They all told me that when Lincoln finally ended his speech, they found themselves standing on, instead of sitting by their writing tables, and without a note. Still, I believed that somebody must remember something about the speech enough at least to give an idea of the argument. Perhaps, I said to myself, I may pick up some of the phrases, get some real notion of it. So I went prowling about asking questions and finally learned that in the state of Massachusetts was a man who was said to have taken notes, a cool-headed man, a lawyer, not a reporter. His name was Henry C. Whitney. He knew Lincoln well, had traveled the circuit with him, had published a Life on Circuit with Lincoln, with which I was familiar. Of course, there was nothing to do but look up Mr. Whitney, and that I did. To my great satisfaction, I found he had a bunch of yellowed notes. He had always intended to write them up, he said, but when he tried it, the result seemed so inadequate that he gave it up. After much persuasion, Mr. Whitney did get out a version of the speech. When he turned it over to me, I took it to the men in Illinois with whom I had talked and asked them what they thought of it. There were those who said, "It's impossible to write out that speech." But there were others who said, "Yes, Whitney has caught the spirit, he has the argument, he even has many of the phrases, as of course he would have if he made notes." The most emphatic and enthusiastic statement came from a man of importance, Joseph Medill, the editor of the Chicago Tribune. Mr. Medal had been one of the reporters at Bloomington in 1856 when the speech was made, who found himself in the end on top of the table without a note. He thought Mr. Whitney's version was close to the original. Indeed, he wrote to Mr. McClure a long and interesting letter giving his recollections of the convention. In that letter, he said, "Mr. Whitney has reproduced with remarkable accuracy what Mr. Lincoln said, largely in his identical language and partly in synonymous terms. The report is close enough in thought and word to recall the wonderful speech delivered 40 years ago with vivid freshness." Well, that seemed to us reason enough for publishing Mr. Whitney's report, along with the story of how I had found it, what the people who heard the speech in the first place said about it, both for and against, and that we did. But out in Illinois, there were a number of people who did not want to give up the tradition. The lost speech was the greater to them because it was lost. As long as it was lost, you could make it bigger than any speech any man ever made, and nobody could contradict you. And so you will find those who claim that the lost speech is still lost. And of course you can take it or you can leave it. More than once when I plumed myself on a discovery, I encountered the loyalty of men to their legends. There was the Herndon story of Lincoln's failing to appear at the first wedding arranged for him and Mary Todd. I realized he rather lets his historical imagination loose in his description, but I never had questioned his story until by chance I mentioned it to one of the family, a woman who would have been there if there had ever been such a wedding ready. She froze me with her indignation. "Mr. Herndon made that story up out of whole cloth. No such thing ever happened." Amazed, I flew around to see what other men and women of the circle said. They all denied it. A sister of Mary Lincoln was particularly indignant because Mr. Herndon had put the bride in white silk. "Mary Lincoln never had a white silk dress until she went to Washington," she sputtered. But in spite of all the documents and evidences I collected demolishing the episode, I reaped only sour looks and dubious headshakes. I had spoiled a good story, or tried to. It still remains a good story. Every now and then somebody tells it to me. A biographer who tries to break down a belittling legend meets with far less sympathy than he who strengthens or creates one. The most important piece of ghost writing I ever did came in the course of the Lincoln work, Charles A. Dana's Recollections of the Civil War. Mr. Dana, at that time the active editor of the New York Sun, had had an exceptional war experience dating from 1862 to 1865 as assistant to Secretary Stanton. He had spent much time in the field. He had been with Grant at Vicksburg, with Rosecrans and Thomas at Chattanooga, again with Grant in the Peninsular Campaign. The eyes of the government at the front, Mr. Lincoln called him. No man in the administration had had better opportunity of judging Lincoln, particularly in relation to the conduct of the war, and none was a better judge of character. Could I get the whole story as far as it concerned Lincoln? I hesitated to ask it. The truth was, I was afraid of Mr. Dana. I knew him only on the editorial page of the New York Sun. He was too clever, too quick-witted, too malicious for me to get on with, I feared. They laughed at me at the office when I voiced my qualms. Nobody was held higher there than Charles A. Dana. He had been a customer of the McClure syndicate from the beginning, and they believed in his professional integrity, admired his detestation and relentless pursuit of fakers, honored and tried to imitate his editorial motto, "If you see it in the Sun, it's so." "Why should you feel this way?" reproved Mr. Phillips. "Mr. Dana is a gentleman." "Nonsense. I'll take care of it for you," said Mr. McClure, and he rushed to the Sun office. He did fix it and more, for returning, he told me with glee that Mr. Dana was willing to give his whole war story, that is if I would do the work and arrange some practical plan for the interviews. The first step, of course, was to find what Dana material, published and unpublished, was in the war records. The editing of the records then underway was in charge of J. Leslie Perry. Mr. Perry did not believe in women fussing with history, particularly with Civil War history. War was man's business. "How can you understand it?" he shouted at me. However, I insisted on my rights, and nobody could have been more helpful when he considered a thing an obligation of his official position. To the end, Mr. Perry's chief satisfaction came when he caught me slipping. "That's what comes from allowing a woman to write history," he would say jubilantly. Between us, we brought together a grist of Dana's dispatches and reports. I crammed on the campaigns, and by appointment appeared at the end of Mr. Dana's day, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, for my first interview. His desk was stripped of everything that pertained to the newspaper, but held a row of the latest books, not only in English but in 3 or 4 other languages, as well as a copy of the Cosmopolis, an ambitious and rather pretentious review in 3 or 4 languages issued for a short time in the late 90s. Mr. Dana had already repented of his promise to Mr. McClure. "I am not interested in what I did in the past," he said irritably. "I am interested only in the present. I am trying to keep up with the world of today. I am studying Russian now, a very fascinating language. I don't want to bother with what I did in the Civil War. What do you propose?" What I proposed was that he let me come to him with a stenographer and a set of prepared questions, say 3 times a week. He agreed, and for a good many weeks of the winter of 96 and 97, I went regularly to the Sun office after the paper was put to press. By the summer of 1897, I had my manuscript well in shape. Mr. Dana had never seen any of it. "Send me the proofs, I'll read them." Publication was to begin in November of 1897. Mr. Dana went to London for the summer. I sent the proof of the first chapter over with a good many qualms, for it was all in the first person, I and we. It came back with only a few verbal corrections, no comments. He was never to read more of his recollections. The number of the magazine which carried the first chapter carried the notice of his death. We published the entire story, and later the articles were put into a book, but with no credit to the ghost. Taking it all in all, it was the most impersonal job I ever had. I do not remember that Mr. Dana ever volunteered a word in all the many interviews I had with him, except on the subject in hand, and that in answer to my questions. We never talked of the things which I knew he loved: pictures, orchids, poetry. It was a business-like operation from start to finish. Probably it was his way of punishing me for being afraid of him. Another and more important series, which came out of the Lincoln work, was Carl Schurz's Reminiscences. Here I acted not as a ghost, but as an editorial representative. Mr. Schurz had given me liberally for my story from his rich Lincoln experiences, the most important unpublished item being the part he played in helping Mr. Lincoln launch his plan for compensated emancipation. As I reported these interviews, the office became more and more convinced that here was a great series of reminiscences, just the kind of thing that Mr. McClure had hoped for when he first commissioned me to gather Lincoln material. Could Mr. Schurz be persuaded to write his reminiscences? When I broached the subject, he almost immediately said, No, I refused Gilder Richard Watson Gilder, editor of the Century. I cannot do it for anybody else." But I felt so convinced that he ought to do it that I persisted in my begging, and finally he began to yield. The handsome sum McClure was willing to pay had something to do with it, for Mr. Schurz was not a rich man, and here was a chance to leave to his family this extra money. Once he had made up his mind to the task, he thoroughly enjoyed it, and no one could have been more anxious to use material to suit the needs of the magazine. Working with him was a joy. He was gay, companionable, full of anecdotes, frank in comment. I remember him best at his summer home at Lake George, where it was necessary for me to go 2 or 3 times to settle some editorial point. Here you would hear him in the morning as he was getting ready for breakfast giving the Valkyrie cries, singing motive after motive of the Wagnerian operas in a clear, youthful voice. Sometimes he would spring up from the table where he was at work, and seating himself at the piano would improvise dashingly until the mood which had taken him from his desk passed, then back to his labor. The house stood in the upper corner of a park of 50 or 60 acres of woodland, not overcleared, and open by winding paths down the hillside to the lake. Every turn, every rock had its name, usually celebrating some Wagnerian scene, and as you passed, Mr. Schurz would roll out the appropriate song. There never was a more lovable or youthful man of 70 than Carl Schurz. The completion of the life of Lincoln did not end my interest in the man. He had come to mean more to me as a human being than anybody I had studied. I never doubted his motives, and he never bored me. Still, whenever I have the opportunity, I pick him up. The greatest regret of my professional life is that I shall not live to write another life of him. There is so much of him I never touched. Rediscovering My Country. The 4 years I put in on The Life of Abraham Lincoln did more than provide me with a continuing interest. They aroused my flagging sense that I had a country, that its problems were my problems. This sense had been strong in my years on the Chautauquan, but the period following had dimmed it. Now I was beginning to ask myself why we had gone the way we had since the Civil War. Was there not enough of suffering and of nobility in that calamity to quiet the greed and ambitions of men, to soften their hates, to arouse in them the will to follow Lincoln's last counsels? With malice toward none, with charity for all, let us do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. But greed and hate and indifference to the sufferings and rights of others had been rampant since the war. Did war as a method of righting wrongs so loosen the controls which man in times of peace establishes over himself that he is incapable of exercising the charity, the peaceful adjustments for which Lincoln called? Was there always after war an unescapable crop of corruption, of thirst to punish and humiliate and exploit the conquered? Must men go back where they had started, go back with controls weakened and burdened with a load of new and unexpected problems? True, this war had ended slavery as a recognized institution, given the black man legal freedom, but how about opportunity, discipline for freedom? And then again, was a war necessary to destroy slavery? Was it not already doomed? Lincoln thought so. Doomed because it was showing itself unsound economically, as well as because it outraged man's sense of justice and humanity. And how about the effect of this war on democracy? Were the problems it loosed less threatening to democratic ideals than slavery had been? Were they not possibly a more subtle form of slavery, more dangerous because less obvious? A nice box of problems to tease me as I worked on Lincoln's life, and out of the corner of the eye watched what was going on in the country. The number of things in America I was beginning to want to find out about was certainly dimming the things in France I had wanted to find out about. Unquestionably, these new interests were helping to wean me from the plan on which I had settled. The process was painful. More than once I told myself that the sacrifice of my ambitions, of my love for Paris for my friends there, was too much to ask of myself. I could never replace those interests and associations, but I was replacing them and suffering as I realized what was happening, revolting that nothing in my life seemed to last, to be carried through. By nature I was faithful. To give my time to new friends, neglect old ones in spite of never forgetting them, as I never did, was disloyal. I was beginning to repeat dolefully as well as more and more cynically, tout lass, tout cass, tout pass. Washington was helping in my weaning. The city as I knew it in the 1890 is lost in the Washington of the 1930s. The pivots on which it swings, the Capitol, the White House, were there then to be sure. So was the Washington Monument, but they stood by themselves, the nearby flanking unpretentious, often squalid. Today they are almost lost in the piles of marble heaped about them to accommodate the ambitions and creations of the last frantic 20 years. The town has stretched unbelievably to the northwest. Where once I knew wide lawns, wooded tracks, pleasant walks, are now acres upon acres of apartment houses and hotels. They have engulfed the delightful Woodley Lane where my friends the Hubbards lived in summer, and they have changed no less the quarter in which their fine town house stood, Connecticut Avenue, where it merges into DuPont Circle. Great houses were only just beginning then to find their way into the circle. George Westinghouse had built there, so had Mrs. Later of Chicago. Old Washingtonians sniffed at their houses and their ways, laughed at Mrs. Later's spinal staircase, as she was said to call it, and professed disgust at Mrs. Westinghouse's reported white velvet tablecloths. They resented the invasion of rich women attracted by the social possibilities of a diplomatic circle, of rich men attracted by the field for lobbying furnished by a congressional circle. But of this side of Washington, I saw nothing. My social life was shaped largely by the continued kindness of Mr. and Mrs. Hubbard. I had become almost one of the family, was freely invited to meet their friends. Their circle was wide, including diplomats and statesmen and eminent visitors, though its core was the large group of distinguished scientists which made up the working forces of the Smithsonian Institution, the Agriculture Department, the Geological Survey, the Bureau of Mines, the Observatory. An important group they were, and nobody in town appreciated them more or took more pains to show his appreciation than Mr. Hubbard. Naturally, the center of this group was Alexander Graham Bell, married to the Hubbards' daughter, Mabel. The Bells lived across the avenue from the Hubbards, and I soon had the good fortune to be welcomed there, a great privilege, for both Mr. and Mrs. Bell were rare persons. Mrs. Bell's story is well known, but it was only in seeing her with her husband and daughters that one could realize what a fine intellect and what an unspoiled and courageous character she had. She had been deaf and dumb from infancy, and Mr. Hubbard had determined to open life to her. Among the teachers of speech he brought to her was a young man then at Boston University, Alexander Graham Bell. Under his tutelage she made rapid strides, and the two young people learned to love one another. At that time, Mr. Bell was giving his nights to trying to make iron talk. I once heard Mr. Hubbard say that when he found Mr. Bell had made iron talk, he told him he must develop his telephone to a practical point or he could not have Mabel. Probably no other argument would have persuaded Alexander Graham Bell, for he was the type of inventor whose interest flags when he has solved his problem. Let somebody else take care of the development. He would be off on a new voyage of discovery. At the time I came into the circle, Mr. Bell was, I think, the handsomest and certainly the most striking figure in Washington. It was amusing to hear people discussing who was the handsomest man in town. There were various candidates, General Miles, General Greeley, Colonel John Foster. But while I conceded they all had their points, no one of them had the distinction of Alexander Graham Bell, and no one of them certainly had the gay, boyish appetite for what he found good in life. He was more like Massa Henry Watterson in that than anybody else I have ever known, though the activities and interests of the two were utterly different. Mr. Bell's plan of living was modeled to suit himself. Often he slept through the day when interruptions naturally came and the telephone most often rang. If restless at night, he played the piano. Mrs. Bell could not hear, and the rest of the family, being young and devoted, were never disturbed. He was up and began his day around 4 to 6. Often there were guests for dinner, for everybody of note the world over who came to Washington wanted to meet him. On Wednesdays after dinner, there usually gathered a group of scientists and public men to talk things over. Mr. Bell was something to see at these dinners and gatherings, the finest social impresario I ever saw in action, so welcoming, appreciative, eager, receptive. I thought then I had never seen anybody so generous about what others were doing. He loved to draw out great stories of adventure and discovery and would silence all talkers when once such narrating was started. Partly this was because of Mrs. Bell, his intense desire that she enjoy everything that was going on. And she did, thanks to the intelligent devotion of her daughters, Elsie and Marion, the first now the wife of Gilbert Grosvenor, one of the founders and the present editor of the National Geographic magazine, the second the wife of David Fairchild, botanist and explorer, the organizer in the agriculture department of the work now known as the Division of Foreign Plant Exploration and Introduction, two men to whom the public owes big debts for services. The most distinguished member of this Washington group of scientists after Mr. Bell was Professor Samuel Pierpont Langley, the head of the Smithsonian Institution, at that time agonizing over the problem of flying. When I first met Dr. Langley in 1894, he was working on his air runner or aerodrome, a machine which, as I gathered from the talk I heard and did not too well understand, was to run on the air as an engine does on rails. He finally came out with a machine weighing about 25 pounds made up of a pair of rigid wings, 12 to 15 feet across, and an engine which weighed not over 7 pounds. It had cost him 4 years' work to develop the engine to that lightness. But would it fly? Could it be launched? Attempts were made from a houseboat down the river. These experiments were carried on with the utmost secrecy, for Dr. Langley was a taciturn man, proud, dignified, always awesome to me. He knew that there was a public that thought him a little touched in the head and wondered that the government kept, as director of a great national institution, a man who held the crazy notion that one day people would fly and who was willing to give his days and nights to proving it. Dr. Bell took the most genuine and enthusiastic interest in Dr. Langley's experiments, was always present, I think, when an attempt to launch the air runner was made. I recall his disappointment when it fell, his rejoicing when it did finally fly. This was one day in May of 1896. I have heard him tell how suddenly the air runner rose to 100 feet and flew in a big circle. It did not fall but made a perfect landing. Again it was launched, and again it flew. And this time it went over the land and over the treetops, came back to the river, and when its power was exhausted settled quietly on the water. Inside that little circle at Dr. Bell's there was the consciousness of a great discovery, A certain solemnity that again it had been proved that labor, training, thought, patience, faith are not in vain. Mr. McClure was as excited as anyone of the Washington group over the news. He must immediately have an article from Dr. Langley himself, and I was commissioned to get it. I think perhaps it was a little strain on Dr. Langley's good will to have a young woman come to him and say, "Now we want the whole story of how you have done this thing, what it means, but no scientific jargon, please. We want it told in language so simple that I can understand it, for if I can understand it, all the world can." Which, knowing me, he probably knew was true. He consented, and I had the privilege of talking with him occasionally about the article, of reading what he did and saying when necessary, "I don't see quite what this or that means," of seeing him docilely make it clear enough for me to understand. A year after the Langley contraption first flew, we had in McClure's magazine the whole story. As a reward for my persistent effort to see that article come out to his satisfaction, he gave me what I think he considered the greatest treat he could give his friends. He took me to the Rock Creek Zoo after the crowds had gone, and, with the help of the director, Dr. Baker, made the kangaroo jump and the hyena laugh. But the public interest in his air runner, the fresh honors that now came to him, did but little to wipe out the bitterness that ridicule had stirred in Dr. Langley. "There was a time," he said, as he was going to England to take a degree which Oxford University, I believe it was giving him, "there was a time when I should have been glad of this. It means little now." Yet he had his moments of strong emotion. Rarely have I been more moved than at a dinner at Mr. Hubbard's soon after the Greco-Turkish War began in 1897. A half-dozen men of 70 or thereabouts were at the table, among them Senator Hoar of Massachusetts, Major Powell, Edward Everett Hale, and Dr. Langley. They talked only of Greece and her helplessness before the Turk. They recalled the wave of sympathy which in their boyhood had swept over the country when the Turk attacked Greece. "It was to Greece," said Senator Hoar, "that he first gave money of his own, a long-treasured 25-cent piece." Dr. Hale and Dr. Langley fell to quoting Byron. Their voices shook as they declaimed. "The isles of Greece, the isles of Greece. Earth, render back from out thy breast a remnant of our Spartan dead. Of the 300 grant but 3, to make a new Thermopylae." "It was Byron," said Dr. Langley, with an emotion of which I had thought him incapable, "who first stirred in me an enthusiasm for man's struggles for freedom, with a desire to join those who fight for it. He thought Byron first opened England's eyes to her duty to the oppressed of the continent of Europe, and at the same time opened the eyes of the continent to the love of liberty, the sympathy with the helpless, in English literature." Certainly here was a Dr. Langley I had never before glimpsed. This was not all of Washington I was seeing. As in Paris, I set aside time for learning the city. How thin and young and awkward Washington seemed compared with the exhaustless life and treasures of Paris. Here was none of that wisdom of experience, that subtle cynicism, that pity and patience with men which made Paris like a great human being to me, nor was there here the ripe charm of old palaces, quaint streets, hidden corners. Everything was new, sprawling in the open. But if Washington had little to offer but promise, it had that in abundance, and it did not know its own lacks. It was too full of pride in what it had done since John Adams moved into the White House and Congress into the Capitol. And then I had a problem to think about, the Washington Lincoln knew, and I went about with him from White House to War Department, up to the Congress, down to the Arsenal, into this and that hospital, up to the soldiers, home, over to Arlington. The pain and tragedy behind almost every step he took in the town dignified its unfinished streets, gave a meaning and a sanctity to its rawness. By such steps, I told myself, did Paris come through the centuries to be what she is? But I did more than follow Lincoln about. I wanted to know the Washington of 30 years after Lincoln, and so I went to the Capitol when debates promised excitement, and I missed no great official show. When McKinley's inauguration came in 1896, I arranged to see it all. Once, I told myself, will do forever for an inauguration, as it has done. I began after breakfast and did not stop until the inaugural ball was far on its way. A fine, colorful sightseeing experience, leaving a series of pictures which have never quite faded. Years later, one of these pictures brought me a curious bit of minor political history. I was trying to persuade Richard Alney to write the story of the Venezuela message for McClure, and remarked that the first time I met him was at the McKinley inaugural ball. To my surprise, he flushed. Outgoing cabinet members are not expected to attend the inaugural ball of a new president, he said. I hadn't known that, or of course I should not have spoken. But there was a reason for my presence. General Miles, then head of the army, had come to me to say that there were rumors of an attempt on McKinley's life. Suppose that both he and Hobart should be assassinated before a new cabinet is appointed, he said. You would be acting president. You must go to the ball, walk with Mrs. McKinley, and stay until the end. I didn't like the idea, but General Miles insisted, so I went. But the new president walked with his wife, and I had to hang around, conscious that more than one Republican was saying, "What's Olney doing here?" What was behind General Miles' precaution, I never knew. The lives of presidents are always in danger, even in what we are pleased to call normal times, there being always plenty of grievances, real and fancied, to be squared. At the moment of the McKinley inauguration, the despair and bitterness of many radicals over the defeat of Bryan were outspoken. The experience of the country with assassination in the 30 preceding years had been alarming. A man in General Miles' position charged with the safety of the heads of the government must keep in mind all possibilities. It would, of course, have been easy to assassinate the president and vice president at the ball. Given clever and determined conspirators, there would have been a chance to seize the government while a new president was being elected. But with a determined man like Olney on the ground, backed by a watchful and sufficient military guard scattered through the great patent office where the ball was held, a temporary government could have been formed while the murderer was being manacled. How General Miles would have enjoyed such a coup. In the first years of McKinley's administration, I came to know him well, another one of the friendly acquaintances made in carrying out the varied tasks that came my way in my position as a contributing editor of McClure's magazine. For several years, popular interest in military affairs had been growing. There were several reasons. Doubt of the efficiency of our army, talk of revolution, and particularly our strained relations with Spain. Interest was still further excited in 1896 by the outbreak of the Greco-Turkish War, which, starting as a skirmish, soon grew until it looked as if it might involve all southeastern Europe, perhaps England, Russia. Obviously, we should have an observer over there, and so in May General Miles and a staff started for the field. He studied the military organization of Turkey and of Greece, watched the armies lined up for battle, saw the end of the war. From Greece, he and his staff went to London to represent the United States at Queen Victoria's Jubilee. Following that great show, he had attended the autumn maneuvers of the greatest of then existing armies, those of Russia, Germany, and France. Mr. McClure thought there was an important story in General Miles' observations, and I was commissioned to get it. But General Miles, willing and glad as he was to tell of his European experiences, he had never been abroad before, wanted to tell only of the sights he had seen, sights which had nothing to do with armies, their equipment, and their maneuvers. All that was shop for him. "They'll think I didn't see anything but soldiers and guns," he growled. "Think I'm not interested in history and art. People don't know how wonderful Pompeii is, and I would like to tell them. A lot of them never heard of Alexander's sarcophagus, finest thing I ever saw. There are countries that would pay $1 million to get it, and there's the Parthenon and Moscow and the Tower of London and the Louvre. There are the things I want to write about." And he was preparing to do it, as I saw by the stack of Baedekers, the volumes of the Britannica, the pamphlets and travel books on his desk. It took all my tact and patience to persuade the general that, whatever his interest, ours was centered only on military Europe. In the course of this distasteful task, I came to have a real liking for General Miles. He was as kindly and courteous a gentleman as I have ever known, and certainly the vainest. One of the real disappointments of his European visit was that the American uniform was so severe. There were hundreds of lesser ranks than himself, on parade with 3 times the gold braid he was allowed. When it came to the Queen's Jubilee, he revolted and had special epaulets designed. I was at headquarters the day they arrived from London, and nothing would do but I must see them. He ordered the box opened, disappeared into an inner office, and came back arrayed in all the glory the American army allowed him. I was working on the Miles articles on February 16, 1898, when the Maine blew up in Havana Harbor. As no message came canceling my appointment with General Miles, that morning I presented myself as usual, though with some misgiving, for it seemed as if the very air of Washington stood still. At headquarters, there was a hush on everything, but the routine went on as usual. As we worked, an orderly would come in with the latest report: 253 unaccounted for, 2 officers missing, ship in 6 fathoms of water, only her mast visible, sir. Then, a second report: all but 4 officers gone, sir, and there are 200 women up in the Navy Department. The Army and Navy were in the same building in 1898. The general made no comment, but every now and then blew his nose violently, while his smart chief of staff, a gallant, simple-minded officer with a bullet hole in his cheek, kept saying to himself, "Ain't it a pity? By Jove, ain't it a pity?" Through the 2 months between the blowing up of the Maine and the declaration of war, I vacillated between hope that the president would succeed in preventing a war and fear that the savage cries coming from the Hill would be too much for him, as they were in the end. I honestly believed then, as I do now, that he was doing his best. And this, in spite of the fact that my heart was hot with resentment for what I considered his cowardly desertion of my Poland friends in 1893. McKinley was patient, collected, surprisingly determined. Everybody indeed in the departments where the brunt must fall if war came seemed steady to me, as I watched things in my frequent visits to General Miles' headquarters. Everybody was at his post, everybody except Theodore Roosevelt, Assistant Secretary of the Navy. He tore up and down the wide marble halls of the War and Navy building, like a boy on roller skates. A disgusted observer growled. More than once he burst into General Miles' office with an excited question, an excited counsel. Already he was busy preparing his Rough Riders for the war to be, if he had his way. Already he saw himself an important unit in an invading army. I remember this because it shocked me more than anything else I was noting. What chance had government in peace or war if men did not stay on their jobs? Was not fidelity to the trust committed to you a first obligation? And if Theodore Roosevelt felt, as he evidently did, that he was needed in the army, did not good manners, if nothing else, require resignation? I was very severe on him in 1897, the more so because he had bitterly disappointed me in 1884, when he had refused to go along with the mugwumps in the revolt against prohibitive protection. Refused and gone, along with my particular political abomination, Henry Cabot Lodge. I had not been able to reconcile myself to him, even when as a police commissioner of New York City, he made his hearty and effective fight on the town's corruption. The steadiness of General Miles and his staff in the weeks between the blowing up of the Maine and the breaking out of war with Spain raised my respect for army training as much as Roosevelt's excited goings-on antagonized me. At the same time, my contempt for the outpouring of Congress in a crisis was modified by almost daily association with one of its oldest members, the senator from Massachusetts, George Frisbee Hoar. When I had decided in 1894 that sufficient materials were at hand in Washington for the sketch McClure S. wanted to go with Gardiner Hubbard's Napoleon portraits, I went to live at a boarding house on I Street between 9th and 10th, recommended by Mrs. Hubbard, chiefly because Senator and Mrs. Hoar lived there. The neighborhood had been not so long before one of the desirable residential sections of the town, but business and fashion were pushing well-to-do residents into Connecticut and Massachusetts avenues, into DuPont Circle and beyond. The fine old brownstone houses left behind were being used by trade and occasionally by owners, whose incomes had been cut or destroyed, as rooming or boarding houses. The head of the house into which I was received was a Mrs. Patterson, the widow of a once distinguished Washington physician. She and her daughter Elizabeth made of their home one of the most comfortable and delightful living places into which I had ever dropped. Such food, and best of all the senator. At this time, Senator Hoar was close to 70 years of age. He had been in Congress for 26 consecutive years, 17 of them in the Senate, and everybody knew that as long as he lived, Massachusetts Republicans would insist on returning him. He embodied all the virtues of the classic New Englander and few of the vices. His loyalty was granite-ribbed. He revered the Constitution and all the institutions born and reared under it. He was proud of the United States, but his heart belonged to Massachusetts. In his mouth the name took on a beauty and an emotion which never ceased to stir me, Westerner that I was. Combined with his patriotic loyalties was a passionate devotion to classic literature, Greek, Roman, English. He knew yards of Homer and Virgil, as well as of the greatest of the early English writers, and not infrequently at our Sunday morning breakfasts, he would repeat long passages in his sonorous voice. This was the 1 hour in the week when the senator laid aside all formality and became our entertainer. He never spoiled things by opinions on current events, but poured forth daily whatever came into his mind. We were a good audience, willing to sit until noon if he would talk. He claimed that it was Mrs. Patterson's codfish balls and coffee that put to flight all his cares and loosened his tongue. That Patterson Sunday morning breakfast was enough to put gaiety into any heart. Senator Hoare had already celebrated it in a widely circulated letter to a Pennsylvania editor who attacked him for never having done a stroke of useful work in his life. And what greatly amused the senator, living in Washington on champagne and terrapin. "My dear man, your terrapin is all in my eye, very little in my mouth. The chief carnal luxury of my life is in breakfasting every Sunday morning with an orthodox friend, a lady who has a rare gift for making fish balls and coffee. You unfortunate and benighted Pennsylvanians can never know the exquisite flavor of the codfish, salted, made into balls, and eaten on a Sunday morning by a person whose theology is sound, and who believes in all the 5 points of Calvinism. I am myself but an unworthy heretic, but I am of Puritan stock, of the 7th generation, and there is vouchsafed to me, also, some share of that ecstasy and a dim glimpse of that beatific vision. Be assured, my benighted Pennsylvania friend, that in that hour when the week begins, all the terrapin of Philadelphia or Baltimore and all the soft-shelled crabs of the Atlantic shore might pull at my trouser legs and thrust themselves on my notice in vain." As we all knew, Senator Hoare had no money for champagne and terrapin. He had sacrificed his law practice to public service, getting a little poorer year by year. As a matter of fact, he had no interest in making money. I never saw him more irritated than after taking a difficult case for which he was to get a fee of $25,000 or $30,000. "Earning money is hateful to me," he said. "Never in all my life before have I undertaken a thing I did not want to do simply for money. Some things I like to do, believe that I can do better than I could do anything else. I never was such a donkey before. There are so many things I long to do. One of them is to learn Italian well enough to read Dante and Boccaccio and Ariosto in the original, and I want to commit Homer to memory. I would like to have my head packed with Greek." The senator's Sunday morning talks were rich with anecdotes of New England types. He had his antipathies. Margaret Fuller Ossoli was one of them. He used to tell the story of an old Concord doctor who was called up in the night by a quavering voice outside his window asking, "Doctor, how much camphor can a body drink without its killing 'em?" "Who drunk it?" he asked. "Margaret Fuller." "A peck," snapped the doctor, shutting his window with a bang. Dr. Mary Walker, who in her rather shabby man's attire was a familiar figure in those days, was a particular abomination. "She made him creepy," he said. Simply to mention her, I found, would dry up his talk. But the mention of Jonathan Edwards' name, although he particularly detested him, always loosened his tongue. "He was an inhuman cuss," he said one morning. There is a true story of his riding through Northampton with a slave boy whom he had just bought tied to a cord and trotting behind the horse. "Is thee doing as thee would be done by?" A woman of his faith called him, and Edwards said, "I'll answer you some other time." Senator Hoare rather enjoyed calling a man whose acts he disliked by hard names. Indeed, he very much enjoyed salty words generally, and one morning ably defended them. "Damn it" is a useful word. It eases one's feelings. He also put up a strong argument for whoppers. They are, he contended, a valuable weapon with the impertinent and the imbecile. There was much boyish mischief in him. He greatly admired our wholesome, big-hearted Elizabeth, daughter of the house, her common sense and her gaiety, and loved to pinch her plump arm. He did it in the presence of us all and in spite of Mrs. Hoare's reproaches. "Do you know, Elizabeth," he said one evening as he followed us up the stairs from the dining room, "that it has taken 1900 years of Christian civilization to produce a man who does not pinch a girl's pretty ankle when she is going upstairs ahead of him." In July 1898, after Congress had adjourned, Senator Hoare made up a party for a trip through the Berkshire Hills, and I had the good fortune to be asked to join it. I had heard him talk much of his walking trips there in Harvard days with his favorite classmate, Francis Child. "As great a man at 17 when he entered college," he said, "as when he died, a real genius." From the moment our little caravan left his home at Worcester, the trip was like champagne to him. Trees, graveyards, epitaphs, views, the homes of the honored in this day, and past days kept him busy. There was the Sheffield elm which we must stop to measure, the grave of Mumbet with the inscription his favorite Catherine Sedgwick had written for it. There was the best view of the sleeping Napoleon on Cedar Mountain. This for me. Then we must spend the night at a certain inn on Mount Washington to give Elizabeth plenty of time to look up family graves and records. Her father had been born on Mount Washington, which was one of many reasons why the senator admired her. He went with her to look up the graves and, returning late, said, "If we had not feared you would wait supper, we would have stayed and been buried there." I have certainly never known anyone for whom life at 70 was more joyous and full. He hated weakness, as well as everything that impaired his dignity, his self-reliance. He was a true untouchable and would fall into a rage if friend or stranger offered to assist him. "Unhand me," he thundered at a streetcar conductor who one day seized his arm to help him up the steps, and his wrath lasted until he had told us about the indignity at the dinner table. On this Berkshire trip, a little accident happened to him which caused an explosion of the same nature. We were at an inn in the mountains, and after dinner had gone on to the lawn. The senator was sitting on a rustic bench which gave way, turned him on his back, feet in the air. We all ran to assist him but were stopped in our tracks by a stentorian voice which roared, "I decline to be assisted." But this was the senator on a vacation, the senator of our Sunday morning's breakfast. Take him when public affairs were in a serious tangle, and he was glum, unapproachable. He suffered deeply over the trend to imperialism after the Spanish-American War. To save Cuba from the maladministration of Spain, to watch over her until she had learned to govern herself seemed to him a noble expression of Americanism. But to annex lands on the other side of the globe for commercial purposes only, as he believed, was to be false to all our ideals. He had the early American conviction that minding one's own business was even more important abroad than at home. He wanted no entangling alliances, and in those days following the Treaty of Paris he feared as never before for the country. Certainly, there were far fewer Sunday morning breakfast table talks. His greatest speech against the advancing imperialism was made in April of 1900. At the head of the printed copy of his speech, distributed by the Senate, he placed these sentences. "No right under the Constitution to hold subject states. To every people belongs the right to establish its own government in its own way. The United States cannot with honor buy the title of a dispossessed tyrant or crush a republic." I was learning something of what responsibility means for a man charged with public service, of the clash of personalities, of ambitions, judgments, ideals. And it was not long before I was saying to myself, as I had not for years, "You are a part of this democratic system they are trying to make work. Is it not your business to use your profession to serve it? But how?" That was clearly now my problem. I could not run away to a foreign land where I should be a mere spectator. Indeed, I was beginning to suspect that one great attraction of France was that there I had no responsibility as a citizen. I must give up Paris. Between Lincoln and the Spanish-American War, I realized I was taking on a citizenship I had practically resigned. The war had done something to McClure's as well as to me. In all its earlier years, its ambition had been to be a wholesome, enlivening, informing companion for readers, to give fiction, poetry, science of wide popular appeal, an ambition which it must be admitted opened the pages occasionally to the cheap, though it rarely excluded the fine. An eager welcome was given new writers. Indeed, it was always a great day in the office when we thought a real one had reached us. While it fostered new writers, it held on to the best of the old. It had touched public matters only as they became popular matters. Thus, when the Spanish-American War came, it was quickly recognized that it yielded more interesting material than any other subject. There was a great war number, and there was a continuous flow of war articles. McClure's suddenly was a part of active, public life. Having tasted blood, it could no longer be content with being merely attractive, readable. It was a citizen and wanted to do a citizen's part. It had a staff sympathetic with this new conception of the work. Mr. McClure had had in mind from the start the building of a permanent staff of good craftsmen, reporters on whom he could depend for a steady stream of contributions, as well as of editorial ideas. He wanted them versatile, flexible, as interested in the magazine as in themselves, capable of sinking themselves in a collective effort. After I came in, the first to become such a permanent acquisition was Ray Stannard Baker. An article on the capture of John Wilkes Booth by Baker's uncle, Colonel L.C. Baker, written from personal reminiscences and documents, was submitted by Baker, then on the staff of the Chicago Record. It was the general's ideal of a McClure's article. Baker was urged to write more, and each piece emphasized the first impression. The year after his first appearance in the magazine, May 1897, he joined the staff and became a regular contributing editor. Baker was an admirable craftsman as well as a capital team worker. He had curiosity, appreciation, a respect for facts. You could not ruffle or antagonize him. He took the sudden calls to go here when he was going there with equanimity. He enjoyed the unconventional intimacies of the crowd, the gaiety and excitement of belonging to what was more and more obviously a success. He was the least talkative of us all, observant rather than garrulous, the best listener in the group, save Mr. Phillips. He had a joyous laugh, which was more revealing of his healthy inner self than anything else about him. When I learned a few years later that Baker was the author of the wise, homely, whimsical Adventures in Contentment, The Friendly Road, and other delightful essays under the nom de plume of David Grayson, I said at once, "How stupid of me not to have known it. Have I always known that Baker is a David Grayson?" Few practical philosophers, indeed, have so lived their creed as Ray Stannard Baker, and none have had a more general recognition from the multitude of people in the country who, like him, believe in the fine art of simple living. It is a comforting and beautiful thing to have had as a friend and coworker over many years so rare a person as Ray Stannard Baker. By good fortune, McClure S. in this period happened on a reader of real genius, Viola Roseborough, the only born reader I have ever known. I found her in the office after one of my frequent jaunts after material. It was as a talker that I first learned to admire and love her. Her judgments were unfettered, her emotions strong and warm, her expressions free, glowing, stirring, and she loved to talk, though only when she felt sympathy and understanding. She loved to share books, of which she read many, particularly in the biographical field. She wanted none but the best, no imitation, no mere fact-finding. Her eagerness to let no good thing slip, her consciousness of the all too little time a human being has in this world to explore its riches made her rigid in her choice. An unsleeping eagerness to find talent and give it a chance, and secondarily, she said, to enrich the magazine, made every day's work with the unsifted manuscripts an adventure. If she found exceptional merit that was also suited to McClure, she might weep with excitement. And she stood to it till faith grew in those less sure of the untried. It was when McClure was making a great hunt for a good serial that I saw her one morning bringing into the editorial sanctum Booth Tarkington's The Gentleman from Indiana, tears celebrating the discovery as she cried, "Here is a serial sent by God Almighty for McClure's magazine." This woman of unusual intelligence, loyalty, and of truly Spartan courage was a precious addition to the crowd. Ill health, threatened blindness, have never lowered her enthusiasm, her ceaseless effort to find the best, to give the best. She is still doing it. The most brilliant addition to the McClure's staff in my time was Lincoln Steffens. He had made himself felt in the journalistic and political life of New York City by a fresh form of repertorial attack. Young, handsome, self-confident, with a good academic background and 2 years of foreign life and observation, Steffens began his professional career unencumbered by journalistic shibboleths and with an immense curiosity as to what was going on about him. He was soon puzzled and fascinated by the relations of police and politicians and the law and city officials and business and church, education, society, the press. Apparently groups from each of these categories worked together, supporting one another, an organization close, compact, loyal from fear or self-interest or both. It was because of this organization, Steffens concluded, that graft and vice and crime were established industries of the city. Attacks from outraged virtue had slowed up the system at intervals ever since the Civil War, but never permanently deranged it. A few rascals might be exterminated, but they were soon replaced. The system had bred new rascals, grown stronger and more cunning with time. He set out to trace its pattern. Incredibly outspoken, taking rascality for granted, apparently never shocked or angry or violent, never doubtful of himself, only coolly determined to demonstrate to men and women of goodwill and honest purpose what they were up against, and warn them that the only way they could hope to grapple with a close corporation devoted to what there was in it was by an equally solid corporation devoted to decent and honest government, business, law, education, religion. First as a reporter and later as the city editor of the Globe, Stephens stirred the town. It was entirely in harmony with the McClure method of staff building that this able, fearless innocent should be marked for absorption. He was persuaded to take the editing of the magazine, now in its 10th year and steadily growing in popularity and influence. He was to be the great executive, the editorial head that would shift some of the burden from the shoulders of Mr. McClure and Mr. Phillips. But the machine was running smoothly even if with little outward excitement. Stephens made a brave effort to adjust himself to the established order, to learn the situation. Naturally, he took Mr. McClure's meteoric goings and comings, his passionate and often despairing efforts to make his staff see what he did, his cries that the magazine was stale, dying, more seriously than those of us who had been longer together. He seems to have been bewildered by what went on in the excited staff meetings held whenever Mr. McClure came in from a foraging expedition. I had come to look on Mr. McClure's returns as the most genuinely creative moments of our magazine life. He was an extraordinary reporter. His sense of the meaning, the meat of a man or event, his vivid imagination, his necessity of discharging on the group at once before they were cold, his observations, intuitions, ideas, experiences made the gatherings on his return amazingly stimulating to me. Sifting, examining, verifying, following up were all necessary. Mr. McClure understood that and trusted John Phillips to see that it was done, but he properly fought for his findings. In his Autobiography, Stephens credits me with a tact in our editorial scrimmages which I do not deserve. It is true, as he says, that I was the friend of each and all, but what I was chiefly interested in was seeing the magazine grow in delight and in usefulness. I knew our excited discussions were really fertile. They also were highly entertaining. It was in this unsatisfied seeking by Mr. McClure for more and more of contemporary life that Lincoln Stephens' chief contribution to it, and to the political life of his period, had its root. Mr. McClure's fixed conviction that great editing was not to be done in the office he finally applied to Stephens, who was bravely struggling there to become the great editor he had been called to be. "You can't learn to edit a magazine in the office," Mr. McClure told him. "Get out, go anywhere, everywhere, see what is going on in the cities and states, find out who are the men and the movements we ought to be reporting." And so Steph went for a month, to the Middle West mainly, constantly reporting back to the office in McClure fashion what he was finding. He combed the universities and the newspaper offices. He looked up politicians. He searched for writers, anything and everywhere which might possibly be grist to the greedy mill in New York. One of the schemes on which he had been commissioned to check up was a series of articles on city and state governments. Almost at once, he began to see larger and larger possibilities in the idea. There should be 2 series. He wrote The Office, descriptions of the actual government of 4 or 5 typical cities and of as many states, humanized by studies of the men who ruled them or who were fighting the true rulers. A meeting with young district attorney folk of St. Louis, then in the thick of a fight to reform his town, whetted his appetite. "If we take up the states," he wrote, "I would prefer to wait for William Allen White to write the articles. The cities will be more in my line. If I should be entrusted with the work, I think I could make my name." A few weeks later, he was entrusted with the work. The result was The Shame of the Cities, which, as he prophesied, made his name. A captain of industry seeks my acquaintance. As Stephens' case shows, there was always much fingering of a subject at McClure's before one of the staff was told to go ahead. The original hint might come from Mr. McClure's overflowing head and pocket, Mr. Phillips' notebooks, as much a part of him as his glasses, the Daily Mail, the chance word of a caller. We all turned in our pickings. They must concern the life of the day, that which was interesting people. An idea, once launched, grew until fixed on somebody, and once started, it continued to grow according to the response of readers. No response, no more chapters. A healthy response, as many chapters as the material justified. It was by this process that my next long piece of work came into being, the history of the Standard Oil Company. The deluge of monopolistic trusts, which had followed the close of the Spanish-American War and the return of prosperity, was disturbing and confusing people. It was contrary to their philosophy, their belief that, given free opportunity, free competition, there would always be brains and energy enough to prevent even the ablest leader monopolizing an industry. What was interfering with the free play of the forces in which they trusted? They had been depending on the federal antitrust law passed 10 years before. Was it quite useless? It looked that way. There was much talk in the office about it, and there came to the top, finally, the idea of using the story of a typical trust to illustrate how and why the clan grew. How about the greatest of them all, the Standard Oil Company? I suppose I must have talked rather freely about my own recollections and impressions of its development. It had been a strong thread weaving itself into the pattern of my life from childhood on. I had come into the world just before the discovery of oil, the land on which I was born not being over 30 miles away from that first well. The discovery had shaped my father's life, rescuing him as it did thousands of others from the long depression which had devastated the 1850s. I had grown up with oil derricks, oil tanks, pipelines, refineries, oil exchanges. I remembered what had happened in the oil region in 1872 when the railroads and an outside group of raffiners attempted to seize what many men had created. It was my first experience in revolution. On the instant, the word became holy to me. It was your privilege and duty to fight injustice. I was much elated when not so long afterwards, I fell on Rousseau's Social Contract and read his defense of the right to revolt. I had been only dimly conscious of what had happened in the decade following, the decade in which the Standard Oil Company had completed its monopoly. It was the effect on the people about me that stirred me, the hate and suspicion and fear that engulfed the community. I had been so deeply stirred by this human tragedy, as I have told, that I had made a feeble and ineffectual attempt to catch it, fix it in a novel. The drama continued to unfold while I was abroad, came into our very household when a partner of my father's ruined by the complex situation shot himself, leaving father with notes. To pay them, it was necessary in the panic of '93 to do what in his modest economy was unsound and humiliating, mortgage our home. While the personal tragedies came in my mother's letters, my brother wrote me vivid accounts of what was going on in the outside oil world, of the slow action of the Interstate Commerce Commission, from which all independents had hoped so much, of businesses ruined while they waited for the decision, of the Ohio suit which drove the trust to reorganization, a legal victory which in no way weakened its hold or crippled its growth. Depressing as this was, I was elated by my brother's reports of the growing strength of a strongly integrated cooperative effort of producers, refiners, transporters, marketers, the pure oil company. The only escape possible for those who would do independent business, he argued ably, was to build their own combination depending less on agitation, politics, legislation, more on sound business. Fight if necessary, but above all do business. While I was still in Paris, this clutter of recollections, impressions, indignations, perplexities, was crystallized into something like a pattern by Henry D. Lloyd's brilliant Wealth Against Commonwealth. I had been hearing about the book from home, but the first copy was brought me by my English friend H. Wickham Steed, who, fresh from 2 years' contact with German socialism, took the work with great seriousness. Was not this a conclusive proof that capitalism was necessarily inconsistent with fair and just economic life? Was not socialism the only way out, as Lloyd thought? I was more simple-minded about it. As I saw it, it was not capitalism, but an open disregard of decent ethical business practices by capitalists which lay at the bottom of the story Mr. Lloyd told so dramatically. The reading and discussions whetted my appetite, and when I came back to America in 1894 and heard anew in the family circle of what had been going on, my old desire to get the drama down seized me. Where were those notes I had made back in my Chautauquan days, gathering dust in the tower room? I looked them up, saw that I had done well in choosing Pithole for my opening scene. Nothing so dramatic as Pithole in oil history. How many men it had made and ruined. But the bottom had dropped out in 1866. What was left of it now, 1894, my brother and I drove over to see. 30 years before, Pithole had been a city of perhaps 20,000 men and women with all the equipment for a permanent life. Now here were only stripped fields where no outline of a town remained. We spent a long day trying to place the famous wells, to fix my father's tank shops, so profitable while Pithole lasted, to trace the foundations of the Bonta house, which had furnished the makings of our home in Titulesville. The day left us with a melancholy sense of the impermanence of human undertakings, and more to the point, it showed me that if I were to reconstruct the town with its activities and its people, picture its rise and its fall, I must go back to records, maps, reminiscences, that I must undertake a long and serious piece of investigation before I began. But, given the material, how about my ability to make it live, to create the drama which I felt? One must be an artist before he can create, that I knew. I was no artist. Mr. McClure's call to come on and write a life of Napoleon put an end to my hesitations. And, Napoleon done, there had been Lincoln and the Spanish-American War. No time to consider oil or even to rejoice over the final success of the integrated industry to which my brother had tied his fortune. But here I was again faced with the old interest. The desire to do something about it, get down what I had seen, seized me. Was it possible to treat the story historically, to make a documented narrative? The more I talked, the more convinced I was that it could be done. But to tell the story so that people would read it was another matter. Mr. Phillips finally put it up to me to make an outline of what I thought possible. We couldn't go ahead without Mr. McClure's approval, and he was ill, in Europe with all his family. "Go over," said John Phillips, "show the outline to Sam, get his decision." And so, in the fall of 1890, I went to Lausanne in Switzerland to talk it over with Mr. McClure. A week would do it, I thought, but I hadn't reckoned with the McClure method. "Don't worry about it," said he. "I want to think it over. Mrs. McClure and you and I will go to Greece for the winter. You've never been there. We can discuss Standard Oil in Greece as well as here. If it seems a good plan, you can send for your documents and work in the Pantheon." And he chuckled at the picture. Almost before I realized it, we were headed for Greece via the Italian lakes, Milan and Venice. In Milan, Mr. McClure suddenly decided that he and Mrs. McClure needed a cure before Greece, and headed for the ancient watering place of Salsomagir. Here, in the interval of mud baths and steam soaks, and watching such magnificent humans as Cecil Rhodes and his retinue recuperating from their latest South African adventure, we finally came to a decision. I was to go back to New York and see what I could make of the outline I had been expounding. Greece was to be abandoned. Leaving Mr. and Mrs. McClure to finish their cure, I headed for New York to write what, as far as title was concerned, certainly looked like a doubtful enterprise for a magazine like McClure's. The History of the Standard Oil Company. McClure S. has courage. How often that remark was made after our undertaking was underway, but courage implies a suspicion of danger. Nobody thought of such a thing in our office. We were undertaking what we regarded as a legitimate piece of historical work. We were neither apologists nor critics, only journalists intent on discovering what had gone into the making of this most perfect of all monopolies. What had we to be afraid of? I soon discovered, however, that, if we were not afraid, I must work in a field where numbers of men and women were afraid, believed in the all-seeing eye and the all-powerful reach of the ruler of the oil industry. They believed that anybody going ahead openly with a project in any way objectionable to the Standard Oil Company would meet with direct or indirect attack. Examination of their methods had always been objectionable to them. Go ahead, and they will get you in the end. I was told by more than one who had come to that conclusion, either from long observation or from long suffering. Even my father said, "Don't do it, Ida, they will ruin the magazine." It was a persistent fog of suspicion and doubt and fear. From the start, this fog hampered what was my first business, making sure of the documents in the case. I knew they existed. Almost continuously since its organization in 1870, the Standard Oil Company had been under investigation by the Congress of the United States and by the legislatures of various states in which it had operated, on the suspicion that it was receiving rebates from the railroads and was practicing methods in restraint of free trade. In 1872, and again in 1876, it was before congressional committees. In 1879, it was before examiners of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and before committees appointed by the legislatures of New York and of Ohio for investigating railroads. Its operations figured constantly in the debate, which led up to the creation of the Interstate Commerce Commission in 1887. And again, since that time, the commission had been called upon to examine directly or indirectly into its relations with the railroads. In 1888, in the investigation of trusts conducted by Congress and by the state of New York, the Standard Oil Company was the chief subject for examination. In the state of Ohio, between 1882 and 1892, a constant warfare was waged against the Standard in the courts and the legislature, resulting in several volumes of testimony. The legislatures of many other states concerned themselves with it. This hostile legislation compelled the trust to separate into its component parts in 1892, but investigation did not cease. Indeed, in the great industrial inquiry conducted by the commission appointed by President McKinley, the Standard Oil Company was constantly under discussion, and hundreds of pages of testimony on it appear in the 19 volumes of reports which the commission submitted. This mass of testimony, most, if not all, of it taken under oath, contained the different charters and agreements under which the Standard Oil Trust had operated, many contracts and agreements with railroads, with refineries, with pipelines. And it contained the experiences in business from 1872 up to 1900 of multitudes of individuals. These experiences had exactly the quality of the personal reminiscences of actors in great events, with the additional value that they were given on the witness stand. And it was fair, therefore, to suppose that they were more cautious and exact in statement than are many writers of memoirs. These investigations, covering as they did all of the important steps in the development of the trust, included full accounts of the point of view of its officers in regard to that development, as well as their explanations of many of the operations over which controversy had arisen. Aside from the great mass of sworn testimony accessible to the student, there was a large pamphlet literature dealing with different phases of the subject, as well as files of the numerous daily newspapers and monthly reviews supported by the oil region, in the columns of which were to be found not only statistics, but full reports of all controversies between oil men. But the documentary sources were by no means all in print. The Standard Oil Trust and its constituent companies had figured in many civil suits, the testimony of which was in manuscript in the files of the courts where the suits were tried. I had supposed it would be easy to locate the records of the important investigations and cases, but I soon found I had been too trustful. For instance, there was a federal investigation of the South Improvement Company, the first attempt to make a hard and fast alliance between oil-bearing railroads and oil refiners, an alliance which inevitably would kill everybody not admitted, since by the contract the railroads not only allowed the privileged refiners a rebate on all their shipments, but paid them a drawback on those of independents. The railroads also agreed to give them full information about the quantity and the destination of their rivals' shipments. The Standard Oil Company as a monopoly had grown out of this pretty scheme. Where could I get a copy of that investigation? More than one cynic said, "You'll never find one, they have all been destroyed." When I had located copies in each of 2 private collections, I was refused permission to put my hands on them. To be sure, I did by persistent searching find that so guarded investigation in a pamphlet, which is one of the 3 which are all I know to be in existence. I am not supposing that there are not others, for I quickly learned, when I was told that the entire edition of a printed document had been destroyed, to go on looking. Once a document is in print, somewhere, sometime, a copy turns up, however small the edition. For instance, there was the important Hepburn investigation of the relations of railroads and private industries made by the state of New York in 1879. I could not find a copy in the oil region where I was working. The Standard had destroyed them all, I was told. At that time, there was in the Public Library of New York City one of the ablest of American bibliographers, Adelaide Hass. She had helped me more than once to find a scarce document. "How about this Hepburn investigation?" I wrote Miss Hass. "Here in the library for your use whenever you will come around." But she added, "Only 100 copies were ever published. It is a scarce piece. I have known of a complete set selling for $100. It was understood at the time," she explained, that one or two important railroad presidents whose testimony was given before the committee bought up and destroyed as many sets as they could obtain. In the end, all the printed documents were located, but there was the unprinted testimony taken in lawsuits. Had incriminating testimony been spirited away from the court files? Henry Lloyd made such an accusation in his first edition of Wealth Against Commonwealth. It disappeared from a second edition. I wrote to ask him, why? The testimony was put back after my book first appeared, he answered. I was particularly anxious to have the original of one of these documents, but when I came to look for it, it was not in the files. Where was it? How was I to locate it? And if I did succeed, would there be any chance, to judge from past experience, that it would be turned over to me? I saw that I must have an assistant, someone preferably in Cleveland, Ohio, so many years the headquarters of the Standard's operations. It meant more expense, and I was already costing the office an amount which shocked my thrifty practice. But Mr. McClure and Mr. Phillips, being generous and patient, and also by this time fairly confident that in the end we should get something worthwhile, told me to go ahead. I had learned in my Lincoln work that an assistant, even if faithful and hardworking, may be an encumbrance when it comes to investigation. It needs more than accuracy. It needs enthusiasm for finding out things, solving puzzles, anybody's puzzles. I wanted a young man with college training, a year or two of experience as a reporter, intelligent, energetic, curious, convinced everything he was asked to do was important, even if he did not at the moment know why. He must get his fun in the chase, you in the bag. Also, he must be trusted to keep his mouth shut. I can recommend the technique I practiced in this case for finding my rare bird. From each of 3 different editors in Cleveland, I asked the name of a young man whom he thought competent to run down a not very important-looking bit of information. To each of the names given me, I wrote instructions from New York. I would be around soon to pick up the report, I told them, adding that I should prefer that he say nothing about the assignment. When I went to Cleveland to view my prospects, I found both number 1 and number 2 fine, intelligent fellows. Their reports were excellent, but they had not the least interest in what they had done. I thanked them, paid them, and said, "Good day." The third young man came, short and plump, his eyes glowing with excitement. He sat on the edge of his chair. As I watched him, I had a sudden feeling of alarm lest he should burst out of his clothes. I never had the same feeling about any other individual except Theodore Roosevelt. I once watched the first Roosevelt through a White House musicale when I felt his clothes might not contain him. He was so steamed up, so ready to go, attack anything, anywhere. The young man gave me his report, but what counted was the way he had gone after his material, his curiosity, his conviction that it was important since I wanted it. I thought I had my man. A few more trials convinced me John M. Siddall was a find. He at that time was an associate of Frank Bray in the editing of the Chautauquan, the headquarters of which had been shifted to Cleveland from Meadville. When Siddall once understood what I was up to, he jumped at the chance, went to work with a will, and stayed working with a will until the task was ended. He was a continuous joy as well as a support in my undertaking. Nothing better in the way of letter writing came to the McClure's office. In time, everybody was reading Siddall's letters to me, whether it was a mere matter of statistics or a matter of the daily life in Cleveland of John D. Rockefeller, the head of the Standard Oil Company. If anything in or around Ohio interested the magazine, the office immediately suggested, "Ask Sid," and Sid always found the answer. Mr. McClure and Mr. Phillips began to say, "We want Sid as soon as you are through with him." Sid saw the opportunity, and as soon as I could spare him in Ohio, he joined the McClure's staff. I had been at work a year gathering and sifting materials before the series was announced. Very soon after that, Mr. McClure dashed into the office one day to tell me he had just been talking with Mark Twain, who said his friend Henry Rogers, at that time the most conspicuous man in the Standard Oil Group, had asked him to find out what kind of history of the concern McClure's proposed to publish. "You will have to ask Miss Tarbell," Mr. McClure told him. Would Miss Tarbell see Mr. Rogers? Mark Twain asked. Mr. McClure was sure I would not ask anything better, which was quite true. And so an interview was arranged for one day early in January of 1902 at Mr. Rogers' home, then at 26 East 57th Street. I was a bit scared at the idea. I had met many kinds of people, but this was my first high-ranking captain of industry. Was I putting my head into a lion's mouth? I did not think so. It had become more and more evident to me that any attempt to bite our heads off would be the stupidest thing the Standard Oil Company could do, its reputation being what it was. It was not that stupid, I told myself. However, it was one thing to tackle the Standard Oil Company in documents, as I had been doing, quite another thing to meet it face to face. And then would Mr. Rogers come across? Could I talk with him? So far, my attempts to talk with members of the organization had been failures. I had been met with that formulated chatter used by those who have accepted a creed, a situation, a system, to baffle the investigator trying to find out what it all means. My nervousness and my skepticism fell away when Mr. Rogers stepped forward in his library to greet me. He was frank and hearty. Plainly, he wanted me to be at ease. In that way, he knew that he could soon tell whether it was worth his while to spend further time on me or not. Henry Rogers was a man of about 60 at this time, a striking figure, by all odds the handsomest and most distinguished figure in Wall Street. He was tall, muscular, lithe as an Indian. There was a trace of the early oil adventure in his bearing in spite of his air of authority, his excellent grooming, his manner of the quick-witted, naturally adaptable man who has seen much of people. His big head with its high forehead was set off by a heavy shock of beautiful gray hair. His nose was aquiline, sensitive. The mouth, which I fancy must have been flexible, capable both of firm decision and of gay laughter, was concealed by a white drooping mustache. His eyes were large and dark, narrowed a little by caution, capable of blazing as I was to find out, shaded by heavy gray eyebrows giving distinction and force to his face. I remember thinking as I tried to get my bearings, now I understand why Mark Twain likes him so much. They are alike even in appearance. They have the bond of early similar experiences, Mark Twain in Nevada, Henry Rogers in the early oil regions. When and where did your interest in oil begin? Mr. Rogers asked as he seated me, a full light on my face, I noticed. On the flats and hills of Rouseville, I told him. Of course, he cried, of course, Tarbell's tank shops. I knew your father. I could put my finger on the spot where those shops stood. We were off. We forgot our serious business and talked of our early days on the creek. Mr. Rogers told me how the news of the oil excitement had drawn him from his boyhood home in New England, how he had found his way into Rouseville, gone into refining. He had married and put his first $1,000 into a home on the hillside adjoining ours. It was a little white house, he said, with a high-peaked roof. Oh, I remember it, I cried. The prettiest house in the world, I thought it. It was my first approach to the Gothic arch, my first recognition of beauty in a building. We reconstructed the geography of our neighborhood, lingering over the charm of the narrow ravine which separated our hillsides, a path on each side. Up that path, Mr. Rogers told me, I used to carry our washing every Monday morning and go for it every Saturday night. Probably I've seen you hunting flowers on your side of the ravine. How beautiful it was. I was never happier. Could two strangers, each a little wary of the other, have had a more auspicious beginning for a serious talk? For what followed was serious with moments of strain. What are you basing your story on? He asked finally. On documents. I am beginning with the South Improvement Company. He broke in to say, well, that of course was an outrageous business. That is where the Rockefellers made their big mistake. I knew, of course, that Mr. Rogers had fought that early raid tooth and nail, and I also knew that later he had joined the conspirators, as the oil region called them, in carrying out point by point the initial program. But I did not throw it up to him. Why did you not come to us at the start? Mr. Rogers asked. It was unnecessary. You have written your history. Besides, it would have been quite useless, I told him. We've changed our policy, he said. We are giving out information. As a matter of fact, Mr. Rogers may be regarded, I think, as the first public relations counsel of the Standard Oil Company, the forerunner of Ivy Lee, and I was, so far as I know, the first subject on which the new policy was tried. In the close to 2 hours I spent that afternoon with Henry Rogers, we went over the history of the oil business. We talked of rebates and pipelines, independent struggles and failures, the absorption of everything that touched their ambition. He put their side to me, the mightiness of their achievement, the perfection of their service. Also, he talked of their trials, the persecution, as he called it, by their rivals, the attack of Lloyd. I never understood how Harper could have published that book. Why, I knew Harry Harper socially. There has always been something, he said a little ruefully. Look at things now, Russia and Texas. There seems to be no end of the oil they have there. How can we control it? It looks as if something had the Standard Oil Company by the neck, something bigger than we are. The more we talked, the more at home I felt with him and the more I liked him. It was almost like talking with Mr. McClure and Mr. Phillips. Finally, we made a compact. I was to take up with him each case and their history as I came to it. He was to give me documents, figures, explanations, and justifications, anything and everything which would enlarge my understanding and judgment. I realized how big a contribution he would make if he continued to be as frank as he was in this preliminary talk. I made it quite clear to him, however, that while I should welcome anything in the way of information and explanation that he could give, it must be my judgment, not his, which prevailed. Of course, Mr. Rogers, I told him, I realize that my judgments may not stand in the long run, but I shall have to stand or fall by them. Well, he said as I rose to go, I suppose we'll have to stand it. Would you be willing to come to my office for these talks? It might be a little more convenient. Certainly, I replied. He looked a bit surprised. Will you talk with Mr. Rockefeller? Certainly, I said. Well, he said a little doubtfully, I'll try to arrange it. For 2 years our bargain was faithfully kept, I usually going to his office at 26 Broadway. That in itself at the start, for one as unfamiliar as I was with the scene and customs of big business, was an adventure. My entrance and exit to Mr. Rogers' office were carried on with a secrecy which never failed to amuse me. The alert, handsome, businesslike little chaps who received me at the entrance to the Rogers' suite piloted me unerringly by a route where nobody saw me and I saw nobody into the same small room opening onto a court, and it seemed never the same route. I was not slow in discovering that across the court in the window directly opposite, there was always stationed a gentleman whose head seemed to be turned my way whenever I looked across. It may have meant nothing at all. I only record the fact. The only person besides Mr. Rogers I ever met in those offices was his private secretary, Miss Harrison, a woman spoken of with awe at that date as having a $10,000 salary, one who knew her employer's business from A to Z and whom he could trust absolutely. She radiated efficiency, business competency. Along with her competency went that gleam of hardness which efficient businesswomen rarely escape. Miss Harrison appeared only on rare occasions when an extra document was needed. She was as impersonal as the chairs in the room. We discussed in these interviews with entire frankness the laws which they had flouted. I could not shock Mr. Rogers with records, not even when I confronted him one day with the testimony he had given on a certain point which he admitted was not according to the facts. He curtly dismissed the subject. They had no business prying into my private affairs. As for rebates, somebody would have taken them if we had not. But with your strength, Mr. Rogers, I argued, you could have forced fair play on the railroads and on your competitors. Ah, he said, but there was always somebody without scruples in competition, however small that somebody might be. He might grow. There it was, the obsession of the Standard Oil Company. That danger lurked in small as well as great things, that nothing, however trivial, must live outside of its control. These talks made me understand, as I could not from the documents themselves, the personal point of view of independents like Mr. Rogers, who had been gathered into the organization in the first decade of monopoly making. For instance, there was Mr. Rogers, reason for desiring the trust agreement made in 1882. By 1880, said Mr. Rogers, I had stock in nearly all of the 70 or so companies which we had absorbed, but the real status of these companies was not known to the public. In case of my death, there would have been practically no buyer except Mr. Flagler, Mr. Rockefeller, and a few others on the inside. My heirs would not have reaped the benefit of my holdings. The trust agreement changed this. The public at once realized the value of the trust certificate. That is, my estate was guarded in case of my death. He often emphasized the part economies had played not only in building up the concern, but in their individual fortunes, economies, and putting their money back into the business. We lived in rented houses and saved money to buy stock in the company, he told me once. Only one who remembers, as I do, the important place that owning your own home took in the personal economy of the self-respecting individual of that day can feel the force of this explanation. I was curious about how he had been able to adjust his well-known passion for speculation with Mr. Rockefeller's well-known antagonism to all forms of gambling. Didn't he ever object? I asked. Oh, he said a little ruefully, I was never a favorite. I suppose I was a born gambler. In the early days of the Charles Pratt Company, the company of which I was a member, I always carried on the speculations for the concern, Mr. Pratt said. Henry, I haven't got the nerve to speculate. I kicked all the clothes off last night worrying about the market. Give me the money, I told him, and I will furnish the nerve. We simply raked in the money, making a gesture with both hands. And of course, it came out of the producer. That is what my father always said, I told him. One of the severest lectures he ever gave came from one of those booms in the market which sent everybody in the oil region crazy. I suppose you were responsible for it. I remember a day when the schools were practically closed because all the teachers in Titusville were on the street or in the oil exchange, everybody speculating. I was in high school, the fever caught me, and I asked father for $100 to try my luck in the market. He was as angry with me as I ever saw him. No daughter of mine, he said, etc., etc. Wise man, Mr. Rogers commented. But it was not because he was so cautious, I said. It was because he thought it was morally wrong. He would no more have speculated in the stock market than he would have played poker for money. I always play poker when the market is closed, commented Mr. Rogers. I can't help it. Saturday afternoons, I almost always make up a poker party, and every now and then John Gates and I rig up something. He'll come around and say, Henry, isn't it about time we started something? We usually do. All of these talks were informal, natural. We even argued with entire friendliness the debatable question, what is the worst thing the Standard Oil Company ever did? Only now and then did one of us flare, and then the other generally changed the subject. He's a liar and hypocrite, and you know it. I exploded one day when we were talking of a man who had led in what to me was a particularly odious operation. I think it is going to rain, said Mr. Rogers, looking out of the window with ostentatious detachment. Mr. Rogers not only produced documents and arguments, he produced people with whom I wanted to talk. The most important was Henry Flagler, who had been in on the South Improvement Company, that early deal with the railroads which had started the Standard Oil Company off on the road to monopoly. There had always been a controversy as to who had suggested that fine scheme. Mr. Flagler was in it. What did he know? Mr. Rogers arranged that I talk with him. Henry Flagler was not an acceptable figure even to Wall Street in those days. There were scandals of his private life which, true or not, his fellow financiers did not like. Bad for business. I found him a very different type from Henry Rogers. He, for instance, did not conceal his distrust of John Rockefeller. He would do me out of $1 today, he cried, off his guard, and with an excited smash of his fist on the table. And then, catching himself and with a remarkable change of tone, that is, if he could do it honestly, Miss Tarbell, if he could do it honestly. Mr. Flagler knew what I had come for, but instead of answering my direct questions, he began to tell me with some show of emotion of his own early life, how he had left home because his father was a poor clergyman, $400 a year, a large family of children. He had not succeeded until he went into the commission business with Mr. Rockefeller in Cleveland. And from that time we were prospered, he said piously. In the long story he told me, the phrase, we were prospered, came in again and again. That was not what I was after. Their prosperity was obvious enough. Finally, I returned with some irritation to the object of my visit. I see you do not know or are unwilling to say, Mr. Flagler, who originated the South Improvement Company, but this is cert. Mr. Rockefeller had the credit of it in the oil region. You know, yourself, how bitter the feeling was there. But Miss Tarbell, he said, how often the reputation of a man in his lifetime differs from his real character. Take the greatest character in our history. How different was our Lord and Savior regarded when he was alive from what we now know him to have been. After that, further questioning was of course hopeless, and until Mr. Rogers returned, I sat listening to the story of how the Lord had prospered him. I never was happier to leave a room, but I was no happier than Mr. Flagler was to have me go. Mr. Rogers produced Mr. Flagler and others of lesser importance. But although I referred to his semi-promise in our first interview to produce Mr. Rockefeller, I found that after a few months there was no hope of this. If I hinted at it, he parried. Nearly a year went by after my first interview with Mr. Rogers before the articles began to appear. I rather expected him to cut me off when he realized that I was trying to prove that the Standard Oil Company was only an enlarged South Improvement Company. But to my surprise, my arguments did not seem to disturb him. They had won out, had they not. He sometimes complained that I had been unnecessarily blunt or a bit vindictive, but he continued to receive me in friendly fashion and to give me, perhaps not all the help he might, but always something to make me think twice, frequently to modify a view. But if he was not himself disturbed by what I was doing, why did he continue the interviews? Gradually, I became convinced it was because of his interest in my presentation of a particular episode in their history. It was a case in which Mr. Rogers and John Archbold, along with all of the members of the board of a subsidiary company, the Vacuum Oil Company of Rochester, New York, had been indicted for conspiring to destroy an independent refinery in Buffalo, New York. In my opening interview with Mr. Rogers, he with some show of feeling had told me he wanted me to get a correct and impartial version of this Buffalo case, as he always called it. There had been a break in his voice when with hesitation he said, "That case is a sore point with Mr. Archbold and me. I want you to go into it thoroughly. I have the reports of the testimony before the grand jury. It took me months to secure them. Of course, in a sense, I have no right with them. I told my children that if their father's memory is ever attacked, this will serve to vindicate him. He must stand or fall in their estimation by that testimony." At our second interview, he produced the testimony before the grand jury, repeating again that of course he had no business with it, but he had to have it. He would not allow me to take it away, and at his request, I read the 60 or more pages in his presence. It seemed quite clear to me, as I told Mr. Rogers on finishing the reading, that his connection with the affair had been so indirect that there was no reason for his indictment, although it seemed equally clear to me that there was ample reason for the indictment of certain members of the Vacuum Board. The judge was of that opinion, for he dismissed the indictment against Mr. Rogers and 2 of his fellow directors while sustaining that against the responsible operating heads of the concern. I soon discovered that what Mr. Rogers wanted me to make out was that the 3 men who had founded the independent enterprise, all of them former employees of the Vacuum Oil Company, had done so for the sole purpose of forcing the Standard to buy them out at a high price. That is, that it was a case of planned blackmail. But the testimony certainly showed little evidence of that, while it did show clearly enough that the managers of the Vacuum Oil Company, from the hour they had learned of the undertaking, had made deliberate and open attempts to prevent the Buffalo refinery doing business. The more thoroughly I went into the matter, and I worked hard over it, the more convinced I was that, while there had been bad faith and various questionable practices on the part of members of the independent firm, they had started out to build up a business of their own. Also, it was clear they had had hardly a shadow of success under the grilling opposition of the Standard concern. This included various suits for infringement of patents, all of which the Standard had lost. In course of the years of litigation, 4 juries, 2 grand juries and 2 petit juries, gave verdicts against the Standard Oil Company. Finally, the independent concern was so shot to pieces by the continuous bombardment that it had to be put into the hands of a receiver. The Standard offered to settle for $85,000, and the judge ordered the acceptance. This made it the owner of the bone of contention. I had a feeling that my final conclusion in the matter would probably end my relations with Mr. Rogers. I did not want to spring that conclusion on him. That is, I wanted him to know ahead of publication where I had come out. Although I had never allowed him to read an article before its appearance, that being part of the original compact, I broke my rule in this case. Promptly, I received a letter asking me to call at 26 Broadway. He received me in his usual cordial way, and told me he had gone over my article carefully, compared it with certain papers in his possession, and had written me a letter in which he had stated his criticisms. Handing me the letter, he said, "I think it will be a good plan for you to read that out loud, so that we can talk it over here." I began to read, but broke off with the first sentence. Mr. Rogers had written that he appreciated my request that he should make the story correspond with his knowledge and opinion of the case. "Mr. Rogers," I said, "if you will look at my letter, you will see that I did not suggest that you make the article correspond with your opinion of this case. I am convinced that I cannot do that. I asked you to examine the article and see if I had made any errors in statement or had omitted any essential testimony on either side." He smiled. "Never mind, go ahead," he said. The letter was admirable, almost every point well taken. There was nothing which it was not proper for me to consider at least, and with certain of his points I said at once that I was willing to comply. The discussion of the letter finished, I inwardly breathed a sigh of satisfaction. We were going to part on friendly terms, with neither of us having yielded our convictions. But I had not counted on the resources of Henry Rogers in a matter in which he was deeply concerned, particularly one which touched his personal pride and aroused his fighting spirit. For as I was about to go, he sprang on me an entirely new interpretation of the case. Not only was the suit of the independent refinery, in which he had been indicted, a continuation of the original blackmailing scheme, but the lawyers in the case had themselves been in the conspiracy. He laid before me a number of documents which he claimed proved it. The chief of these was the itemized report of the receiver. This report, he said, showed that the lawyers had taken the case knowing that if the Buffalo concern did not win there would be no fees, and showed that when the matter had finally been settled, they had made what the receiver considered exorbitant claims for their services. There were 5 of them, and they finally were allowed some $30,000. "You can see," Mr. Rogers said as he pointed out these facts, "why they were so eager to convict us. They were making a raid on the Standard, and the bench was with them." His charge that the bench was with them, he based on the fact that 2 of the lawyers originally in the case had later been elevated to the bench. They had not, of course, heard the case, but they had put their information and conclusions at the disposal of their successors. I was startled by this sudden and sinister accusation and sat for some time with my head bent over the papers, forgetting his presence, trying to get at the meaning of the documents. Was there any other explanation than that which Mr. Rogers had given me with such conviction? Looking up suddenly for the first time in my experience with Mr. Rogers, I caught him looking at me with narrowed and cunning eyes. I took alarm on the instant. "We are not the only ones, you see, Miss Tarbell. If this means what it seems to mean, you are not. But I shall have to study these documents, Mr. Rogers. I shall have to consult a lawyer about the practice common in such cases." "That will be all right," he said. He was more exultant than I had ever found him. "I knew that paper would come in well some day. To get it, I consented to our people buying the Buffalo refinery. We did not want it, but I wanted to get the receiver's reports and know just what had been done with the money we had paid them." On the whole, I had never seen him better pleased with himself than he was at that moment. His satisfaction was so great that for the first time in our acquaintance, he gave me a little lecture for a caustic remark I had made. "That is not a Christian remark," he said. I contended that it was a perfect expression of my notion of a Christian. "You ought to go to church more frequently," he said. "Why don't you come and hear my pastor, Dr. Savage?" We parted on good terms after a discussion of our religious views and church-going practices, and he gave me a cordial invitation to come back, which I agreed to do as soon as I had studied the new angle in the Buffalo case. Aided by a disinterested and fair-minded lawyer, I gave a thorough study to the documents, but do my best I could not convince myself that Mr. Rogers' contention was sound. It is not an unusual thing for lawyers to take cases they believe in, knowing that their compensation depends on their winning. Many clients with just cases would be deprived of counsel if they had to ensure a fixed compensation, for not infrequently, as in the Buffalo case, all that a client has is involved in a suit. The practice is so common among reputable lawyers that it certainly cannot be regarded as a proof of a conspiracy, unless there is a reason to suppose that they have taken a case of whose merits they themselves are suspicious. There was no evidence that the counsel of the independent concern were not convinced from the first that they had a strong case. Their claims were large, but lawyers are not proverbial for the modesty of their charges, and besides, exorbitant charges can hardly be construed as a proof of conspiracy. When I finally had written out my conclusion, I sent a copy of it to Mr. Rogers, saying I should be glad to talk it over with him if he wished. He did wish, wrote me that he had new material to present. But before the date set for the meeting, an article in our series was published which broke off our friendly relations. In studying the testimony of independents over a period of some 30 years, I had found repeated complaints that their oil shipments were interfered with, their cars sidetracked en route, while pressure was brought on buyers to cancel orders. There were frequent charges that freight clerks were reporting independent shipments. I did not take the matter seriously at first. The general suspicion of standard dealings by independents had to be taken into consideration, I told myself. Then, too, I was willing to admit that a certain amount of attention to what your competitor is doing is considered legitimate business practice. I knew that in the office of McClure's magazine, we were very keen to know what other publishers were doing. And two, there is the overzealous and unscrupulous employee, who in the name of competition recognizes no rules for his game. But the charges continued to multiply. I met them in testimony, and I met them in interviews. There was no escaping espionage, men told me. They know where we send every barrel of oil. Half the time our oil never reaches its destination. I could scarcely believe it, and then unexpectedly there came to my desk a mass of incontrovertible proofs that what I had been hearing was true and more. As a matter of fact, this system of following up independent oil shipments was letter perfect, so perfect that it was made a matter of office bookkeeping. It looks sometimes, Mr. Rogers had said to me, as if something had the Standard Oil Company by the neck, something bigger than we are. In this case, the something bigger was a boy's conscience. A lad of 16 or 17 in the office of a standard plant had as one of his regular monthly duties the burning of large quantities of records. He had carried out his orders for many months without attention to the content. Then suddenly, his eyes fell one night on the name of a man who had been his friend since childhood, had even been his Sunday school teacher, an independent oil refiner in the city, a standard competitor. The boy began to take notice. He discovered that the name appeared repeatedly on different forms and in the letters which he was destroying. It made him uneasy, and he began to piece the records together. It was not long before he saw to his distress that the concern for which he was working was getting from the railroad offices of the town full information about every shipment that his friend was making. Moreover, that the office was writing to its representative in the territory to which the independent oil was going, "Stop that shipment. Get that trade." And the correspondence showed how both were done. What was a youth to do under such circumstances? He didn't do anything at first, but finally, when he could not sleep nights for thinking about it, he gathered up a full set of documents and secretly took them to his friend. Now this particular oil refiner had been reading the McClure's articles. He had become convinced that I was trying to deal fairly with the matter. He had also convinced himself in some way that I was to be trusted. So one night he brought me the full set of incriminating documents. There was no doubt about their genuineness. The most interesting to me was the way they fitted in with the testimony scattered through the investigations and lawsuits. Here were bookkeeping records explaining every accusation that had been made. But how could I use them? Together, we worked out a plan by which the various forms and blanks could be reproduced with fictitious names of persons and places substituted for the originals. It was after this material had come to my hands that I took the subject up with Mr. Rogers. The original South Improvement Company formula, Mr. Rogers, provided for reports of independent shipments from the railroads. I have come on repeated charges that the practice continues. What about it? Do you follow independent shipments? Do you stop them? Do you have the help of railroad shipping clerks in the operation? Of course, we do everything we legally and fairly can to find out what our competitors are doing, just as you do in McClure's magazine, Mr. Rogers answered. But as for any such system of tracking and stopping, as you suggest, that is nonsense. How could we do it even if we would? Well, I said, give me everything you have on this point. He said he had nothing more than what he had already told me. As I have said, the The article came out just before I was to see Mr. Rogers on what I hoped would be the last of the Buffalo case. The only time in all my relations with him when I saw his face white with rage was when I met the appointment he had made. Our interview was short. "Where did you get that stuff?" he said angrily, pointing to the magazine on the table. All I could say was in substance, "Mr. Rogers, you can't for a moment think that I would tell you where I got it. You will recall my efforts to get from you anything more than a general denial that these practices of espionage so long complained of were untrue could be explained by legitimate competition. You know this bookkeeping record is true." There were a few curt exchanges about other points in the material, but nothing as I now recall on the Buffalo case. The article ended my visits to 26 Broadway. Nearly 4 years passed before I saw Henry Rogers, and in that period, exciting and tragic events had come his way. There was the Copper War. He and his friends had attempted to build up a monopoly in copper to match that of the Standard Oil Company in petroleum, the Amalgamated Copper Company. A youngster, F. Augustus Hines, had come into Montana and by bold and ruthless operation put together a copper company of his own. The two organizations were soon at each other's throats. It was a business war without a vestige of decency, one in which every devious device of the law and of politics was resorted to by both sides. But Mr. Rogers had other troubles. He and his friends had been engaged in organizing the gas interests of the East. They had engineered stock raids which had been as disastrous to Wall Street as to gambling Main Street. Such operations in the past had never cost him more than a passing angry comment by the public press. Now, however, came something damaging to his reputation and his pride. It was a series of lurid articles by a bold and very much on the inside broker and speculator, Thomas Lawson of Boston. For nearly 2 years, Lawson published monthly in Everybody's Magazine under the admirable title, Frenzied Finance, circumstantial accounts of the speculation of the Rogers Group and what they had cost their dupes. That story cut Mr. Rogers' pride to the quick. He is said to have threatened the American News Company with destruction if it circulated the magazine. Taken all together, the excitement and anger were too much for even his iron frame and indomitable spirit, and in the summer of 1907, he suffered a stroke which put him out of the fight for many weeks. When he came back, it was at once to collide with the government suit against the Standard Oil Company, and soon after that with the rich man's panic of 1907, a panic for which his old enemy in copper, F. Augustus Hines, was largely responsible. Early in November, when the panic was still raiding the banks and the millionaires of the country, I stood one day at a corner on Fifth Avenue waiting for the traffic to clear. Suddenly, I saw an arm waving to me from a slowly passing open automobile, and there was H. Rogers smiling at me in the friendliest way. When I reported the encounter at the office, Mr. Phillips at once said, "Why not try to see him? If he'll talk about what is going on, what a story he could tell." But would he see me? I was a little dubious about trying. Still, the greeting and the smile seemed to mean that at least he harbored no ill will. "Suppose," I said, "he is sufficiently subdued to go over with me his exciting life. What a document of big business in the 80s and 90s he could produce if he would put down his recollections with the frankness with which he had sometimes talked to me." It seemed worth trying for, and I asked for an appointment. I had not made a mistake. Mr. Rogers was harboring no ill will. I was promptly invited to come to his house. He greeted me heartily. I found him physically changed, stouter, less sinewy, but quite as frank as ever. He told me of his stroke. He spoke bitterly of what he called the Roosevelt panic as well as of Roosevelt's interference with the business of the Standard Oil Company. He gave me my cue when he began to talk about the early days of the oil region. "There is a whole chapter," he said, "that has not been written, that from 59 to 72. We were getting on swimmingly when our interview was cut short by a card handed him. Joseph Seep, the head of the Standard Oil Purchasing Agency. It amused him greatly that Mr. Seep should have come in while I was there. "Now you'll have to go," he said, and he put me out by a circuitous route. As at 26 Broadway callers were not to see one another. As we came into a dark hall, he turned on the light. "You see, we have to economize now," he said laughingly. Our goodbye was cordial. "We'll talk about this again," he said. "Call up Miss Harrison in a week or 10 days, and we'll make an appointment." The appointment was never made. The coming months were too difficult for Mr. Rogers. His vast business affairs continued complicated. The legend of his invincibility in the market was weakened. Moreover, such was the bitterness of the Standard Oil Company over the government suit that I doubt if he or his associates would have considered it wise for him to talk to me. They probably thought he had talked already too much to too little purpose. They, and he probably, never understood how much he had done to make me realize the legitimate greatness of the Standard Oil Company, how much he had done to make me understand better the vastness and complexity of its problems and the amazing grasp with which it dealt with them. Their complaint against me, Mr. Rogers' complaint, was that I had never been able to submerge my contempt for their illegitimate practices in my admiration for their genius in organization, the boldness of their imagination and execution. But my contempt had increased rather than diminished as I worked. I never had an animus against their size and wealth, never objected to their corporate form. I was willing that they should combine and grow as big and rich as they could, but only by legitimate means. But they had never played fair, and that ruined their greatness for me. I am convinced that their brilliant example has contributed not only to a weakening of the country's moral standards, but to its economic unsoundness. The experience of the last decade, particularly, seems to me to amply justify my conviction. I was never to see Mr. Rogers again, for in May of 1909 he suddenly died, 2 years before the Supreme Court dissolved the Standard Oil Company.